Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number one is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means that I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number two is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my two strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have two strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards, and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance, so my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward, and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder, who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker, and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
What's going on, everyone? Olelito here. I'm a professional FIFA player for Ninjas in Pajamas, and today I will be showing you a masterclass how to defend in FIFA 22. In this masterclass, I will be showing you first of all how to play a switch, how to pressure play, and how to use your Sanibex in the best kind of way. First of all, I have the ball with my CM here. The thing is that I play a very sloppy pass here, trying to reach my other CM. The thing though is that the R1 pass in FIFA 22 is super effective. And why? Because the accuracy of the pass is very good. So the thing I want to do here first of all is to bumper switch to the closest player, in this case that's closest to the striker making a running behind, which is my center back. So I'm switching to my center back here, as you see, and from now on I'm in front of the ball. So most likely I will get it, which happens, and after that I can start my attack and hopefully score a goal. The second topic I want to talk about today is where to press, and I can tell you for a fact that this will improve your defense in FIFA 22. So as you see here, I'm brave enough here to be able to control my center back and trying to put pressure on his winger. And I'm actually, at the same time as I'm putting pressure on his winger here, as you see in this clip, I'm also cutting off the passing lane to his winger, then making a run in behind. So the thing I'm doing here is to always still put pressure on him, because he feels like I'm very close to him all the time. He makes a rush decision, and the outcome of this then is that he is running out with the ball, I'm getting a throw in, and I can start my attack from there. The third topic of today is how to use the Sanibex. And I think it's a very hard thing in this FIFA to do. First of all, I see that he is starting a very dangerous counter-attack. So he gets the ball into his striker. The thing that is going on in my head here is I need to put pressure on the ball holder. So the thing I'm doing first of all is to put the R1 pressure with your R1 bumper on your controller with my right center back here, which allows him to basically don't have any passing options here. As you see, the only thing he can do is to go forward. But at the same time here, I see that he has tried to do the play lock option, which you do by pressing down your L3 and R3 at the same time. So I'm switching to my left center back here to be able to cover the space in behind, which can be very dangerous because we know these through balls in this game are effective. So I'm switching to my center back, but at the same time trying to put pressure on the ball holder, which then results in me getting the ball and starting a good attack. So guys, this has been Olelito for you all. Thank you so much for watching this masterclass. See you on the pitch.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFAe World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Desari, Moalba, all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
Yesterday, some went home unexpectedly, while some celebrated clinching their place at the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFAe World Cup. Only 16 spots remain, and today we'll find out who they belong to. Live from London, the final day of the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs starts now.
Well, hello and welcome to London for day 2 of the FGS playoffs, the only route to qualify to the FIFAe World Cup, the greatest FIFA show on earth. We all started on Thursday with 128 players. Yesterday, we started with 64. 32 played yesterday, was cut to 16, and we get to rinse and repeat it today on day 2. And we're popping in the pit on day 2 with Mike Clabell and Kyle Walker because, boys, this is where all the action happened yesterday. Yes, we have a FIFA matchup, the matchups on the pitch over there, but this, I feel, is where everything went off. There were screams, there were shouts. These guys look very calm at the moment, but let me tell you, in about 10 minutes' time, everyone crowds around here. It gets pretty excitable, that's for sure. But Kyle, I'll start with you first. Obviously, you spent a little bit of time around here, but in terms of yesterday, what do you think were the key narratives that we can take away?
I think the first thing you've got to highlight is that we had 16 players that are going to Copenhagen. I got to interview and chat to every single one of them, and you can see how excited they are. They know that they've got another step to their season because for a lot of those players yesterday, that is their season done and dusted. For some of them, there's a few more events they could be involved in, but not the FIFAe World Cup. Whereas the other 16 that went through, they are excited. I will say this, though, some were slightly disappointed with their performances. So I think that's the narrative. Yes, they've gone through, but they'll have 12 days from yesterday to improve, adapt, be flexible, and I'm sure they'll be working hard.
Yeah, that is the main event they all want to qualify for. 32 are trying to book their spot today. Mike, in terms of FIFA intricacies, what can we take home from yesterday?
Well, for the competitors today, they got the benefit of watching yesterday and then seeing how important set pieces were. Corner kicks in key moments, extra time, being able to close out games, and of course, penalty kicks. And I'd be happy to watch more penalty kicks as long as I'm not having to partake.
I think we might see more penalty kicks. Like Mike said, that was one of the key moments that we saw time and time again yesterday. Yilmaz hit to do it not once, but twice. He was Team Hullet. We can catch up with exactly what happened yesterday right now. Welcome to London. We are so excited to be here.
First game underway here in the FGS playoffs. It is Ollie Litar against Abu Maka. That might be the perfect goal.
Cool, calm and collected there.
Into CR7! Wow!
The pit is popping off.
Game on!
Fantastic goal. All 4 of these are heading to the FIFAe World Cup.
He's done a mic for 2!
Tons of drama.
It's been nerve-wracking to watch.
It's FIFAe World Cup glory for Team Hullet!
I mean, it was pretty special, wasn't it?
Congratulations to these 4.
Patience will pay off!
Well, they were our last players to qualify. You just saw them on the screen there. That happened about 8 p.m. BST yesterday. But these are the 16 who advanced to the FEWC. Then let's start Manu Bashir. He went first, followed by Tuga, Dami, Hodge, Olalito, Dolomike. Some names you might recognise, some you might not be too familiar with. Damsheet, Emre Yilmaz, Klenke, Oberon, Matthias Bonanno, Danny Pitbull, Peixoto, the list goes on and on. Eliminated looks like this. Let's pick out some big names you may not have felt would get eliminated at that stage. Barreto from South America, Cosmin, Tesla, Burke Lion, that went right to sudden death. Zizinho, Istefko, Jafonso, there are so many names there who really wanted to qualify, but not everyone can go to the greatest stage on earth like we just mentioned. But let's just talk about some of the guys who did qualify. Mike Labelle, I'm going to come to you first and say, who's looking confident after yesterday as they approach the World Cup?
Well, the big winner as a collective has to be Team Hullet, with multiple players, of course, qualifying. And I don't think it goes under the radar. Maybe we're just starting to expect it, but Matthias Bonanno, we now have him qualified for the E World Cup, the E Club, the E Nations, E Champions League. He won the Team of the Season Cup. You got to bring his name up. The guy is consistent as ever. And the big question mark was, could he only do it online? And that has been answered significantly this year. He is the real deal, in-person, live events, and he's kind of prepped for a FIFAe World Cup run.
I actually also feel like he walks with swagger. He was walking across the front
He
of the
does
stage
have a little
yesterday,
chest out.
and he had the confidence about him of a champion. In terms of players, Kyle, that you think still have a bit of work to do until 2 weeks' time, it's really creeping up now, the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. One name that jumps out to me, Oli Lito. I chatted to him yesterday, and you could see the happiness and the joy that, yes, he's going to the FIFAe World Cup, but also the disappointment in the manner in which he did that. That first game, the end of it, he scored that last-minute goal. It was great. He was celebrating. He was loving life. And then the next game was difficult. The next game was difficult. However, he got the 2 wins, so there's positives there, but I'm sure he'll be working very, very hard to ensure that he doesn't come up against those barriers again in Copenhagen.
Maybe that's why he joined us in commentary, just to keep an eye across the competition there, did Ololito. Anyway, we mentioned we had 2 groups yesterday, 16 in each. Let's talk about who is coming then today. So day 1, we saw groups A and B. Day 2, today, the final day, groups C and D. 16 players in each. We'll half that, though. Only 8 from each will go through. 3 rounds per group, so it means 2 wins and they qualify. Double elimination, Mike Labelle, isn't it?
And off the rip, I'm telling you, get your popcorn ready. We've got MS Dasari in action. You see that right off the top. It's probably going to be our featured match versus Lamps, Umit, Yuval. You've got the likes of Palinetto and Stefano Pina. I'm looking forward to that matchup. Feldman's been very impressive this year. And as Rachel was saying, the name of the game is 2 wins and you're moving on, 2 losses and you're going home early.
I mean, this is a massive group. We spoke about A and B being some big faces there. There are so many big faces there. We're going to lose some. We were saying MS Dasari, world champion. You know, Lamps, he's a North American champion back-to-back. You've got Stefano Pina, who's sitting just there. He can hear me. He was a runner-up in 2018 at the World Cup. Feldman here, he went to the Champions League. These guys, there are so many massive names there. They're not looking at me. Umit, over there as well. He was at the Champions League. They're all kind of locked in the game now, as they should be. But this is stacked. Mike, would you not want to be in Group C?
I don't want to be in Group C, Group
A,
D,
B,
Group
D.
A, Group B, but I will say today is kind of the day of the guys that have so many achievements, big names. And unlike yesterday where we saw the majority of people we expected go through, today some will be going home early. I guarantee it. You can put a stamp. I'll stamp something.
Which side would you not like to be sitting? Who here? You got Feldman, you got Pina.
I'm looking at I'm locked eyes with Palinetto right now. These guys are locked in. They're ready to go. This is definitely the day where you've got the names with all of those achievements, as Mike was saying, and I'm sure that all of them, whether they've got those achievements or not, they want to cause an upset. They want that spot to be going to the FIFAe World Cup. Right now, everything's in the past. It's about this moment.
It is about this moment. Our feature matchup, not in here, in the pit, over there on the featured stage, is MS Dasari and Lamps. We've got Brandon Smith and Renzo from Team Hullet. He's Levy's coach. We haven't even seen Levy yet. He's in Group D. We'll catch him later. But for now, guys, enjoy this one.
Yes, day 2 underway here in the Global Series playoffs. Will MS Dasari be able to make it 4 consecutive FIFAe World Cups in a row? We'll find out today. I'm very lucky to be joined by Coach Renzo, competitive manager of Team Hullet. I mean, we've got to come up to you first and say, what a day yesterday for Team Hullet. 3 out of the 16, all in the same group from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, made it to the FIFAe World Cup.
It was crazy. Thank you for the introduction. I really like that. But nah, it was crazy. Manuel as well, playing against Emre for a spot to qualify. That was probably the most tense match we ever seen in that matchup, because like the penalties was like 8-7, missing every penalty left, right, and center as well. And then obviously Emre, he was 4-0 up, and then it got to 4-4.
Yeah,
it was like getting a bit of a pretty high heartbeat, I guess, like probably 180. And then this guy, he still managed to do it on penalties again. He went 3 times to penalties. So.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Well, as we said, Levy will be in action later. You'll be coaching him this afternoon. Before that, let's keep an eye on our featured matchup today. We have got 8 games taking place right now to kick off our opening round of play here in day 2 of the FGS playoffs. MS Tasari, the king of the jungle, many call him. He has got a potential huge job on his hands today, but the consistency that this man shows, he is a winner, and there's one thing that he loves, it's playing FIFA in London, whether it be Foot Champions Cups or the FIFAe World Cup that he won once upon a time ago. Do you think he makes 4 consecutive FIFAe World Cups today?
For sure. I mean, this is his spot, right? He loves to be on the stage, and especially, you know, he's going to put his hands behind his ears. He's going to make it happen at some point, and like, I think it will be a tough matchup though, because Lamps is pretty good as well.
Yeah, we have to talk about Lamps on the flip side. He did win one of the FGS qualifiers this year. He won Series 2 in the EMLS as well. Minnesota United is his team that he represents. And I'm sure after seeing Diddy Chris Lito qualify for the FIFAe World Cup yesterday, there's only one more North American player left in the playoffs. It's him. He's going to be thinking, I'd love to get there as well.
He needs to step up for his region as well, I feel like, because if NA only have one player, I'm sure they will be a bit disappointed with them. But I think Lamps, he played a lot against Paolo, who I know really well as well, and I think Lamps is probably maybe a bit underrated in this matchup, because Dossari really has a really hard task to perform right now.
And I have to talk about it. Lamps went 0-2 in Swiss on Thursday and somehow made it through 3-2. If just a bit of context on Renzo as well, former pro player, you were teammates with Levi David for Vitesse. You came second in the Eredivisie. This year you won the Eredivisie. Obviously that was your pathway into the playoffs. Have to talk about that as one of your successes this year. How was it going from player to coach and helping still with your former teammate get to that victory and pick up the trophy this year?
I mean, I have a special bond with Levi, so that is something that was really natural. But the thing is, with all of the other players, it's just getting them confident and training them constantly to be ready for the next one. But I think we know that Dossari, for example, he has Enzo with him. He will make sure that he's ready.
Another very good FIFA coach. We are going to be getting ready to get into our first game here. 15 seconds in front of us before we kick off day 2 of the FGS Global Series playoffs. By the end of play today, we'll know 32 players that will be travelling to Copenhagen in just 2 weeks' time to battle out in the FIFAe World Cup. It's MS Dasari against Lamps to kick us off on main stage. 2 wins is the magic number. And Maxi VIP, of all people, has turned up in the building. He is coaching Lamps Spider. We didn't see this man before today. A former FIFAe Club World Cup champion. A player that knows FIFA esports only too well.
I can tell you, like, if Lamp scores, we're going to hear a lot of noise. If Maxi is behind him, I'm telling you, this guy is going to make sure the building knows that Lamps has scored. And looking, we have a special player. Like, I don't think anybody else plays with De Bruyne except for Dossari.
And I don't know if you saw the goal that he scored with for Kevin De Bruyne. It was a weak foot 30-yard finish in the Team of the Season Cup in the 2v2 tournament there.
That was crazy. Like, I think after day 1, everybody was talking about that one. And yeah, you just expect these kind of things from Dossari. He always comes up with something. Here we have De Bruyne.
Kevin De Bruyne now. He's got that long shot trait that not many players are fortunate to have. Just to get your insight scoop on FIFA coaches in this scene, we spoke a lot about the likes of Edu and Javier of Dux Gaming, but for Enzo, Coach Enzo, who's been with Tex before, and now he's with MS Dasari, what does he offer as a FIFA coach, do you think, to MS Dasari? Because MS Dasari, no doubt, would have been probably quite picky on his choice of who his coach is going to be.
For sure. I mean, the thing is with a coach, you just need to feel comfortable. And if the likes of Tex and Dossari feel comfortable with Enzo, he has to have something, right? Like, I can't tell what is in his notebook because he always protects it, but it's like he has to have something, like probably tactics or anything else that if Tex or Dossari wouldn't feel comfortable, he can just tell them, do this, and it must have worked out in the past. And here's Lamps.
Here comes Lamps now, Varnine. It is going to be a deflection off the boot of Edi Militao.
Yeah, that was close. I think Lamps could have shot that probably first time, but this is the first 10 minutes, and you'll have a bit of nerves right now that like are settling in after this chance. I can tell you that people will be more confident in the next attack.
Oh, 9 again on the finesse. Will pull out a hand from Allison. Now it goes again for another corner. MS Dasari did get to the FIFAe World Cup the past 3 times it has happened. FIFA 18, 19 and 21. He was on that qualification list. He did win one of them. He came runner-up in another. The consistency that he does show year after year is just uncanny. You can't find it anywhere else.
It's amazing. I mean, probably in Europe, like, it was Tuga, for example, that qualified yesterday. He's like one of the consistent guys as well, but Dossary is just on another level, really. But here with Lamps...
Mbappe fancies another one from distance.
It's getting dangerous.
Does it say a lot about Mr. Sari that he's not in Europe, but still comes to Europe and battles anyone, any region?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about regions, obviously, which one is more competitive. But if you perform on the World Cup consistently, I mean, it doesn't matter for Dossary anymore. He could probably come to Europe and then surprise anyone. Well, not even surprise anymore, because he's one of the names. But Matthias, for example, he was in South America and came to Europe and just was #1 seed. And here's Ronaldo.
Sorry, great feat.
Oh,
CR7 gets us cooking. And underway of our first goal in day 2 here of the FGS playoffs. Easy as you like from Mr. Sari. Shapeshifter CR7 once again showing just how important he is to these pro teams. Not a bad finish either.
No, but this is what I mean. Like, Dossary always comes up with something. It's just an easy finish, but that roulette, that was something special. I mean, I have a couple players that are crazy with skill moves, but they don't do roulettes, and here Dossary just shows it works.
Let's talk about it in terms of team selection. I know that Team Bullet were in boot camp a week or two before coming into a tournament such as this. There's been a lot of new promos that have come out. Obviously, Shapeshifters is still underway. We've had a few teams of that come through. Team of the season is finished. As a collective in Team Hullet, from your players that are underneath you at Ninjas in Pyjamas too, has everyone got the same sort of squad? Or we've all got, what, 9, 10 players at the same, then maybe there's 1 or 2 that are very different?
I think right now, actually, they're probably all using the same squad, which is funny. But before that, it wasn't really, always the same squads, because you had some people playing different formations, but with these new shapeshifter items, it was.
Well, I've got something you might enjoy seeing, Renzo. I heard that Paolo Neto was in boot camp with you before the playoffs with his teammate Veni Lever of Atlanta United. Whatever you was teaching him in boot camp is working. He's beating runner-up the 2018 FIFAe World Cup, Stefano Pinna, 2-0 the Belgium, looking to be the only Belgium to qualify. That's a brilliant start for the Brazilian.
I mean, I can't say I'm not liking this, but Pinna has been my teammate as well, so this is a bit, yeah, I root for them both. But yeah, Paulo started off well, but Paulo's always scoring a lot of goals, and you never know when it's finished though with him. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that one unfolds.
Here's Hullet, back inside to Kevin De Bruyne. And Mr. Sari in the driving seat so far. 30 minutes played here in this opening leg. Remember, 2 wins is what you need to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. Nicely done. Messi will try and get it on his left foot as always, trying to tee up that perfect finesse. Look at the close control dribbling from Mr. Sari. He's cooking up another attack. It was just inches from falling onto the boot of R9.
Yeah, you can just see that Dossary is really keeping possession well with his midfielder, just slowly pushing up, waiting for those strikers to enter the box. So he's playing 4-3-2-1, and if you keep possession with your midfielders, there's 3 people in the box that you can possibly make a pass to, which is really hard to defend. But Lamps here on the right-hand side with Cancelo probably has it as like a balanced fullback, or even making him push up, but he loses the ball. A little bit too easy.
How does that even come around in terms of Atlanta United coming into the Netherlands and boot camping with you? It's just a Twitter DM that says,
no.
Can we boot camp with you? How's that happening?
Like, I don't know. R9 has a chance there though. Might he cross it? He's keeping for the possession, but he's getting into a dangerous spot now. Gullit.
Will be a chance now. Ronaldo back to goal. De Bruyne, who's so heavily involved. We'll talk more about that in a second, just as this attack looks to form into a counter-attack for Lamps. But if you can answer the question now,
I'll answer the question right now. It's no, but like I've been Gullit here. Well, like I've been in touch with Paulo for 2 years actually already. He came up to me in the DMs indeed, asking me if I could train him, help him get ready for tournaments, and yeah, we got like kind of some success, I guess. He won EMLS, and we just at Tots Cup we started off.
Nice. CR7 one more on. Oh, Lamps will restore.
Interrupting me, but that was definitely a good goal from Lamps, and this is really what he needs, because he was having not the most of possession, but getting this corner, just playing it short, getting the easy passes and a good finish.
Just like that, we're all square. 40 minutes played. But Paolo Neto, I mean, it says a lot about, your services as a coach and Team Hullet services, that you've got, former FIFAe World Cup winners wanting to, qualifiers at the final. They want to come and train with you guys. Let's head down to the pit quickly. We've called it. Carl Walker has got the latest from there.
Now, as you guys throw across to me, I think that actually, yeah, we've had a goal just here. There's so much happening. There's plenty of action behind here. CM Edson taking on FIFAe's Ethan right now. Ethan's losing 1-0. It's just gone at the first half. It goes into the second right now. It is tense. Let me tell you this, guys. As the camera pans across, Paolo Neto, well, he's beaten Stefano Pina 2-0 in that first leg. And Non Feldman and Correa, they're 1-1 right here. Let me tell you, when there's a goal, I'll be stood here. I'll be across all of the action. You don't want to... Oh, we nearly had an equaliser just there. You don't want to miss this, guys, I'm telling you. Back to you, but I'm telling you, there is so much happening. There'll be a goal shortly.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, 14 players squeezed in that booth. 7 games currently taking place. You were, I'd say, sitting on the outside of that yesterday, you know, in terms of that area. What's it like in there?
I mean, it's definitely special. I mean, do you hear this? They're like, I mean, I hope they can hear it a bit, but
the South
Americans and the Portuguese, they are like crazy. But also just having because sometimes you get a goal as a player and you can turn around and others are cheering for you. It's just an amazing experience, and I think like this is everybody as a player you should want to do.
There's a moment yesterday that was quite interesting. Was Emre Yilmaz, he won a penalty shootout, and he didn't really know what to do. But you guys were just all over him. He just sort of was, he was in shock, wasn't he? And next thing you know, everyone was all over him. That realisation that he's got to a FIFAe World Cup final was ridiculous for him. And you were telling me, was it a year ago he was playing career mode?
1.5 years ago.
He was playing career mode, and now he's just qualified for a FIFAe World Cup.
That's the thing. So I think because he was 4-0 up as well, and then like he started realizing slowly, I'm actually about to qualify for the World Cup. He got a bit stressed, but I always told him, just play, do your thing, don't think about it as much. And when he got that winning penalty kick, you could literally saw he was like, what? I just did it, and then we jumped in. But yeah, that's just a great feeling that you want as a player, right?
Yeah, amazing stuff. Emre Yilmaz being on that list of players that have qualified for Denmark in the FIFAe World Cup. We'll keep you up to date with all the scores and the latest in our other matches that are currently taking place in our opening game here. We are providing you the action of Group C. We heard
it was a good ball.
Some roars from certainly one game over there. We'll give you an update as soon as we can. Ronaldo, this is MS Desari looking to build up into the lead again. There's 1-1 here. Did take the lead.
It's a clingy affair right now. Like I think Dosari is playing 4-3-2-1 and Lamps is playing 4-3-2-1 as well. So it's pretty much cancelling them out. We got Katia versus Andoni here.
Well, Katia, the Italian, up against Andoni. This one's 1-1 at the moment. Movie Star Riders are looking to make it 2 from 2. It was 2 that qualified yesterday of Portugal. Andoni, a former FIFAe World Cup finalist, looking to make it another FIFAe World Cup in the bag for Movie Star Riders if he can turn that one around. Katia, though, certainly another strong attack. It's been a good showing from Italian players, to be honest. Danny Pitbull's already qualified. Obrun's already qualified yesterday.
Is it a shock to you that the Italian, because we knew the Italians were like, they are not messing around this year. They are crazy good. Like the level they have there, unreal.
I think that's helped with a lot of domestic leagues in there as well. You know, you look at the successful players. Danny Pitbull was an East Serie A winner last year. This year, Obrun was an East Serie A winner. Coincidence, they both qualified for a FIFAe World Cup. It seems like the domestic leagues are helping them in some ways. Even Damesheet came through as the Rookie of the Year in the Eredivisie.
Yeah.
He's off to an E-World Cup.
Oh, here's a chance for Lamps,
Could
though.
be a chance for Lamps. He's hit by Allison in the end.
That should have been a goal. I mean, and Lamps knows it. Like I think he made the right choice by shooting far corner, but that looked like a really weak finish. I don't know if he timed it, but because this is, I think, on Dosseri's perspective. But yeah, it should have been a goal.
Last 20 minutes left of our featured game here. MS Desari against Lamps. Some scores coming in. At the bottom of your screen, Marcelo building in this chance. Kevin De Bruyne trying to do what he can as MS Desari does drop that one back to recycle. Let's check in with Carl Walker again, who is down in the pit. Carl, what is the latest?
Yes, there's plenty happening. As I said, it's still 2-0 now, to Edson against FIFAe's Ethan right now. But the big storyline, I've got to say, Paolo Neto beating Stefano Pina, 3-0 Pina. Obviously, could he make it 4? Paolo Neto takes it around the... And it's 4. You can see the reaction just there. Stefano Pina takes off his headset. We've had another goal as well. SPQR Young 1, K Karai 1 as well. I'm going to come straight in as Ethan's on the attack. He might get another goal. I need to talk to you guys. Pina's obviously losing. It's not the best of situations right now. What do you want him to do?
I hope he can come back in this game, and hopefully the second leg he can get on and score some more goals. But it will be tough, but Pina has done it in the past. So.
He's done it in the past, maybe he could do it again. Let's throw it back straight to Brandon and Renzo as well.
Thank you, Carl. 4-0 Palinetto. If you just caught as well, that back row is 3 Brazilians all next door to each other. You know, it's not a coincidence that Palinetto is probably the quietest of them all. He's been to quite a few FIFA tournaments, but there is not a single South American yet, other than Matias Bonano, or Brazilian, I should say, that's qualified for the World Cup. There's a lot of pressure on that. They want to have a Brazilian there, and I mean, today is the day that they could hopefully get there. There is 6 of them in this pack of 16. Hopefully, can get to Copenhagen. At the moment, Palinetto starting off so well in leg 1.
Yeah, it's crazy, but like Paulo is a really humble guy and he just stays quiet. But I know he said to me, if I make World Cup, you'll hear me, you know, like he's going to enjoy himself for sure. But nah, it's crazy. What a performance from him.
De Bruyne, that's going to be Mestasari's secret weapon whenever there's a chance and it screams long shot finesse or a long shot. Kevin De Bruyne will certainly offer you that.
Yeah, that was, but these kind of shots are actually a good opportunity. If you time those green, for sure it can go in. We see them flying in left, right, and center, and that's especially what you need in like Keiichi matchup like this, 1-1. You want to try these kind of shots to maybe get that 2-1 lead and go into the second leg with, yeah, at least a 1-goal difference, because this one, I can see it going to PKs if it ends up like this.
That's been incredible from Lamps. He said it was 0-2 in Swiss, came back. Mestasari has not dropped a single game yet, and on his way through to that 5-0, he did beat 2 people that have qualified for the FIFAe World Cup.
Chance it,
Beating Dami and Tuga along his journey. As a coach, how much do you look into Swiss? Because you had Manuel Bajori, who was 5-0, did not drop a game. Levy obviously did superbly well too, and then you've got other players that might just come through 4-1 or 3-2. Is it a case of just get your 3 wins? I don't care how you get through, just get your 3 wins and get through.
I tell them literally well, at the first, this was all about just go out there and enjoy yourselves, because I literally said, I know you are all capable of getting out of Swiss no matter what. So just enjoy yourselves. And then Manu and Levi certainly did, and Emre, like, he was 3-1. He lost the last one. Paulo, same thing. So yeah, they just were confident. I was confident in them, and yeah, you just need to get through. But here's the last chance though of the game. Pele.
Building nicely. And Mbappe, this could be Mestasari's final chance off the leg. Back
R9.
inside, R9 will try his best to turn around and bring CR7 back in possession. That will do us for half-time in this featured matchup. It is Mestasari 1 up against Lamps. Mestasari did take the lead. Lamps finding a way back in with R9. Mestasari looking to make it 4 consecutive FIFAe World Cups in a row. 2 wins is what you need here on the playoffs, and we shall find out if he'll be on his way to Copenhagen after this break. We'll be back in a few minutes for the second leg of our featured matchup.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player lock as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered, the defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Well, welcome back to the Global Series playoffs here in London. If you have been enjoying watching this Pro FIFA action and you fancy your chances, well, guess what? PlayStation have created their own on-console tournament platform that offers a wide range of gaming titles for participants of all skill moves to play in for your chance to earn a number of rewards from in-game items to currency and even FIFA points. They currently offer a monthly FIFA 22 Open Series tournament, as we said, for competitive players of all different skill levels. You do not have to be a pro to get involved in this. If you fancy your chances, you fancy giving it a go, go to compete.playstation.com and sign up with your PSN ID to play now. As we turn our attentions back to our featured match, Bemis Dasari is in a very difficult game against Lams. That one on the top corner of your screen. Other results that have happened, a lot of cagey affairs. The only game that has been a bit of a pull-away is Paolo Neto. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Coach Renzo of Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas joins me in the commentary booth. Looking at those results from the get-go, Paolo Neto, the only one pulling away, so it seems.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm happy about that for him, but like the other games are all cagey affairs. Like even the one that is super featured is the one that's drawing, but we saw 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. I think one even 0-0, so no goals happening. Maybe it says a bit about the players. They need to start to heat up, because the first game, probably one that's the most nervous when you enter the building, right?
Yeah. I've got a question for you. If your players, would they prefer to be on that stage on their own away, or in the pit alongside 6 other matchups?
I think Levi would want to be on the main stage, but I think the other guys are pretty good with staying in the pit.
Because it can be quite a lot. It's a very intense area to be in when there's people celebrating from all different languages. Komnu, Vamos, let's go. You know, we can go all day here. And some players that are new, first ever LAN event, it's a lot to take on for them. But then someone like Emre Yilmaz didn't faze them at all, so it seems, even on a penalty shootout.
No, but the thing is, some of those players can just enter this focus mode, and some are pretty aware of the situation, and I think our players are actually pretty good in entering that focus mode and don't really care. I know like some of the players of us are a bit loud as well, but Paulo, for example, he has like all the Brazilians back to him, and he's like, nah, just taking a sip of water and it's all good.
We're back underway in this one. Lampsman with the first chance of the game for Minnesota United. Hullet!
What a start.
With it! And it's a brilliant start for the last North American left in the playoffs. Hoping to recreate the form that Dini Crislito showed yesterday. That is the dream start for him.
That was a bad prediction for me, because I thought like because of that last attack in the first leg that Dosseri had, he would get that confidence going again, because that was a great attack. But Lams just doesn't care. Starts off right away from kickoff, getting a great goal. And yeah, 2-1 leading in the second leg. It's all up to Dosseri right now.
Coach Maxi behind him. What do you think he's offering?
I think like players that have performed in the past, they always can provide this extra like insight, because if you're playing yourself, you're always looking, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but there's somebody behind you that sees other options. So probably Maxi between the legs, he could tell him on some of the attacks, bro, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, because I know how they are friendly, so friends as well, but they want to help them out. And maybe he just told him, don't care, just shoot when you get into the box, and you saw it just paid off. Oh.
Well, I'm hearing roars behind us. There's been goals going in. Carl Walker's got the latest.
Yes, there has been a goal. SPQR Young makes it 2-1. He takes the lead just there. You can hear all of the supporters in the background. There's one man that I have spotted, though. I'm going to pull him over. Dullen Mike, he's going through. You've qualified. You're going to the FIFAe World Cup. You know what it's like to be sat here in the pit, but also on that stage as well. Come on, we were asking that question. Which one did you prefer, being here in the pit with everyone or on the stage?
No, for me, definitely I prefer being on the stage. I'm just on my own. I can focus really well. I think here, when you're playing in the pit, it's really hard because you can get distracted really easily. And for me, it's definitely the stage.
Well, you can relax now on this side of the pit and you can enjoy yourselves. Brandon Renzo, back to you.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, Carl will be catching up with more players throughout the day, but for Dullen Mike, he'll be hoping that more German names can join him at the World Cup. They normally make up a quarter of the competition there. There was only 6 names that made it into the knockout stage of the playoffs. I know we have got the likes of Umit involved later, but for German players, you expect a few of them at least to be at the FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, for now, as we see Lambs having a chance there again, we have most people that are qualified are Dutch, actually. I don't think we've ever seen that, because there's usually like...
I was looking yesterday, what, is there 4?
3.
Three
right
already?
Now. 3 already, hoping to make it 4 today. But like, only I think the Brazilians really can overtake the Netherlands as of right now. But I think they will do. Like, at the end, Germans always manage to qualify.
Just back to Lamps for a split second. He was only 10 points away from topping the North American ladder. Diddy Chris Lito got 725 Global Series ranking points. That came from FGS tournaments where he dominated. He won one, came runner-up in another. There was a 200-point gap between first, second, and then down to third and fourth. They were literally running away with it this year, him and Chris, from their online qualification and their performances there.
Crazy how you can be like 2 players being so dominant in one region, and Lamps had 715 points and still didn't come first. And I think in EU it's all probably maximum of 500 points. So it just shows the incredible level that Lamps and Diddy have this year. And I think for sure, if Lamps can keep this lead in the second leg or in the second half, maybe we're going to see an upset. Because I guess it's a kind of an upset, right?
Some would argue that, absolutely. It'll be MS Tassari's first defeat here in the playoffs after going 5-0 in Swiss. He has not lost a single game. Let's check in with movie star riders Andoni, who is in a 2-2 matchup against the Italian.
This is a hard matchup as well. I think Andoni and Kassia, a lot of people will have them both qualifying as a chance here.
What a save from Schmeichel.
That was a good attack, and also I think this is the point where you do need that, maybe that coach next to you that can tell you next time just take the touch, don't rush it too much. But
here's Lamps. And a bit of a battle with Marcelo there, doesn't come out at all. In terms of that, in terms of, for example, Levy, what does Levy want from you in a very... Is it something that you probably still are even working out every tournament now? Like, what is it that he wants from you as a coach in those high-pressure situations?
I mean, it's different because I think I'm not constantly, so not the entire 90 minutes, but I'm talking quite a lot to him, and some other players that I've coached in the past, I just be a bit like a tactician at times. And he just trusts me, so if I tell him something, he knows that whatever I said is also an option that he can do. So for example, sometimes I'm telling him cross, and he's looking at the game himself, but he knows there's the possibility to cross, and just a split-second decision that he makes himself if he does cross or if he doesn't. And that's just, I'm just offering him always a second option, pretty much.
We just checked in there of the SPQR game. SPQR called one of the most recent talent feeders in South America. What an effort from Mbappe. Great save from Allison. They're currently leading 3-1 SPQR Young against KKI of VFL Buku. Could be a chance to break now. Mr. Sari's got a 2-on-1. This is an unbelievable opportunity. Play a lot there, tweezed if he wants to use it. Oh no, with loads of time on, and still delayed so well. That's what Mr. does. Just like that. Makes it look so simple. He's back in the game at 2-2.
And you have to feel sorry for Lamps on that one, because it was a corner on his end. He had a good opportunity. He could have made it 3-1. But then, I think this is just the quality of Dossery. Like, he gets one chance and he literally takes it. And now it's 2-2. And I was about to say, Lamps is playing great this second leg. And now he's back at all level again.
If you had to look at it on the defensive side of that, what do you do, isn't it? It's like, do you fall into the trap? Do you just wait and wait and wait? Maybe as Lamps did there for the right biting point. But when you've got Mr. teasing a player look on you.
Nah, a 2-on-1 situation like that, it's almost impossible to defend it properly. But I think Lamps will look back at that and be like, I should have never taken this corner direct, right? Because he swung it in. 41st minute, I think he got the corner kick. He could have just chosen to keep the ball, not lose it, take the last attack.
Half-time, we are 45 minutes away from potentially extra time here in this match. As we said, 7 other games taking place just behind us here. This is our opening matchups here. This will decide who stays in the winners' bracket. And this will be one game away from the FIFAe World Cup, while a handful of players will drop down into the lower bracket, where they'll be playing Elimination FIFA to try and keep their hopes of a FIFAe World Cup alive. But I think you're right. I think Lamps has played this game pretty well overall.
He was pretty much in the driving seat because he scored that quick opener, and then after that I saw him the only one really creating any chances. But you just know that you can't give up a goal like that against Dossery. This is really going to, I can see like the second half Dossery is going to turn up. And there's a lot of happening in the pit, but we can't tell right now who's leading.
Well, obviously you're going to be in action later with Levy. Plays MH7 of Brazil and Team R10.
Yeah.
What's the preparation like against a South American player that, I mean, you've never faced all year?
I mean, not to sound like cocky or anything, but we just stick to our game plan. It's just really that we want to just feel confident, because he's beaten a lot of players this year that are incredible as well, and Levy just wants to continue that form and not like care about anybody else. That's just the way he approaches the game.
Well, speaking of Brazilians, let's have a look across the board where Paulo Neto has been dominating. Is he still dominating that game? That's the question. I think he's just scored another goal of Mbappe by the looks of it. And the scoreline now, oh my days, is this a 7-0?
7-0.
Is this an 8-0? What are we on? We in 7? 7-0. Paulo Neto is cleaning up. Not anyone. Stefano Pina.
Okay, I would have never thought it would be this crazy. I know Paulo can score a lot of goals. It's literally his strength, but my guy he said he was ready. Like, we were walking to the venue and he said, I'm winning 2 games today. So he's not like playing the third one.
Oh, big result there at the bottom of your screen. Umit of RB Leipzig leads 3-1. Mr. cooking now. Well played, Edmund Town. Right place, right time. Edson beating Footwiz Ethan 3-0. It has been a very strong start from Brazilians. Look at that one, 6. Oh, it's now 7-0, Paulo Neto. Correa, the Argentine, came through the ladder. 2-2 at the moment with Rowie Feldman.
We could say that the opponent of Paulo will be one of those two, and they're still drawing 2-2, so that's interesting to follow as well.
Yuval Belli down against Aydin. A lot of chat about him, the Austrian player to watch out for this weekend.
Lamps are looking to build up, but I think second half, we've seen Dossery enter the box twice now, and he didn't, I think, the entire first half, so this is a good pause, I think, for Lamps to just calm down again and be like, okay, let's change the game plan, maybe make a couple subs. I mean, with the stamina of all these players right now, all these FUT items, 99 stamina, 99 everything, you don't really want to make a lot of subs because you're not taking off 0-7, right?
I mean, especially this stage in the year, Enzo, where the teams are so stacked.
It's incredible.
You know, it's just quality for quality, every single sub you make him.
I mean, even Sergio Ramos is playing centre-back, can score the craziest amount of goals. I see him even score a couple finesses this week, so it's amazing, really. Every player on the pitch can do anything. And as I can tell, is that I think Lamps is actually playing with both fullbacks on balance now. Pretty attacking approach, if you ask me.
There's 25 minutes left in this one. Maybe he's looking for a smash and grab. Messi on his own, just teasing out De Bruyne and Hullet can't turn. Big win back from the icon in the midfield.
Yeah, and this is going to be dangerous. Like, I think Dossary will have the opportunity to counter-attack quickly, but he shouldn't fall into that trap of Lamps losing possession too early, as he will right now build up through Marcelo on the left-hand side. And he finds a pass to CR7.
Could be a cutback. CR7 on 9. Dossary!
Yeah.
Back in front for the first time since the first leg.
And it's just typical Dossary, isn't it? He just finds that one moment in the second half, and it literally just an easy finish. Might be a bit too risky for Lamps to playing with those attacking fullbacks. But yeah.
Well, it's just, sorry to interrupt, Brenda, just a question that in terms of, you're in a big game like this, you're 20 minutes away. As a coach, what's the instruction to a player? Because, of course, obviously it's not in the words of, you know, let's waste time. It's more the case of just slow the game down. Or is it going for the kill and find one more goal? Because that's more risky then.
It's a tough call, because I think on FIFA 22 you actually do want to get that 3-1 or like that second goal cushion, because the constant press is pretty hard, and I think Dossary is probably experienced enough to know that he needs to slow down the game, but you do want to keep going forward. You don't want to lose the ball in your own half when somebody's putting pressure, because then it can get really bad, really fast.
We can see both teams there just side by side in terms of tactical changes. MS Dossary just finishing up the changes that he wishes to make. It looks like Jude Bellingham could be coming on for De Bruyne. Another of those future star items that one of the only ones that was able to fit into some of these teams, just offered such good stats, did the English midfielder. Some players just couldn't simply refuse. Back underway, 21 minutes away now. MS Dossary from being 1 win away and on the winners bracket for a 4th consecutive FIFAe World Cup. Could be down into the lower bracket for Lamps. He has scored 2 goals though against MS Dossary. That has to give him some confidence that he's going to be able to create again. That pass won't give him too much confidence though.
No, this is a tough one, because you do get that kickoff and but he wins the ball back early. Bit of a shaky minute.
Ramos pushes up into midfield. Shapeshifter item, Alphonso Davies. You can understand what custom tactics and instructions have been implemented now. Everybody forward. A lot of pressure to deal with. What a ball that could be into the box. Ramos deals with it well. Just about gets it clear.
Yeah, you can clearly see that probably Maxi or Lamps realizing themselves that I should try everything right now. He's putting these crosses in. This is a good ball from Dossary, and maybe the nail in the coffin here. Gets the corner.
On a corner.
I would tell him now to play it short. Don't take the risk. You have a lot of people forward. You scored the one yourself, right? On the counter attack. Loses the ball. Lamps got it. What is your prediction? Are we going to see an equalizer?
I think there'll be one big chance for Lamps. That's all I'll give you. Not MS Dossary should.
Don't want to make
predictions. His experience should be seeing out a game like this.
Based on experience, you'd expect him to do so, but like I said, it can get really tricky.
Some scores coming in there. Andoni 3-2 up. The Spaniard of former FIFAe World Cups looking to make it another one. Umit leads by 3 goals to 1. Back to go is CR7, steal reversal, has to go. CR7 building nicely. Bellingham back off the bench, who is there just to save the day for MS Dossary. This could be a counter-attack if he can find. He'll go and run.
Yeah, that was just Lamps, I think, overdoing it. I think that could have been his chance if he took that reverse elastico and maybe have taken the shot. It could have ended up in getting in the back of the net.
Hello there, that should have been a pass that was released. MS Dossary knows it. He has paused the game again.
Yeah, constant pressure coming in, but Lamps just couldn't get a hand of the ball there. And this is no foul, so this could be a huge opportunity, maybe even the last.
Has to move the ball quickly, there's Lamps. Teases the player, look, does use it. Humming Song picks it up. MS Dossary looks just to load players back in position. 2 banks of 4 will try and stand strong. Team Falcon shirts saying there's no way through here, or is there?
It's a good build-up from Lamps.
Combinations have to be clean. They are. This is nice. One more pass, Lamps!
Wow.
Showing the FIFA world what North America is all about.
Even putting the silence to him, but this is insane. Like, to make that croqueta pass in there, that was quality. Like, this
Look at
pass.
the time that Ronaldo had here, by the way.
Yeah. It's
dodgy touch, and still has time just to get the ball down and tap it in.
Labs was probably like, shoot, 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 but he had so much time, luckily. And yeah, the celebration. I think Dossery still has this last attack, though, so it might not be over yet, or like over into going into extra time.
Well, I said there might be one more big chance, and it's led to a goal.
You didn't want to make the prediction, so you can't take this one.
I can't say that. You said last chance of the game. MS decided to cue that pause. Let's have a little look of what is changed now.
Making the switches, and probably like the teams actually do look really tired. I think Dossery might have used overload ball side on the end. That is to actually get your defense as tight as possible, but it does drain stamina. And constant pressure obviously drains stamina as well. And I think Andoni just made it, and he's going to play the next game for the qualifications for the World Cup.
That is Smoothie Star Riders Andoni winning his game just by 3 goals to 2. He is one step away from another FIFAe World Cup. Will Spain have another player there?
Neymar subbed in. Is he going to do it for Asari? Oh, Lamp's got the last attack now.
Tell you what, this will be absolute scenes.
And Dossery has the last attack now. Needs to go forward
How
now.
much time, though, is there? There's 10 game seconds left for MS Desari to try and get the ball forward.
Look at the space.
Mbappe. Ball. CR7, heel to heel. It looked dangerous for a second. Extra time will be needed here on main stage between Lamps and MS Desari.
What a start to the day on the featured match. Directly into extra time. And yeah, I think a lot of the other matches have wrapped up. But that was a huge chance, and you can tell that the nerves are starting to kick in for both players.
Yeah, I think there's 2 games that haven't finished just behind us. We'll give you some updates at the end of this round of how the games have concluded. Keep in mind, this is not the match to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. The next round will qualify 4 more players, and then the round after that will also qualify 4 more in the lower bracket. If you're after watching the likes of Tex, Levi David, Nicholas there in action later on this afternoon in our final 16-player bracket, which has even got the likes of Volleyball in there as well. JRA Lion, Stingray of the UK, Levi Finn of Germany, Benny CR7. So many names still to conclude. What was Levy's reaction when he saw his 16-player bracket?
Well, everybody's tough.
Of
so,
course.
like, you can't be happy or you can't be disappointed or anything. I literally said to him, all of these opponents are world-class players. You just do your own thing, and it doesn't matter who you face up. So, we do got Lamps here on the attack, but does lose the ball, and there might be an opportunity now because that left back is out of position, or right back, I should say.
There's Mbappe. Just about catches that. Bellingham, Cancelo. This is MS Desari looking to build. Hullet. Nice interception again.
Didn't I call penalties in the first leg?
I think you did.
I mean, it would be crazy if it happens, but I think both players will do end up getting into the box right now and feeling a bit nervous on defense, so we might have a goal up on our sleeves here.
Final 5 minutes off this first half of extra time. The last game to conclude as people gather around the main stage featured matchup. Here's Messi, here's Lamps. Can he find a cut back? Lionel Messi still, he went for the near post. It was always going to be ambitious. He needed a big save from Alisson.
This is the corner kick again, 102nd minute, swinging it in again. If he gets countered now, he's never going to forgive himself.
Well, this time it just about does work out. Messi then finds Cristiano Ronaldo. It's their options in the box. Nice lack for Keta. Messi again will sting the hands of Alisson. Another one of these corners to come in. What will he deliver this time? Again, it goes out to the edge of the box. It's just like he's trying to recycle possession back in an area like this. Gets the ball back to Messi now. He'll look to try and whip that ball into the box. Can he? Messi, fake shot. Heung-min Son will put Lamps in front.
Yeah, and like, this is crazy actually. That was so composed, so composed. I think before that, he took the shot a bit too early, maybe the wrong corner, but now this was so super composed, and this is incredible stuff from Lamps.
Well, my mind was trying to get me to say CR7 there, because I thought he was going to be in the right place, but it was Heung-min Son who has had quite an impact this weekend. I don't know if he was involved heavily in your boys' teams, but...
No, like, I think he's only a substitute, and for most people he is. I think Lamps even put him on as a sub, but yeah, 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. You can't go wrong. Crazy stats. Some people even played him over R9.
Says a lot, that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that at most, though, definitely more of a sub to come off the bench and to try and make things happen. We hear that there are some other games taking place right now. We have got 2 of the Israeli players still playing of Nom Esports just behind us. Robbie Feldman in a very tough game, but Aydin against Yuval Belly is also in extra time, that one. The Austrian against the Israeli, and also Correa of Argentina came through the ladder there. The Argentine who's made it into knockout. He's against Robbie Feldman, also in overtime there. Just to get your thoughts very quickly on the Israeli FIFA scene, there seems to be a lot more there that the players coming through. Once it was Robbie Feldman once upon a time. We had the online era from home, sort of FIFA 21, where we saw the likes of Nom Nisat Born, Yuval Belly form, and it just seems like there's been an abundance of Israeli FIFA players come through.
Yeah, and obviously Tesla, who played like 2 games to qualify for the World Cup. Unfortunately, they lost them both, but the Israelis, they are doing a good job. I think Nom is especially doing a good job now in getting the talent at the spots. And yeah, I mean, they're really humble and nice guys, so it's always good to seeing them making it. And I know for a fact that Paulo is watching that game very tightly now, because he's going to see who's going to be his opponent.
No, absolutely. He'll be up against one of those following this. 15 minutes left of extra time. And at the moment, some would argue it's a bit of a shock result, this one. Lamps, no doubt a very good FIFA player, but it'll be MS Desari's first defeat of the weekend. After a perfect Swiss format.
Desari is throwing everything at it right now. You can tell by his formation. Everybody's making runs forward, and this is far from over. There's stuff gonna happen for sure.
It's how the tables have turned, isn't it? Lamps was putting on the pressure for MS Desari. Now MS Desari has to constant press himself, but gaps will start to appear. Has to be so good defensively.
You have to win all of these one-on-one situations, which is tougher than it looks like. But
Bellingham, CR7, Mbappe can't lock onto that one. Ramos back to save the day.
It's good defending from Lamps, but like, he will get the opportunity to play people in behind, but Desari wins it again. Has the opportunity now to send Cancelo, but good defending again.
Look at the opportunity to break it. Humming-Song, has he got the legs on Sergio Ramos? Final 6 minutes, what result this would be. And a huge confidence booster as well, going into the qualification game for the FIFAe World Cup. This will be his first ever.
Corner here. That would be the right decision, and this is good from Lamps. Might not look the prettiest, but there's a World Cup on the hands here.
His first ever FIFAe World Cup, it would be, alongside $10,000.
Smart play from Lamps.
Minutes away from second round of the winners bracket.
Come on, he's playing it short now, surely, right?
Trying to hold on to every single millisecond he can. From changing player to doing anything. MS Desari just desperate for one more touch on the ball. Let's check in with this one quickly. Correa against Feldman. This is about to conclude. Penalties is happening there. We have to just keep a close eye on it. To the right, we'll try our best to provide you both. It's Feldman up first there, who misses. But Lamps has got the chance to conclude this game. I'm sure he's just going to look to seal it out. Perfect start there for Correa.
I think Lamps has done
MS Desari is about to lose this game. He's about to fall down to the lower bracket.
Don't think there's enough time for him to even get across his own half.
Well, that is one hell of a result to come out of this first round. MS Desari is in the lower bracket. Lamps is 1 win away from FIFAe World Cup. Let's jump across to this game now, which is also in penalties. Robbie Feldman's down at the moment. Correa is just missed as well. That makes things even more interesting. Penalty number 4 up for Bellingham. This is Robbie Feldman of Nom Esports from the spot, does score. Correa now looking to get back in. Oh. Keeper goes the right way. So does Mbappe. Great finish. Penalty number 5 now.
Perfect penalty that was.
Sadio Mane for Robbie Feldman. Let's make it 4 from 5. Wow, you've got to ask questions of Van der Sar there. And now this one to be the deciding penalty, maybe. Correa steps up, does score. It's going to be sudden death between these two. Yusuf Attal Robbie Feldman scores. Save, you win. Correa scores. We go another round of sudden death. Bellingham steps up. We go again. Eder Militao.
This brings back memories of yesterday.
Steps up, team of the season defender, does score for Real Madrid. Same again, pressure on the Argentine of Correa. Upstairs, Min Song has been so good. Van der Sar, just save it.
Nah, these penalty kicks are the best I've ever seen because they're all green timing it and it's just so perfectly in the corner.
Daniel Costa from fullback misses for Robbie Feldman. This is one hell of a chance for Correa. The surprise package from Argentina, steps up with Marcelo, scores off the post. Somehow squeezed it in. An essentials game in Correa. He's just won his first game. He's put Robbie Feldman into the lower bracket.
Crazy.
The Argentine is one win away from a FIFAe World Cup.
We got an Argentina versus Brazil matchup. Paulo versus Correa. I mean, so we're definitely seeing another South American at the World Cup, which is good.
And I spoke to Roy before this game, and I said, what do you make of your opponent? He said, I don't know much about him, Brandon, and that's the bad thing. I've not seen him before. They would have never matched before, completely different regions. But that's what the playoffs brings you. All sorts of results.
They probably, well, maybe they do, but the South Americans don't play against the Europeans as well. It's the same situation. Just get to play your own play style, and for sure they did because it was a very equal game that got decided on penalties.
Well, I do hear we have got one more game to conclude from that pit. It will be coming your way very shortly. It is between Aydin and Yuval Belli, another Israeli player. They'll be hoping that at least one of the players from Esports can stay on that winner's side of the bracket. But what a first round of fixtures render that has been. MS Dasari losing, Lamps one game away from FIFAe World Cup status.
I can't, like, I'm surprised that Dossary loses, but I'm really not that surprised that Lamps wins. That's the thing. But the matchup itself, I would have had Dossary as well because you just expect him to make it. But maybe he goes through the losers bracket for once.
He has to win 2 games. Back-to-back 2 games is the magical number to win.
Do we know some of the matchups already now? Can we get that?
Not fully confirmed yet. After this round, they will be. But as you're right, you've kept a BDR on the bracket, Palinette, so you can predict his next game. That's for sure happening. But result of the round, Palinetto. 7-0 last time we saw that one. What's the result?
Yeah, I'm crazy happy for him, but it's incredible. Like, if you start off that day, but he needs to stay like the motivation that he had before, because now he can't get into that position where he feels like, oh, I'm super confident, easy matchup because I scored 7 goals, right? No, total reset, have to completely start all over again because we just saw Correa coming off penalties. He will be for sure ready.
Well, this is our last game to conclude for our opening round. It is non-esports' Yuval Belli, one of those newest Israeli players to come through the ranks in the last 12 months. Came through sort of that online era. He had a good run in the Champions League as well. We made the group stage in Sweden. Unfortunately, didn't make it to the grand finals itself, but I was speaking to his coach Anders, and he said that one of the best attacking players he's seen. Aydin of Austria, though, has been a surprise package. And he's done so. I remember commentating on Aydin on a PlayStation Open Series tournament where he's battling out for sort of $200-300. I wouldn't have thought that a year on, he's at the playoffs, potentially on his way to a FIFAe World Cup. That is just the beauty of some of these players' stories we've got here.
Yeah, it's the beauty of FIFA esports.
I remember Levy David. Levy David used to play in $400 cups.
Yeah.
France beat France head-to-head.
I even remember, like, you tweeted out something about him, and because you were commentating on his game. And yeah, for sure, people can end up in a World Cup in 1 year easily. You saw it with Emre as well. It's the beauty of the sport, right?
And I think that's the thing about these younger players coming through. They're just so hungry. They're just so hungry to win.
The younger players are dangerous, man. People that, I'm 27, that's why I retired. I said, like, oh no, let me just stick to coaching, because the younger players, they are just really as good as nobody could predict them to be.
6 minutes away, this one from one of the Israeli players on this Group C bracket, being on the right side.
Yuval has a chance to clinch too.
Could seal the deal. CR7 running through. Nicely done. R9 can't quite latch onto that one. Ramos just about does. He might get one more roll of the dice now, Aydin.
Yeah. 1 and maybe 2 attacks left in this game. Oh, that's offside. Yuval needs to keep possession now. We don't want to lose that ball. We just saw a masterclass of that on Lamp's part. Probably searching for CR7 here. Finds him.
Does find it. There's the flick on that Ronaldo will always give you, but that's not the pass that Mbappe wanted to provide. Ramos wins it back. Here's Aydin, last chance of the game. It was a bit of a forced pass there. And this is really Yuval's to throw away. It's a bit risky, that, though. Ronaldo will always tee the one down. Ramos back to CR7!
Oh, my God.
Last kick of the game. We might be on for more penalties.
All smiles for Aydin there, and rightfully so. And this is mentally tough. This is very tough.
Just that moment there, Renzo. He's gone into the corner with 4 players around him. There's only so long you can hold the ball there before one of them's going to win it back.
I saw the situation happening. I was like, oh, this is not good. This is not good. Just shoot it like over the line, right? Like over the byline. But well, he didn't, and now we're going to PKs. And I can tell you, as a player, this is not a good feeling now.
Here's Yuval, steps up with Ramos from the spot. That's 1 from 1. Ramos of Aydin now to step up to also score. Misses!
That helps, though. That really helps.
Ronaldo, 2 from 2. Aydin needs to find the back of the net with CR7 of all people. Does this time. 3 from 3. Mbappe for Yuval. Barely. No! The pressure. Just too much, so it seems.
These penalty series are crazy.
Aydin misses 2. It doesn't matter. Still just in front is Yuval. Misses down the middle. Chance for Aydin to pretty much bring this one back square. Mbappe steps up. He does score.
And we're all equal. The final penalties, unless we go to sudden death.
Marcelo scores. Must score for Aydin of Austria.
Khalid.
To stay in this one. Hullet steps up. Misses. Nom have a player on that winner's bracket side who is 1 win away from the FIFAe World Cup.
Wow, what a match. I mean, Yuval is probably like in such relief right now because he obviously felt like he threw it away, and then to win on PKs, this became from like a mental setback to a mental boost.
That could have been a tough round for Nom Esports there.
Yeah.
2 penalty shootouts, maybe both lost and in the lower bracket. Luckily enough, it hasn't come out like that. Aydin, though, a player to still watch out for. Never gave up. Last kick of the game, found himself back in it. And, I mean, penalties are penalties, aren't they? It's a flip of the coin.
It's still the same objective in the end. If you're in the loser's bracket right now, you have 2 games up still, possibly, to qualify for the World Cup. I mean, obviously it's a setback, but it's still capable.
Yeah, what a first round, by the way. What a round indeed. Renzo, thank you
no problem.
very much for joining us. What's the plan for you now? A few hours before you kick off with Levy?
Probably going to cheer for Paulo in that last game, hopefully. And then, yeah, I'm going to check up on Levy and get him ready because we're starting in 2 hours from now.
And will it be 4 from 4 at the FIFAe World Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. Anyway, thank you so much for
No
your
worries.
expert analysis, as always, today in the commentary booth. We're going to throw it back to the 3 of them. Down on the stage, Rachel Stringer, Mike Lavelle and Carl Walker. Over to you.
Thanks, Brandon and Renzo. Yeah, very confident there. 4 from 4 for Team Hullet. We'll have to wait and see there. Anything can happen, and that was proved, I think, in what we've just seen there. If yesterday we said it pretty much went to form, that very much didn't. And I'm going to talk about one man, MS Dasari, champion at the World Cup back in 2018, runner-up in 2019. We didn't have one in 2020. He qualified for 2021. He's looking for his 4th consecutive World Cup qualification here, and he gets a loss in the first round, Mike LaBelle.
He's going to be pushed to show that MS Dasari form here and that kind of championship pedigree to be able to battle back. I don't think anybody really expected him to lose that opener. It's on stage, a lot of pressure, but give a lot of credit to Lamps. He played amazing, very creative in the final third, and really put a lot of pressure on MS Dasari.
Maybe he had, I guess, all the support as well. All the Americans were sitting there on the front row. They were really rooting for Lamps, who was on the stage. Kyle, I quickly went and spoke to MS Dasari, who actually has, I guess, the honour or not of playing on the stage again right now. I'm not sure how you look at that if you're him. I said, how are you feeling? And he just went, well, it's the first round, you know. Anything kind of can happen. He didn't look too fast. He's got Enzo in his camp for Team Falcons. We saw him at Team of the Season Cup. He used to be Tex's coach. He's got a good team around him. Do you expect him to lose? The next one, Catcher, is who he's got, the Italian player.
You can never expect MS Dasari to lose 2 on the bounce. He'll definitely be able to look at the mistakes that he made and actually the reasons why he didn't win that game, because we saw that he managed to go ahead, but there was some slight mistakes that we saw Lamps capitalise on. MS Dasari will not do that 2 games in a row. I'm confident that he'll be able to adapt, to be able to actually bring back that MS Dasari form we've seen. It's not round 1 anymore. It's the beginning of the day, essentially, for him. He now is warm. The fingers are good to go. He's loose. He's ready. I'm looking forward to the second matchup.
Well, I'm going to talk about Lamps, guys. Let's just have a word about the man.
Don't discredit Lamps.
You discredited the
I did
NA
not
players
discredit.
yesterday.
No.
Okay.
I never discredited anyone yesterday. We can watch the tape back.
Lamps has just taken down the GOAT of FIFA esports. That's always a contentious subject. Which way do we go on that? Who is the GOAT in terms of FIFA? But what a performance up on the main stage. You know, twice North American champion, but looking to qualify for the World Cup for the first time. This is a massive deal.
And he deserved that win. He put together really beautiful cancellations, intricate work, both defensively and offensively. And I will say this with Emes Desari, I kind of feel like once he gets pushed, he just gets better. So if there was a time to beat him, that would be the moment, because you do not want to face a motivated Desari facing potentially elimination.
But in terms, can I just stick with Mike on this? You watch, obviously, the American scene a lot, North American scene, you're in the EMLS. You know Lamps. What does he bring to the party in terms of, I guess, how he plays, his style, his personality?
Well, we've always said he's had the potential. I've known Lamps since he was 14. He's now still a teenager, but you know, he's competing now. But I feel like there's a lot of unpredictable and intricate work that you're going to see in a lot of the final third play. So as long as you can put that together with defending, you know that you'll be able to build attacks. And the way that he saw out that game, maybe it won't be as easy on the eyes, but he held the ball really well, and it took away the opportunity for Emes Desari to have a comeback opportunity or to make that last chance.
Yeah, totally. Well, Carl, I'm going to ask you about the pit in a short while, but for now, we're going to go to the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments of that feature matchup. Emes Desari took on Lamps. Lamps was victorious in this one, Mike.
And if you missed this, we have the ultimate recap. Emes Desari 1-0. You saw that roulette. It's gorgeous. The extra pass made to R9, of course, with the fresh cut that we all know oh so well. Top corner, best corner. And then it left it to the second leg where Lamps was able to get off to a good start, which was really important to set that tempo against Emes Desari, put him under some pressure, because you always know there's going to be more opportunities created. And you see the emotion. You saw the Americans. Everybody was cheering as you have the layoff there. Green time. No mistake about it from Emes Desari. And at 2-2, you're saying, well, maybe we're going to see a swing, another layoff there. You're never going to miss those types of opportunities right from the 6-yard box with R9. This is gorgeous here. 88th minute, probably his last attack, you got to say, from Lamps. And at this point, there was belief. You saw him pop off, you see the shushes, you see the calm downs, and then more of the same. The extra pass made, and Sonaldo was doing his thing. He was extra active, and you see what it means to the whole team in the camp. And it gives them that one step away from being in the FIFAe World Cup, and that'd be 2 for 2 for the North American guys. We saw Diddy Crisalito yesterday.
Yeah, you've got to get 2 wins, of course. So he's got 1 under his belt, 1 more still to come. Let's have a look then at the bracket after that first round of matchups. Kyle, I mean, there were some ones that we didn't particularly expect. I mean, I'm going over to Paolo Neto, Pina over there. You were in the pit watching that unfold.
I mean, yeah, that first leg, 4-0. Paolo Neto was winning. We've seen what he's been able to do over the last few years. He now sets himself up in that quarter 4, as you can see, the bottom right of the upper bracket against Correa. And both of these, or all of them in the pit, have got plenty of support. I think that is going to be the added extra element for these players. Yes, they've got the skills on the pitch, but can they deal with that pressure of everyone behind them?
And don't get me wrong, I'm happy for the winner's quarters, but my eyes, I just can't get away from Emes Desari in an elimination matchup versus Katja. It's going to be live, front and center, on stage. I'm dialed.
Go on, Kyle, you're popping the one down the right-hand side.
Down right again, I've just spotted it. Pina against Feldman. That is a matchup that I am so excited. I'm going to be in the pit for that one. I'm going to be behind them because Stefano Pina, I was stood right behind him as he was having to deal with conceding all of those goals. That pressure looked like it was getting to him a little bit. Now he's got to turn it on. He's been to the FIFAe World Cup. He's been to the final of a FIFAe World Cup. He needs to show that form right now.
There are genuinely so many players in there at the 16 that have the capability of going like there was yesterday, but I feel, like I've already mentioned, this group is stacked. Umit taking on Yuval Belli then in the next round. One of them has to drop down, one of them will qualify. Doesn't mean they both might not eventually qualify, but it's just absolutely stacked. Mike, I wanted to talk a bit more about Lamps, so he's got Maxi on his side as well. Complexity Maxi, we've seen him, didn't we, Team of the Season Cup. What can the likes of him add to his camp?
Well, Maxi's been here before. Also a world champion with Joxton when you're looking at the E Club. And having that experience, having that coaching can not only give you some help with the tactics, but also sometimes to calm your nerves. And what we're seeing that's different about this event from previous events is people are popping off. There's a lot of energy in the room. It's just not online. It's not a broadcast studio. You're going to have to deal with yelling, screaming, celebrating, drama, a little bit of everything. I mean, you saw the pick. Kyle was down there. I was hoping somebody was going to get up and yell while you were down there. I was watching for it.
Well, after the break, we have our feature matchup. We're dropping down to the lower half of this bracket. Is MS Dasari taking on Catcher. It's going to be popping off. Kyle Walker, I'm going to send you down to the picks. It's going over to Leah Ravel and Ryan Pessoa after this short break.
Hola a todos, soy Matías Bonano, el jugador de FIFA para Team Heretics y hoy les voy a enseñar las variantes de la 4-4-2 contención. Acá, como ven, salimos de contragolpe y vemos que él no tiene a su extremo acomodado, entonces la situación perfecta para hacer esto. Acá, como vemos, él tiene el lateral solo contra nuestro extremo y contra nuestro lateral. Lo que hacemos es darse al extremo, pivotear, esperar que el lateral termine subiendo y cuando él tenga que agarrar inevitablemente el lateral, porque en algún momento lo va a tener que agarrar, le tiramos a un pase largo al lateral nuestro y bueno, después ya terminamos definiendo con pase al delantero y demás. Bueno, acá, como ven, una situación más parecida. Si bien el extremo está en una posición más aceptable que en el anterior clip, se puede hacer igualmente para saltar líneas. Es muy difícil que te corten ese pase del lateral extremo. No, tampoco se va a pensar que vas a hacer eso. Yo creo que no lo hace tanta gente, entonces es bastante clave hacerlo. Acá, como ven y como decía anteriormente, es inevitable agarrar el lateral en algún momento e irte a presionar, porque si no vas a llegar solo en profundidad a la banda. Acá lo que intenta es cortar el pase de Roberto Carlos, entonces ahí tenía todas las opciones yo de ganar y nada, él se terminó arriesgando y terminó fallando en la marca y terminó haciendo el gol. Bueno, yo soy Matías, esta fue mi masterclass de 4-4-2 contención y nos estamos viendo.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFAe World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Dasari, Moalba all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
Yesterday, some went home unexpectedly, while some celebrated clinching their place at the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFAe World Cup. Only 16 spots remain, and today we'll find out who they belong to. Live from London, the final day of the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues after this short break.
Hello, you guys, and welcome back to day 2 of the FGS playoffs here in London, England. My name is Leah Ravel, and I am joined here again by my co-host, Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited. Of course, we've seen some great matchups so far. Interesting results. I think there's been a huge upset so far. So, yeah, it remains to see what happens.
Definitely an upset indeed. Possibly something that we weren't expecting.
Yeah.
Obviously, as you guys know, or if you are just tuning in, last match on the main stage was MS Dasari versus Lamps, and Lamps actually took that one as MS Dasari dropped to the lower brackets. Going unbeaten in Swiss and then losing a match when it counts is perhaps not setting him up for too much confidence going into this next match.
Yes, a tough one to take. Of course, we spoke about Dasari losing to Lamps, but the other games as well. Look at it. Akacia losing 3-2 against Andoni. So, of course, Akacia versus Dasari in the loser bracket. That's a big game. And, of course, Umut winning his game, matching up against Yuval Belli, conceding on the last kick in extra time. He won on penalties, so that saved him a huge upset. Ethan losing 3-0. That's going to hurt.
It hurts me a little bit too, I can't lie. I have a little bit of bias for Ethan and a little bit of bias for our EMLS boys. Like taking a look at Palo Neto with 8-1 on aggregate. What an insane scoreline. Even Young and Correa 6-2. Some pretty big scorelines in these matches. But talking about the match that is going to be featured today, we are going to be watching MS Dasari again on the main stage against Arcacia. How do you think MS Dasari must feel being up there on the main stage after just taking a loss to Lamps?
He loves it. Of course, you can see in the background we've got tons of players and personnel behind the players playing in the pit. And, of course, the main stage, Akacia versus MS Dasari. He's got the experience. He knows. He's been in situations before. Not regularly, of course. He's always used to winning. But he's got the experience, the championship mentality behind him. I think he'll bounce back. But Akacia's really difficult. I rate him really highly. He's someone that I thought was an underdog to make the World Cup before even coming into this. So it's going to be tough.
You mentioned that previously, as a pro, you've played Arcacia, and we're also surprised then at his skill level and the level.
Yeah, he's an incredible player. I think that, I wouldn't say he's gone under the radar. I think this year a lot of people are starting to understand his skill level. They're starting to appreciate it a little bit more. But I think, again, if he beats Dasari, it is an upset again. In my opinion anyway, just because we always hold Dasari as the best, or if not the best players, or one of the best players in the world.
Definitely. Well, you guys, as you can see the countdown, we are 5 seconds away for this feature match between MS Dasari and Arcacia, and we are kicking off now. Speaking a little bit about MS Dasari and his accolades in the last year, as we know, he qualified for playoffs here by winning the EMBS Cup, but an experienced veteran at the FIFAe World Cup as well. He was there in 2018, 2019, and 2021, and obviously winning his very first FIFAe World Cup in 2018. So, as you said, Ryan, going into a tournament like this with the experience that he has, do you think that perhaps he's not sweating too much because he knows he has that talent, he has that skill level, he has that experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he would have gone into the game against Lamps not overly. I wouldn't say he would have expected himself. No, he would have expected himself to win, but I don't think it would have affected his performance in that game. I just think he started a bit slow, in all honesty.
And I think, you know, for him going unbeaten in Swiss, building up that confidence and then take a loss, but a potential chance here by MS Dasari, and it is defended well by Arcacia. Going into knockouts after going unbeaten in Swiss and then losing the first match of the day, essentially, must give him a little bit of nerves, but I don't know. What's your prediction?
That's really hard to say, I'll be honest. I think it's so hard to go against Dasari, but I'm going to sit on the fence for once. I'm not going to give a prediction, but I think this game's going to be really tightly contested. But I think for Dasari, just needs to play his own game and see where he goes from there. But of course, there are other games that are really, really important going across the pit. These are games to make the World Cup. Of course, this one is an elimination game, so it's not to make the World Cup, but to bring them a step forward. But yeah.
Definitely. As Ryan mentioned, this is the lower bracket, so the winner moves on, but the loser, unfortunately, will be eliminated. And a chance here by R9, MS Dasari. First chance, first time. That is in by Ronaldo Nazario. Thoughts?
barely any celebration there from Enzo and MS Dasari. It's a big goal. They needed to score first just to ease the nerves, building up on the byline. It's that player look there to R9 Ronaldo, moving him in front of the goalkeeper for an easy finish. There's been some celebrations in the background. Of course, we'll be updating you across the games that are going on. Of course, games for the World Cup. We've got Lamps versus Andoni. That's a huge game as well. Yuval Belli versus Red Bull Leipzig's as well, which is massive.
Some really, really big games today, and as mentioned, this is the last day. It's do or die for these people. We had groups A and B yesterday. Today is C and D. Some other really big names that are playing today. Tex is playing later as well, so I'm sure there'll be lots of tension, lots of excitement, lots of action to see throughout the day. You're right, MS Dasari looks calm, cool, collected. He doesn't look nervous. He knows what he needs to do, and he knows what he needs to do to get that done. Pedri is an item that we haven't really seen much this weekend. It's interesting that that we're seeing that in Arkasha's team.
Yeah, but as I said, Pedri is one of my favorite cards to use in midfield. He's got the skill moves, the agility, the balance, very tricky in possession. But again, maybe you would opt for somebody different in midfield, but if it works for you, you have to keep on using those players that brought you success.
Definitely. You wouldn't catch Pedri in my team, I'll be honest. I have no Barcelona people on my team. Bellingham is another consistent one that we've seen across all teams. A very good item, both his team of the season and his future stars when he had that as well. But potential chance here from Pele into the box, but unfortunately is defended very well by MS Dasari.
Seems to be a lot of space for Akacha to push forward as he builds up here with his midfielders on the edge of the box.
Oh, another chance here. Ronaldo, first time, scores! Both R9, both goals. Again, no celebration, no reaction.
Just a slight smile there, a little fist bump with the coach behind him. It was very easy, as I was saying. There seems to be a lot of space. Pass into Bellingham, the extra pass across the first time touch into a shot into the bottom corner. It's an easy finish.
Very easy finish indeed. We saw a little bit of this in MS Dasari's first game where he would use second man press a little bit, potentially in the wrong situations, and pull a lot of his defenders out. And would you think that that's what's causing the space in his defensive line here? A potential chance here, R9, but passes it back to Hullet. Can he find the space to get it through to Mbappe? Slow on the build-up, composed. He's not rushing in too fast.
Not at all, but as you said, with the second man press, that's something you associate with Dasari. His pressing off the ball is second to none. For me, one of, if not the best players when it comes to pressing players in possession. He builds up. He loves Kevin De Bruyne as well as a pass in.
Another chance through to Ronaldo. Almost. Again, no reaction, nothing.
And here the crowd, of course, supporting Dasari. He's got his fellow nationals behind him. But again, it's a player look. Same thing that led to the first goal has led to the second. Green time to make no mistake about it for an easy finish with Cristiano Ronaldo. Of course, the shapeshifters card. 99 pace, 99 shooting in front of goal. He's deadly. You expect him to score.
Imagine if we all had unlocked accounts for FUTChamps.
How many wins would you get? 3?
Oh my
Yes,
God. Okay. Less? Yesterday you said 5.
Getting lower now, yeah.
I get like 6, maybe. 9. No, 11. I've got 11 this year.
Of course.
Okay. He's showing me out in front of everyone. Another chance here, potentially, by Arkasha. Can he find the space with Pele and Ronaldo? Oh, what a chance. And Allison grabs it out of the air. You know, that was either in or not, but I thought for sure that was in.
It's a great chance. Again, he's giving away possession, Dasari, in his own half. I think Akacha is getting a lot of success building up. There seems to be so many options. I'm not too sure on the formation choice that he's using, but as you say, Dasari, there's a lot of gaps.
And I think Arkasha, or it looks like Arkasha has read his opponent quite well and is learning how to... Oh, a potential chance here by Ronaldo, but Arkasha is there to defend it with Eder Militao. I love that I'm seeing so many Eder Militaos, but it looks like he's learning how to adapt his play style to that of MS Dasari and take advantage of those spaces. And all the space with Ronaldo. Ronaldo's in. Is this a chance? Green timed, but Allison saves it as well. But Pedri regains that possession inside the box and is looking to build up for another chance. Bellingham to Hullet. Again, some space. A potential giveaway there by Dasari, but he regains that possession.
Yeah, that chance came from at the first time ball over the top. It seems As I said, I keep saying this. I don't know. I'm not used to Dasari giving away this many chances so early on in a game. I think, as you say, sort of very rarely you see this one. Maybe he is slightly nervous defensively, but offensively he seems to be deadly every time he goes forward.
Another chance here. Ronaldo, first time. Ooh.
Wasn't enough there. Just, I think he was just too close to the goalkeeper to try that shot. I think it was too close to even potentially attempt a ball roll around the keeper. But sometimes you see those chances go over the onrushing keeper. They dive a little bit too quickly, but not this time.
What would you do in that situation?
It's tough. I'll be honest. I think I would have done the same thing. I just hoped it would have worked, or maybe opted for a chip. But again, it's easier saying that now after seeing the chance.
Definitely. And it's a testament, obviously, to MS Dasari being so experienced in this space and knowing, you know, what it takes to not only qualify for the FIFAe World Cup, but win. He's played against a lot of these people in the past in various different competitions. As mentioned, his accolades, even this year alone with EMBS Cup, he was second in the Masters Cup this year and the Champions Cup winner. So he's got a lot on his back. He's got a lot to talk about. He's one of the best. He's one of the biggest names in this competition. So.
Yes, he'll be hoping to get his record. I think it'll be 4 World Cups if he qualifies for this one. It's not going to be easy getting past Akachi, and of course, potentially another game. Well, he definitely has another game if he wins this to make the World Cup. But be happy with the way the first half has been going. 2-1 up against Akachi, and hopefully we'll be able to get some updates across the pit, seeing what's going on. And we haven't heard too many celebrations recently, so I'm not sure if there's...
it's a little bit quiet. As we say this, something's about to happen, likely. But how do you think Akashi is feeling right now? 1-0 down, or 2-1 down, rather, at halftime in the first leg. He's got a lot of time to bring this back, and we haven't really seen a super dominant performance from either of them.
No, not at all. I think for Dasari, as we say, when you're winning, you need to look at the positives, and he'll be experienced enough with Enzo behind him, one of the best coaches in the scene that you can have. Just be saying, you might not be playing the best FIFA you've played in your career, but you're still winning. I say, even though you've been giving up chances, the key is just to iron out those chances as the game progresses.
Exactly. It looks like MS Dasari is also, he's got his headset on, he's locked in, maybe he's listening to music, as most do, but it looks like Akashi is, you know, just there in his glory, getting the job done. Chance here by Pele, first shot, but Allison saves that. Could have done a little bit better there, but regains that possession from a corner, trying to get another chance in the box. De Bruyne is another item that we haven't seen too consistently. I've said this before, but I'm not crazy about, but granted, what do I know? Because I'm not a pro. I'm not crazy about any De Bruyne item this year, but it's interesting to see that in Akashia's team. Bellingham is a consistent one that I've seen, obviously R9, Cancelo, Cristiano Ronaldo. It's kind of just outside of the box, trying to create that space, trying to get the shot away. He's not looking to press too much or attack too hard.
One thing that we have seen Dasari loving is the shots outside the box. We see it in the Team of the Season Cup, partnering up with Dr. Nightwatch, Fourth Course Falcons in that the Masters Cup, part of the Masters teams. He loved the shot outside the box with De Bruyne, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see a green timed.
I thought we were just about to see it there. Mbappe, another one. Did that get through to R9? It did not. De Bruyne again. To Ronaldo again. Both of them not really looking to attack too much. Akashi has only 1 goal down. We see Dasari using that player lock a lot. We haven't seen that too much this weekend, I feel. Here and there, but not as consistently as MS Dasari is using it. And taking a look, you guys, at the scores at the bottom of your screen for the other matches that are happening at the moment. We see Paulo Neto up 1-0 to Korea. MS Dasari, obviously, this is the match that we are watching. 1-1. Dotara and Aiden. Ethan down 1-0 to Korea. And Felbin 2-0 up. Lamps 1-1. That game is anyone's game at the moment. Some pretty even score lines, not too crazy, especially Paulo Neto, in comparison to his last couple matches.
Korea is, of course, a fantastic player as well. We saw him in Swiss format, taking some huge scalps as well, defeating Didi Chris Lito by some margin as well. But for Paolo Neto. Scoring that many goals will give you a huge boost of confidence.
Definitely. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this match. MS Tosari leads 2-1 up in the first leg. As Ryan mentioned previously, this is an elimination match. So the loser of this game, unfortunately, will not continue. But a chance here from R9, but he does not get the time to get that on goal. And a pause queued up here. These players are looking calm. I'm surprised, especially, well, MS Tosari's up, so he's leading. I would imagine that he wouldn't feel any type of way at the moment. He is in control of the game, but what do you think Arkashi has to change going forward in this match?
It's tough to say. I don't think he needs to change anything yet. It's still only a 1-goal deficit. So we hear some celebrations as well going on across. We're seeing Lamps up against Andoni. This is a game for the World Cup as well, so the winner books their ticket in Copenhagen for the World Cup. Of course, we saw yesterday 16 other players. Fairness mainly filled up with Europeans, not to blow out on Trump in all these. I think it was 14 out of 16 players were European. It was only Didi Crislito and Webb Nasri who qualified outside of being a European player. So maybe we'll see some differences today. It's looking like Lamps and a few other South American players might be breaking that.
Definitely, and we will find out as we go. You will see updates of those matches, and we'll try to get as many updates as possible with all the other action that's happening at the moment. But MS Tosari has possession again in this game. 75th minute. What do you think his game plan is? Just see out the rest of the game, not attack too hard, absorb some pressure, and then kind of chill? Or do you think he's going to try and get at least one more goal?
I was just going to say, I think he was trying to slow down the pace a little bit more, but seems to be giving it away hugely here. But it's going to be a nervy last 15 minutes for Arkashi trying to defend.
Definitely. Well, as mentioned before, you guys, MS Tosari is a huge, huge, huge name in this competition. This is not his first, not his second, not even his third. This could potentially be his fourth FIFAe World Cup. So he is a experienced veteran. He knows what it's about. He knows the pressure. He knows what he needs to do. So it could go either way. I mean, one goal is not decisive in any means, and in FIFA 22, we know anything can happen.
Yeah, I agree. Anything can happen. But if we were to say a few names off the bat before playoffs started, who's making the World Cup? You're saying Tex, you're saying Desari, you're saying Nicholas, Matthias. Obviously, there has been a few upsets across the board. You've seen some players that haven't even made it through Swiss that you potentially could have said could have made the World Cup. But for Desari, if he loses this game, this is a humongous upset. That's nothing to take away from the ability of Lamps, who beat him in the first round of the winners bracket today, or even against Arkashi in this game. Losing, for me, is a disaster for a season. This is what he comes to play. He doesn't, obviously he cares about a lot of the other competitions, but the World Cup is the one which he wants to perform at every single year.
The most coveted, the most exciting, and like you said, the one that these players look forward to every year, and I agree. Would you agree that that would be the biggest upset of the day if he didn't?
Oh, without doubt. Biggest upset of the weekend by a long shot, in my opinion. Just because, again, he's a World Cup winner. Not being at the World Cup to try and potentially win a second one, of course, will be a huge upset. But in fairness, he's still in control now to be progressing into the next stage of the loser bracket. But again, there's still a long way to go. Last attack here in this game will go to Arkashi, looks to. So there might be another goal if there is to be some more time.
A pause queued up here by MS Tosari again. Unfortunately, didn't get it when he queued it up, but looking to keep that. Arkashi is looking to keep that position for the last few seconds of the first leg. What do you think that would say or make Arkashi feel beating a superstar like MS Tosari?
It'd give him a huge boost of confidence. Huge. It's like for Lamps as well, winning that game, for me, could have even qualified him for the World Cup.
Right.
He must feel indispensable, unbeatable, as we see a close in this game. 2-1 to Desari going into the second leg, so it's going to be an interesting second leg when it comes after the break.
Super, super interesting. We're looking forward to the second leg between MS Tosari and Arkashi. MS Tosari leading 2-1 going into the second leg after this break. We'll be right back.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
Hey guys, my name is Max. I'm a professional FIFA player for Complexity Gaming, and today I'm going to teach you how to use the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow second variation. So for our first pattern here, we're going to be looking at how we use fullbacks to create space when attacking. Once we win the ball back, the first thing that I do is I trigger my fullback on a run manually. So now you see my fullback at the top of the screen. He's running down the right side, and so is my striker. That leaves 2 attackers down the right side, and he only has 1 left back. Once I recognize this, I have the ball with my center mid, and we just play the ball. Now here in this position, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys running, darting into the box, and he has 5 defenders that can cope with it. So I look into the box, I see there's no one there initially, so I have to recycle the play and go backwards. An open pass comes back, my center mid drops back, and then we're going to just keep passing. There's an open guy almost always in the narrow around the box. As we mentioned earlier, we got tackled, but the key thing is that we managed to advance the ball into his box off of like a 5-second attack. Hey guys, thank you for watching my 4-1-2-1-2 masterclass video. See you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the Global Series playoffs here live in London. You join us for the second leg of our second round of games. At the end of this round, 4 players in that up half of the bracket will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. As you can currently see, it could be Brazilian's first ever player to qualify this time round on FIFA 22. Edson, 28, leads Young by 2-0. Paulo Neto can make it 2 Brazilians. He leads Correa by 1-0. Umit of RB Leipzig could be a second German in the hat, going to Copenhagen, and Lampson and Donny is 2-2 at the break. My name's Brandon Smith. Alongside me is Leah Ravel for the second half call of this game. You caught the first leg, Leah. Safe to say Mr. Sari is in front, but just about.
Just about, definitely. He is not perhaps performing to his potential at this moment, but he has the experience. He knows what he's doing. He's been here before, as mentioned, 18, 19, 21. This will be his 4th. So is the pressure getting to him as much as it would get to other people? Probably not.
It seems as if whenever MS Dasari's in the playoffs, Leah, he always seems to qualify. If he qualifies this year, it'll be the 4th consecutive year that he has made it to the FIFAe World Cup. And especially after that defeat as well. That could have sent him a number of different ways, but to put him in a winning position against a very good player who was a runner-up of the E-Champions League back in 2021, Katia, you've got to give him some credit there.
Definitely. And I think, you know, going unbeaten in Swiss, going into knockouts, with that confidence, especially after the accolades that he has had and won this year, to then losing against another fantastic player like Lamps, perhaps set him back a little bit. But yeah, I think Arcadia, being only 1-0 down going into the second leg, or 1 goal down rather, going into the second leg, must give him a little bit of confidence as well.
Well, he took one of the final playoff spots, did Katia of Italy, after finishing quite low on the ladder in his own Respective levels, he wanted to be a little bit higher this year. He did come in. Ranked 22, 200 Global Series points. Him and Principe were one of the last two players to actually get the call up for these Global Series playoffs. He has had a good year in terms of nationally as well. He does represent his Italian nationality, and he will be going to the FIFAe Nations Cup, the last tournament in July next month. He'll be hoping to make it at least 2 tournaments as he looks to come forward now with Pedri on this right-hand side. 8 minutes into this one, he is trailing by a goal to nil. Kicking from left to right, representing AZ Monza. Bellingham finds Pullet building now, looking for the first real chance of the game. He looked for the one more pass, just couldn't quite find it.
What's interesting so far is that he's starting this game with a lot more, I don't want to say aggression, but he's attacking a lot more. He's looking for the ball. He's looking for possession to work his way into that box to get a chance on goal.
And when you play against someone like Mr. Sorry, that's the attitude you have to have. You have to take the game to them, and in an ideal route, you have to be in front. That's what Lamps was able to do a number of times, sort of go toe-to-toe with Mr. Sari, never let the game go by a 2-goal deficit. It was always in one, and that's sort of the recipe to how you beat someone like MS Dasari. Take the game to them, make them feel uncomfortable, and make them come out and play.
100%. And I think, as well, there's some sort of mental game being played against both sides. Because if you look like someone like Arkashia coming up against a giant like MS Dasari, that must give you like a mental kind of block when competing against them on the main stage. He must think to some extent, well, you know, he won the FIFAe World Cup before. He's been at 2 others. This is his 4th. He's won 2, 3 accolades this year alone. What am I up against?
Keep in mind, this is an elimination game. Those that are just tuning in at home, MS Dasari could not be at the FIFAe World Cup. Let's check in next door to this one. Andoni PM against Lamps. Lamps, who just did defeat MS Dasari. What a game this one. Plans to be. Second leg there. That's 2-2, that one. Just kicked off. There are also 6 more matches taking place just behind us. De Bruyne building nicely. CR7, R9, MS Dasari maybe overplayed ever so slightly. Just did not tee up right, did it, for Mbappe?
No, I think that extra pass was probably not necessary. I think he was in a weird bit of space. I don't know if he would have had the shot away either way, but I would have taken that first-time shot if it were me. But it's not, and I'm not a pro, so.
Check back in with this one. Makila Dayed and all the other games that are taking place. This is to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. It would be Andoni's 3rd ever E-World Cup. Somehow that one deflects off the post. Andoni of Movie Star Riders coming so close to breaking the dead goal there. It would have been quite a fortunate finish, but I don't think he would have been complaining.
Oh my goodness, my heart rate just skyrocketed watching that. I can imagine what they must be feeling in the pit.
Back to this one. Still goalless. Here's some scorelines coming in. These are elimination games. Roy Feldman winning 2-1 against Pinner. Lamps Andoni, as we said, on the winner's bracket side. Umit against Yuval, that's on the winner's bracket side. Here's R9, here's a great chance. Kachia just can't quite find a way through. Palinetto beating Correa by a goal to nil. MS Dasari, as we know, is just about in the driving seat. Quarter played short, Hullet back to goal. Pele deflected, that could have went anywhere.
Ooh, MS Dasari looking really, really composed in front of goal, not pulling his defenders out too much, which is what we've seen in his previous matchups today.
Building though. There's Kachia. No way through on that occasion.
It's interesting looking at the Lamps' matchups in the last 2 games. Would we have expected that from a player like Lamps? I think that's, you know, potentially, if he qualifies for the FIFAe World Cup, he's going undefeated in knockouts in the winner's bracket. That's
after being 0-2 in Swiss as well, Leah.
Exactly.
0-2, back against the wall, has not lost a game since he went 0-2 back on Thursday. That's ridiculous.
ridiculous. And that's a testament to, you know, his team, himself, his mental, his gameplay, what he can do under pressure. Maybe he's just a player that performs better under pressure.
Well, here's the game on the right-hand side of your screen. RB Leipzig, Umit, runner-up of the virtual Bundesliga this year, losing to Dolomic. Looking to make his first ever FIFAe World Cup final. He is currently about 77 minutes away from doing so. He leads by 3-0. Will be a second German to qualify for Copenhagen. That's a serious result to turn around.
Definitely, and as Brendan mentioned, Very, very, very lucky there with a clearance from MS Dasari. As Brandon mentioned, elimination games. We're going to see our first qualifiers today for the FIFAe World Cup after these matches. And this match, we could potentially see MS Dasari not going to the World Cup. Would you say that's the biggest upset of the weekend?
In terms of the big names that we've had in the playoffs, absolutely, that'll be the number one headline story, I think you could call it. MS Dasari not being there wouldn't feel like an E-World Cup without the king of the jungle, former world champion, not being amongst the 32. But if anything, it just goes to show how difficult now and how much better as well the FIFA quality's got over the last few years in this online era where we've had so many new names come through. Half-time, he is 45 minutes away from making it happen, though.
Definitely, and I think Arcasia has, again, it's a testament to his skill level. He's holding him off only by 1 goal. And I think in comparison to the matches that we watched, or their first match, rather, in the first leg, it was pretty even. We didn't see a lot from either. Obviously, we do have that extra goal from MS Dasari, but Arcasia is coming in strong this game, and I think, so far, he's the dominant side.
He may have had that possession, but he just cannot find the back of the net, as it seems so far. 45 minutes left to play. As we said, other games also coming towards the end. At the end of this round, 4 people will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup, and 4 players will be eliminated for the playoff knockout stage. That'll be the end of their FIFA 22 season, and back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, they won't be part of the numbers flying into Copenhagen.
Taking a look at that pit right now behind us, there's, what did you say, 100, 200 people surrounded, and the tension inside the pit, you guys can take a look at it right now, silent. Silent. We either see it packed with passion and emotion or locked in to their matches. Crazy. What a shot.
Yeah, when the goals start flying, and I'm sure that place will start to erupt. There's one.
There it is.
There's a few more. Start to fly. I think that might have been Footwiz Ethan that's batted the goal against Kaikarai there of VFL Bukun.
Let's go, Footwiz Ethan. Vamos. We love to see that.
Back underway. MS Dasari trying to save his tournament status here. This game is not to qualify for the World Cup. This is to get into the lower bracket matchup that will get you there.
Some more passion from the pit behind us. Lots of goals being scored, and as always, we will have updates for those matches. But as Brandon mentioned, we are only 45 minutes away. MS Dasari moves on, has to win one more game, but if Arcasia does lose this one, unfortunately, his FIFA 22 season will be concluded. I think MS Dasari is in an interesting position right here because he's only up by 1 goal. So he has a lot to do. He can't just sit back because Arcasia is about to attack with everything he has.
Oh, absolutely. Let's just quickly have a look at this game. This is 2 Brazilians going at it. It's SPQR Young against CM Edson. At the moment, Edson does lead by 2 goals. Now, this will be his first ever FIFAe World Cup final. And the first name from Brazil that's on the sheet that will be flying out to Denmark. We're yet to have a player that has qualified from Brazil as of yet. Hopefully that will change after this round. Palanetto, as we know, is also winning. Finesse shot comes in deflected. Still chance could be alive. CR7 does his best to turn, but it's just not falling at the moment.
Ryan was mentioning in the first leg that MS Dasari is notorious for his second man press or his press style in general. But we did see in the first leg, or in the first match rather, against Lamps, that one of the goals that he conceded was because he used perhaps the second man press in a situation that he shouldn't have and pulled too many of his defenders. And I think in that situation that we just saw, we saw a little bit of that, which obviously opens up space for Arcasia to potentially have a chance.
If MS Dasari gets another goal, you'd like to say that he will be home and dry. Just how he can see out games. I don't think anyone else in this 16-player bracket has got as much experience at LAN that he has. Palanetto, Correa, let's check in there. He is still winning. He is 60 minutes just under away from qualifying himself to another E-World Cup. The Brazilian Volante United, who has been the calmest of the Brazilian players over there. He hasn't got too emotional, but he did say if he does qualify, he will get emotional, so I look forward to seeing that.
Definitely, obviously, coming off of some other accolades this year, MLS Cup was a huge win for him. He had been in the final before and unfortunately was not successful, but this year, he brought it home.
Certainly was his year, wasn't it, in the domestic leagues, MLS. The only South American to play in that league. Atlanta United making a big investment into that scene. Palinetto's played for Atlanta for quite a few years, and safe to say they've been reaping the rewards of him.
Reaping the rewards indeed. More passion coming from the pit, more goals being scored. I'm curious to see what those scorelines
that might have been
like.
Palinetto. His
Has to
matchup,
give a
back to
double.
goal. Chance. Pedri! What a save or not! Allison punched it into his own net as Pedri will run away. Caccia has just pulled himself back into the tie at 2-2. It is game on, and there's not long left in this second leg.
What emotions these two must be feeling. Pull it through to Pedri, first time shot with his left foot. Allison does get hands on it, but unfortunately not enough. 2-2, all level.
Just sort of caught the goalkeeper off a little bit, didn't it? It was just sort of went across too much that he still couldn't get a full grip on that. And just that Pedri of all players who starts in this game has made an impact.
He has. I was talking a little smack about Pedri earlier, but you have to give it to him in this match. He must be on top of the world, bringing MS Tasari to the very end. Could be anyone's game.
Let's check in with another goal we've had from another one of our games. We mentioned that there was a noise. It could be the side of the Argentine, in fact, of Correa. Here's his chance now that he had back to goal. R9, one more pass. Pedri not in use this time. It's Lionel Messi, of course, that steps up on the stroke of half-time. That was the roar we heard. That game is all back square.
A lot of really, really big names, really good players, all level. We'll see some penalties, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll try and catch every single ending to these games as best as we can. Surrounding our featured matchup, who will be spots 17, 18, 19 and 20, booking their ticket to the World Cup.
We've seen a lot of pros this weekend take no time at all in between halves, but we just saw a couple-minute break between the first and second half there, so...
I mean, it just does a lot more than, yes, there's tactical change in there, but just a little bit of a breather from the game. It's so intense at times, especially when it's elimination games such as this.
Definitely. I would... we've seen on two different occasions, people using their full pauses to just breathe, drink water, compose themselves before they go back in.
Have a chat to the coach and see what we can change. Mbappe, this is MS Tasari. Just caught onto that bad pass, well recovered by Caccia. I said he was a runner-up in the 2021 E-Champions League. It was online, that one. Regardless, picked up $50,000 for that tournament, came second and probably got the biggest of experiences he's had in all his career.
I think Caccia a name to not throw around lightly, and of course, if he does eliminate MS Tasari today, I'm sure a lot of people will know who he is, and a lot of people will be scared to play him at the FIFAe World Cup.
Play a lot there from Tasari. Mbappe's touch let him down. Final 10 minutes. And Caccia driving forward Mbappe. Still with him, wins a corner. 10 minutes left here. What can we see from this corner? Set pieces have been so important throughout this weekend. Messi back to Pedri, the goal scorer. Ramos wins it back nicely. And 10 minutes left to play. Sorry, could have a break. Keep an eye on Mbappe on the mini-map. The tears run wasn't used in the end.
Looks like Caccia had a little bit of space there on the counter, but can he make it count?
Bellingham. This is nice. Caccia, João Cancelo, Ronaldo. Still could be alive. The Portuguese duo linking up there. Got a bit too tightly contested. This game here tied with 12 minutes left to play. Andoni against Lams. This is a qualification game for the FIFAe World Cup. Will it be two North Americans on the plane heading to Denmark? Or will it be another FIFAe World Cup for Andoni PM? It would be his third, I believe, for the Spaniard. It would be two Spanish players heading there alongside Coney of Ibiza.
Another very exciting matchup that I'm excited to see the results for. I think, as we mentioned before, what a testament to Lamps and his performance this weekend in the knockouts if he gets that done.
Tell you what, watch this run now of CR7, just offside. MS Tasari trying to create the final chance of the game. It looks like it will go the Italians' way. It has been quite the weekend for Italians so far. Danny Pitbull or Brun already in the FIFAe World Cup. There's the chance wasted. Is there enough time to get the ball down the other end? There might be. Or not. Extra time needed here. MS Desari in another extra time game. Referee, surely. There we go. 30 more minutes needed.
Extra time. Two powerhouses, it seems. MS Desari is still not guaranteed a ticket to the FIFAe World Cup, which I think is shocking for everyone. We would have expected him to maintain his spot in the winner's bracket, but here we are.
It's quite a lot for him to play as well. 2 extra times back-to-back on main stage. Everyone watched him. There's a lot of pressure, not saying he's not dealt with more before, but it's a lot of FIFA to be playing back-to-back. A lot to go through.
Definitely. I was speaking with a few of the pros yesterday, and Ryan himself as well, saying all unanimously saying that they would prefer to play on the main stage rather than play in the pit. A lot less distraction.
Well, there's games that are coming to the end. These are FIFAe World Cup qualification games. Actually, all 4 of them are taking place in the pit right now. Have a little look across the screen. Far right-hand side is 2 games there. Umit's currently leading by 5 goals to 0. He's about to make his first ever FIFAe World Cup for the German of RB Leipzig. No doubt that has been a long time coming for him. Labs against Andoni, also a qualification game for the FIFAe World Cup. In the middle, Karai, up against Paula Netta. That's also on. And Edson against SBQR Young. Those are your 4 qualification games all about to end. And I can assure you it'll just be raw after raw after raw as every single game concludes.
That's what we love to see at LAN. That's what we're here for, the passion.
Well, let's check in here. Umit. It will be job done for the young German. A console champion in Atlanta many years ago. He's now off into a FIFAe World Cup after heartbreak in the virtual Bundesliga just weeks ago. RB Leipzig Umit will be travelling to Copenhagen, and he will be alongside fellow German Dolomite.
Look
Congratulations.
Look what it means to him. The emotion, head in his hands. Incredible scenes.
Especially for Germany as well, Leah. They only had 6 players that qualified for the playoffs. They normally travel so well to FIFAe World Cups and major tournaments. They are going to have some decent representation in Copenhagen.
Definitely. We saw Dolomite qualify yesterday.
Extra time here. Catch you against MS Desari. This is not a qualification game. This is an elimination game. Whoever loses is the end of their FIFA 22 season.
All square, 2-2 on the aggregate. Extra time. My prediction is pens. I think this is going to pens again.
For Yuval of Nom, he's down into the lower bracket now. He's not out. R9 into CR7, defended well by Eder Militao. Just gets a boot on that one. So hard to call which way this game is going to go.
And I think going into it, everyone would have said one way only.
I think MS Desari losing just shows that obviously he's not completely unbreakable.
And it's really nice to see some new, exciting, high-skilled talent in the competitive FIFA scene. As I was mentioning to Ryan in the first leg, if Arkasha pulls this off, what a testament to him as a player, beating one of the best, one of the most world-renowned.
And he goes into his qualification game with all the confidence in the world.
Exactly.
Knowing that he has beat a world champion. Here's R9, MS Desari. Build him. Neymar, R9, the 2 Brazilians linking up well again. It's blocked by the Brazilian defender. Trying to do all he can to unpick this Italian defence of AZ Monzas. Now catch here. Last chance plus additional time to follow. This first 15, Hullet from distance. Says no. Towel on the overlap, looking to overload. He comes on as a left back into this team. Added time has been played. That's a poor flick on from Neymar. Could be nice from R9. Again, it's superb at the back from Marquinhos. 15 minutes to play here. We are edging towards penalties.
We are, and I think we'll see it. I don't know if either of these two want to give too much or concede too much. So I think they might play it out, wait for the space, see if they have a chance, and then take advantage of that. But you're right. I think we could see another penalty shootout. What'll that be? The 4th today already?
There's been a lot, hasn't there?
There has been.
A lot yesterday, but there's going to be even more so today. Right, other games, wow, this has been a decent turnaround for SPQR Young. If he gets one more goal, he was 2-0 down. He could turn this game around and take us to extra time. He's got a long ball forward. Edson could kill the game here. This is to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. CR7, all the time in the world. He's very clever there. Did not want to take the shot. I understand why. 2 minutes to hold on to this ball, to hug it, to not let go of it. And it will be a first ever FIFAe World Cup for Sia Medicine 28. The first Brazilian on the plane to Denmark. And there we have it. There is Brazil. Talent heading to Denmark. It's another new name from a pack scene down to the lower bracket. Unfortunately, it will be for SPQR Young, but at least Brazil will have some players heading to Denmark. He points to his head. Didn't like he felt the pressure there, did he?
I don't know. He looks calm, cool, collected. I'm sure he's gassed inside, but he's not showing too much emotion. So he's the mental is there. He came to do a job, and he got that job done.
Well, this game still not giving us an indication of which way it's going. Atau into R9, Desari! Great save, and the stop.
Incredible save. I thought Arcacha was a little bit open back there. He had good defensive movement. He manually moved some of his defenders in order to fill that space. And now he's on the counter.
Kachia. Messi can't quite get his left boot around that. I believe Andoni against Lamps is heading towards extra time. It might even be in extra time. That's a qualification game. Atau, Desari back to goal. I said it was extra time. It's about to go to penalties, this one. This is also a qualification game for the FIFAe World Cup. Desari on the attack with CR7 now on this side of your screen, the left-hand side.
Desari coming
Good full back. Still CR7. Last chance maybe over here. Can't keep up. Right-hand side of the screen, there's a chance that goes past the goal. That's off to penalties now. Lamps Andoni for a FIFAe World Cup spot is on its way to penalties. Up steps first for Andoni, who misses. We'll do our best to give you the coverage of both of these games. Up steps Lamps now to make it 1-from-1. He will. Pele again for Andoni. He does score this time. As Urkachi looks to build his last chance of the game. The Italian on this left-hand side of the screen misses. No, he scores somehow. Minnesota United 2 from 2. Andoni again from the spot. He does score. Can we find 3 perfect penalties? Mbappe does score. Minnesota United are getting so close to FIFAe World Cup finalist status. Saved if he scores. North America will have 2 players heading to the FIFAe World Cup. Bullet steps up. Panenka! Lamps of Minnesota United is off to Denmark next month.
Incredible scenes. The Panenka to get it done. Look at what it means to him and the rest of the NA boys that are here. Listen, NA passion's unmatched, if you ask me.
Well, here we go. We've got more penalties on your screen. This is Elimination FIFA. MS Desari or Urkachi will be going out of the playoffs after this round of pen. Sulik steps up, Urkachi misses. MS Desari with a chance to go in front. Up steps Neymar. Not really the penalty walk up you really want. Steps up from the spot, misses.
How even on pens at the moment. Bellingham steps up for this pen. Can Allison save it? He does not. Straight down the middle with Jude Bellingham. CR7 for MS Desari. Scores that one as well. All even.
Round 4. Messi to step up for Urkachi. Down the middle, it's good. Can Desari match it? With Mbappe. No. This is simple. Urkachi scores. He knocks out MS Desari from the spot. Saint-Maximin misses. And MS Desari simply must score. R9's up. Misses. Urkachi will knock out MS Desari, who will not be at the FIFAe World Cup this year in Denmark.
What incredible scenes, you guys. I was jumping. Incredible scenes in this match. Nothing like we would have expected, but what a confidence boost for Orkacia going into his next game.
No one is safe. No one is safe. It might have been 3 years before there. Mr. Sari will not be in the 32, travelling to Denmark. Someone that will be, though, Paulo Neto of Brazil. We had to wait all day yesterday for a South American to come out and to qualify Matthias Bonanno. Now there's a few qualifying today. Paulo Neto gets the job done. Atlanta United will be in Copenhagen. That's another name on the team sheet.
Listen, I just want to say, Diddy Chris Lito, Lamps, Paulo Neto, he's an honorary North American.
It's been a good outing for the MLS, isn't it?
It's been a great year. We have 3 of them going to the FIFAe World Cup.
Well, he's kept very calm and composed there, I'm sure. Let some of that emotion out now. Paulo Neto will be on the plane to Copenhagen. Congratulations to him. That's another Brazilian that will be there and another player from South America. This 32, Leah, is starting to look very interesting indeed. If you just heard the big news, MS Tassari crashing out via a penalty shootout. Orkacia of Italy knocking him out. He's into the next game now to try and qualify himself for the World Cup.
What a way to go out, 2 penalties, huh? I don't know, going unbeaten in Swiss and then losing a match to drop to the lower bracket and then losing on pens.
MS Tassari, we said it so much, so consistent at playoffs, so good at making the World Cup. He won't be there this year.
No, that's crazy. But who's going to be the next champ? Who's going to be the next powerhouse?
I mean, no Mo Alba this year, as we know. No MS Tassari. It offers a great storyline for whoever is lifting that next FIFAe World Cup.
But it won't be MS Tassari for the 4th year, his 4th consecutive. It's going to be someone new, and that's super exciting. I think we've seen a lot of upsets this weekend, a lot of unpredictable scorelines, and a lot of...
Just to pick up back on that North America discussion for Lamps, 0-2 in Swiss. 0-2. He was 1 win away from being knocked out, and then suddenly he comes back. He beats MS Tassari today over extra time, and there is... Oh, here we go. We've got penalty shootout that's just finished. It's another Brazilian that's won a game. We joined that one pretty late. Aydin is out of Austria. That was elimination FIFA. That isn't to qualify for the World Cup, but Daughter, I think of Tuzzy Esports, is just won a game. That's elimination. What's it with these Panenkas, by the way?
If you're going to finish a game off, you finish it with a Panenka. You have to add the little bit of swagger, a little bit of spice, a little bit of sauce onto your winning. That's history.
It's just very ballsy. Very ballsy.
It is very
Panenka
ballsy.
from
Would
the
you do
spot.
it?
No.
No.
Probably not. But that Lamps result, I can't get over it. Beat MS Tassari with 0-2 on Thursday. As we said, forget about the Swiss results. You can go 3-2. You can go 5-0. MS Tassari was one of those 5-0 players. Again, you can be invincible in Swiss. It can be a different story in the double elimination bracket.
Definitely. As we know, as we've seen, as any of these pros could tell you, knockouts, different gravy.
Very much so indeed. As we said, we have got one more round coming from this Group C, which will come later. We've got 4 more players to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. We're slowly getting there to the 32.
Almost.
And what a list we've got. We've got players that have been there before. We've got newcomers to the scene, new names, younger players coming on through. It's just making a really interesting 32 at the moment.
Definitely. And like you said, players we've never seen before. We do have games coming up. Tex is another big name that we're looking forward to seeing. Imagine a FIFAe World Cup without Tassari and Tex.
I mean, Tex, Nicholas, Levi David all be in action later today, but that's going to conclude round 3. 4 more players add their name into the hat in Copenhagen. From us, it's over to Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle to meet some of those winners.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Leah, for casting that dramatic round there, where the big story, guys, if you are just joining us, is that the self-proclaimed King of the Jungle, MS Tassari, 2018 FIFAe World Cup champion, has been eliminated. Mike LaBelle, that's massive news. It's so unfortunate as well, not only for MS Tassari, but for the FIFA scene and the community. Everyone comes to events to watch him as well.
Well, also, when you're thinking FIFAe World Cup, you often think about MS Tassari. Also, Feldman, another big favorite. And I said at the beginning of today, big names had to be eliminated as others progress, just because there's too many in each group for there to be the favorites always going through. And the fact they went 0-2 is so surprising.
And Ethan as well, you know, a big player in Europe. You know, he's one of the big names that everyone kind of has from FUTWIZ on their team sheet, and Aydin as well. I mean, massive names. This was our narrative coming into day 2 here. We said we're going to lose some household FIFA names, and we've done that in round 1.
And to tell you how close the competition is, both of Aiden's losses were penalty kicks.
Exactly. We've had so many penalty shootouts to determine who goes through, and these four, get the words out, Rach, in Group C have qualified. Lamps, the second North America player. If you can see her,
NA
Mike
all
Lavelle,
day.
he's fist pumping the air here. Umit from Germany, Edson and Paolo Neto, South American players there. I mean, 4 names that you guys will be hearing much more of, but let's welcome our first qualified player from Group C onto the stage. It's Lamps from North America, Minnesota United. Our second North American player to qualify. He's going to be speaking to Kyle Walker.
Rachel, Mike, thank you so much. Congratulations just there, Lamps. I mean, what an incredible day it's been for yourself. One thing I want to point out, you had lots of support, but you were very vocal on this stage, in the pit, but I guess you can be vocal when you get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I started 0-2, so just to be in knockouts, it was incredible. I went 3 wins in a row, and then I had, obviously, best player of all time probably in the first knockout round, but I'm not scared of anyone because just get the job done. And the emotion, you can see it down there, up here, and it's just the best feeling ever.
How do you combat that when you come up against the best player probably of all time, or best player we're currently seeing right now? You're on the big stage. You said you were 0-2. Was it just a case of, well, I'm here now, let's just see what I can do? Or did you always have that self-belief, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to show what I can do?
To be honest, after I was 0-2, I was kind of out of it. I went for a walk, though, came back, and new mentality, and Pens in Swiss as well, won by a goal last game. Extra time here, Pens here, just finding a way to get it done, that's it.
Well, you definitely got it done. It means you received this just now, that gold controller and the scarf. The audience are going wild. Another NA player going to Copenhagen. Talk to us about that. The North American scene, we know over the years just how good it's been, but really, you're showing out at the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like North America gets a bit of disrespect, so me and Chris had to come and get us some spots at the World Cup, and hopefully next year it shows.
Well, maybe you might even get your hands on that World Cup right there. Lamps, congratulations, you can make your way across just there. Well done. Let's welcome our second qualified player from today, from Group C. It is Umit. Congratulations, you are going to Copenhagen. Turn and face the camera. Come on, this is your time right now. I mean, you've got that wry smile on your face just now because you've got the job done. How easy was that for you today, or how difficult was it?
Of course, it was really difficult because my opponents played really good FIFA. So I think everyone here is really good. So no match is quite simple. So of course, it was really hard. And now I'm really happy because I'm saved, I'm qualified, and can watch the other games.
So you'll be watching, we'll talk about who you're supporting a little bit later on, but for yourself, to be part of 128 players, to be here, to have Swiss, to be in the pit as well, and to be kind of here with so many supporters, did you feel that pressure at any time?
Of course, there's a pressure because everyone is looking, everyone is around your box, and if your opponent scores, they're all screaming. If you score, all screaming. So it's really hard, and the pressure is really high. So I did it well this time today, but of course we have to go. We have to keep going on, and let's see what we can do in the World Cup.
Well, let's see what we can do. 11 days that World Cup will be starting. That means you get that as well. You've secured your spot. Come on, let's see the scarf. Come on, open it up. You can put that round you. You've secured a spot at the FIFAe World Cup. How good does it feel to have that scarf around your neck?
Of course, it's really, really, really nice. I worked 3 years for this moment, and now it pays off. So I have my first World Cup this season, and I'm really happy, and I will see what I can do there.
Well, fingers crossed. Congratulations as well. You can make your way across there. Amazing. It's really good to see you. Really, really good to see you. Our third player from day number 2 here at the FGS playoffs. It is CM Edson. I mean, wow, what a day it has been for yourself. You look so relaxed, though. However, you've got plenty of support in the audience. Just how much did that support help you today?
Que dia extraordinário que você teve, mas você tá aí, todo relaxado. Com todo esse apoio que você recebeu, como é que foi? O que você sentiu?
Ah, senti muita tranquilidade, porque no FIFA, se a pessoa não tiver a tranquilidade, não vai chegar em lugar nenhum. E relaxado, sempre com aquilo na mente que eu seria classificado para a Dinamarca, e é isso.
Well, if you're not relaxed, nothing happens. So I just kept my smooth, get it going, and if we just keep on going like this, get on to Copenhagen.
Well, Copenhagen, you will be going. That is for you as well. Come on, put the scarf around you. Let's see. You can put that around you just there. You've secured your spot. You're going to the FIFAe World Cup. Have you learned anything, though, from the last few days that you're going to put into place when you get to Copenhagen?
Você aprendeu alguma coisa nesses últimos 2 dias que você vai aplicar em Copenhague?
Sim, ontem eu assisti os jogos e acabei percebendo que alguns players estavam muito pressionado, e de ontem para hoje passei tranquilidade para mim mesmo, e é isso que eu vou levar para Copenhague.
Yes, I could tell that some people were nervous, and those who got nervous lost it. So keep calm, keep on moving.
Keep calm, keep on moving indeed. Congratulations, CM Edson. You can make your way across the stage just there. Well done, congratulations. Our 4th player that is going through from day number 2 here at the playoffs. It is Paulo Neto. Paulo, how many times have we seen you do it when you can come and show up and show out as well at the big events? You've managed to do it once again. You're going to the FIFAe World Cup. How good does that feel to hear those words?
It's amazing to hear these words. Like, this is what I like to be here on these type of stages and clutch when it doesn't matter. So yeah, we qualified again 2 years in a row, and I hope that we can do good there.
I mean, for yourself over the last few days, how has that been? 128 players. Remember all of those times we laughed and joked about the big mural of yourself behind you at home. Here you are at this stage. Here you are with so many spectators, so many audience members, so many competitors going head to head. How difficult was that?
It was very difficult, very, very difficult. I think that the mentality is the most important thing. So I think that I was doing days good and I was playing good too. So everything just was like combined and it worked.
Well, it definitely did work. It means you get that. You can open up that scarf. You can put that round you. You are going to the FIFAe World Cup in Copenhagen right there. I want to quickly talk about the support you've had, because it feels like everyone has really got around you. Everyone wants you to do well, not just this tournament, but over this season and seasons gone by as well. Just how much have they helped you?
This helps me a lot. Like the Brazilians over there, like they are just supporting us every time, like a community, like a family, you know. And this just helps a lot. I want to thank my team for providing me the best opportunities to play at Atlanta United. And I want to also thank Team Hullet, who had me on the boot camp on these days before playoffs. And I think that I improved a lot these days.
Well, definitely we've seen that, and that means you are going to Copenhagen. Along with these 3 just here, you can make your way to the centre of the stage. We have Lamps, we have Umit, we have CM Edson, and we have Paulo Neto. Well, after the break, we will be finding 4 more. We drop down into that losers bracket to find another 4 from Group C that'll be making their way. And on the flip side, we've got Brandon Smith and Dullen Mike. They'll be taking us through all of the action here at the FIFA 22 Global Series Playoffs.
Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL, and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time, and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means I'm in a very dangerous position, and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball, I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time. And we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space and I get my shot off before the centre back can get there. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass and I'll see you all on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFAe World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Desari, Moalba all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
Yesterday, some went home unexpectedly, while some celebrated clinching their place at the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFAe World Cup. Only 16 spots remain, and today we'll find out who they belong to. Live from London, the final day of the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues now. Well, they do continue indeed here in London. The FGS playoffs are very close to concluding. 4 more names that have qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. I'm very lucky to be in the company of someone who has qualified for a FIFAe World Cup, his second ever FIFAe World Cup in his career. You've had quite a good year this year, Dylan. You've qualified for all 3 events next month. You've won the virtual Bundesliga. You were one of our youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winners. You've got quite a lot to look forward to now, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. I'm extremely looking forward to the 3 weeks in Copenhagen, getting used to living there basically for an entire month. And obviously now, 1 month ago, like my whole season changed completely when I won the virtual Bundesliga because I didn't have a playoff spot before, and as well qualifying for the Club World Cup 1 week afterwards. And then now it's just looking forward to competing at all the tournaments.
Yeah, and someone that you beat on the way to the virtual Bundesliga was Umit. Umit's just qualified for the World Cup. There will be another German there. Quick reaction on that. Happy for him?
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy for him. We are friends outside the scene, really good friends. We even go on vacation all the time. And then obviously I'm really happy for him to qualify for the tournament.
Well, just give me your thoughts on this. Yesterday when you won, there's been a lot of reactions. People have qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. I'd say yours was up there as well, just as passionate. You stood up on the stage after your win. Talk to me about the celebration. Yeah,
I was celebrating with my coach. He helped me a lot, especially getting there. And then it was just kind of a shout-out to thing happening soon. And obviously I had to shush the crowd because it's the thing I do always at tournaments.
Amazing stuff. Well, again, you know, you're going to be there in Denmark. We cannot wait for that to be part of. 2 Germans will be there, you and Umar. Let's have a look at the bracket of how today is playing out still. We have just seen Paolo Neto, Edson, Lamps of North America, Minnesota United, and 5-0 winner RB Leipzig's Umar qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. This bottom half of the bracket here continues to deliver some great storylines. As you can see, lots of games to come. Pinner against Andoni will be our featured matchup. 2 very good players that have also been to a FIFAe World Cup before.
Yeah, definitely. They both have shown in the past that they are really good players, and I think it's good for them to also kind of keep it going throughout the years, and that they are still here shows a lot.
And what's it like being in that pressured matchup, the game to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup? How different is it to any other game of FIFA you've played this year?
Yeah, it's like the game the entire season comes down to, and for me it's good to play under pressure, I think, and especially when you are playing against someone who maybe doesn't have that lot of LAN experience. It helps a lot when you kind of have been in the scene for a few years.
Yeah, well, there's something else you've achieved, as we said. You have won yourself a spot at the FIFAe World Cup, but you said about moving to Copenhagen. Well, funny story, it'll be you, Oli Lito and Matthias Bonanno, because these are the 3 players, the only 3 players that have completed the hat-trick, we'll call it, the treble qualification. You will be playing in the FIFAe World Cup, then the FIFAe Club World Cup, and then the FIFAe Nations Cup. So you've got a lot of FIFA to play next month. Hope you're ready for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready, and I think these are the kind of moments that you kind of aim your whole career to, that you play in those big tournaments, the biggest stage for all those tournaments. I mean, 2v2 and 1v1, and obviously it's going to be great.
And how's that balance been from going 1v1 to 2v2? Because you've had to do that quite a lot this year. Team of the Season Cup, you were there. Then Virtual Bundesliga, you go there and win that in a 1v1. How are you balancing practice for 1v1 and then 2v2?
Yeah, it's tough because most of the times you have like a 1v1 qualifier or a huge tournament, and then maybe 1 week afterwards it's 2v2. So you really have to balance it. And for me, I just focus on one tournament at a time. And for example, when I won the Virtual Bundesliga, we had Club World Cup deciding round qualifiers 1 week afterwards, and I only started like preparing for it on Monday because I was only focusing on 1v1 before.
Well, that's understandable. A lot of people to play off. Next game will be coming your way very shortly indeed. Even seconds, I believe. 15 seconds, and we'll be jumping into our second, or last part, I should say, third and final part of Group C here. We have got a ridiculously packed last set of matches. Our main game, the featured game, will feature 2 of the old school FIFA players, you could say. Stefano Pina, who was a runner-up at the FIFAe World Cup many years ago, takes on Andoni, who'll be looking to make his 3rd FIFAe World Cup final. 2018 qualified last year. Obviously, as we know, that one did not go ahead. Looking to make it 3 from 3. Have you played against these 2 in past times?
I played against Andoni in practice. I haven't played against Stefano Pina, I think, at all. But Andoni for me is a really good player, and especially if he qualifies, I think he also makes it 3 out of 3 to be in Copenhagen, and I think it shows a lot, and it's a huge achievement if he can qualify for his 3rd World Cup.
And in terms of any tournament you played in, Dylan, I know you played in the FIFAe World Cup. Wasn't the best FIFAe World Cup for you, but you were very young. You still are very young. Looking back on that in London those years ago, what did you take from that FIFAe World Cup? It didn't go the best, as we know. You didn't get out of the group stages, but I'm sure you learned so much from that this time round in Denmark you're going to take with you.
Yeah, definitely. It was like the first time playing at the biggest stage for me. It was my first season. I didn't know what to go into the tournament with, what expectations. And yeah, then I didn't get to the best start. I lost, I think, my first 5 games. And the thing I told myself on that day was I'm going to qualify for any other World Cup, and then I will perform there.
And I think since then, look what you've achieved since then. You won an online FUT Champions Cup-esque qualifier. You've won the Virtual Bundesliga. A lot of 2v2 experience on top of that too. There's a lot of learnings to come over the last few FIFA seasons. Stefano Pina, currently playing of Genk Esports, kicking from left to right. The only Belgium in this 16. Of course, we've got Gilles in that second set of players, and our last set of 16 later today. Was you happy with your 16 players you were amongst yesterday, or was it a case of I didn't really care what 16 I'm in? I'm here to win and I'm here to get qualification.
Yeah, it was the case of I didn't care. I was feeling pretty confident going into the tournament, and especially after going 4-1 in Swiss. And then I didn't even look at the bracket. I was just going here, and then whoever was my opponent was my opponent.
And in terms of team selection, I've asked this to pretty much any pro that's been up here. Was it easy for you to have your team selection? Was you swayed by any recent players that have dropped into the game?
Yeah, definitely. The entire Shapeshifter promo basically changed around the entire team, I think, for everyone. And for me, it was kind of hard, especially building the defense, because they for the shapeshifters, there aren't like that many great defenders, so you kind of had to build a team around them.
And how is that decision-making happening? Are you just playing against the pro? Are you playing against, you know, Hensu, people within Neo? How are you making those selections, or is it a case of looking what the pro FIFA scene's doing and thinking, right, well, clearly that's a player I need to use? Obviously, Cristiano Ronaldo is not in that debate because we already know how good he's going to be. Is it just a case of you just testing players out in pro friendlies? Or?
Yeah, I think for me, the first thing I did was look at the promo, look what players have, what kind of skill moves, and like the most important stats, and those make it into like a smaller selection. And then I look how can I fit the team in with the perfect chemistry, and also talk with like the other players.
It could be Stefano Pina in for a chance. Marcelo is not the man you really want there. What a chance squandered by Stefano Pina. Surely he should be going 1-0 up there.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Andoni did it really good with the goalkeeper. He kind of rushed him out and then stopped it, so he wouldn't fall for the shot cancel. And then from there, it was a tough situation.
Fair play to Marcelo for making that run forward. It was a long run for him to make. He's playing quite an interesting position, Marcelo, in this team for Stefano Pina. A player who has been in the FIFA scene for quite some time. It was a bit of a journey as well. He's been involved in the E-Devil setup in Belgium. He went over to the Dutch League for a bit, played there for a few seasons. Has been at a FIFAe World Cup, was so close to winning a FIFAe World Cup a few years ago. He's on 9! And that's Stefano Pina. He might have lost his first game today, but since then he's just been on winning form. A great goal to open up his account here.
Yeah, it's a great goal. You can see Andoni moving the goalkeeper for the finesse shot, predicting it, and then it's just great by Stefano Pina to just go for the cross-body shot.
And in terms of that mindset of a pro, when you're in any area, are you always looking to time your finish? Always? Or is it just a case of when the moment's right?
Yeah, I think for me it's when the moment's right, especially when I'm in the box, I'm just laying it off. I think when you put in the time finish, it kind of delays the shot a bit, and then it might get blocked. So when I'm in the box, most of the times I just shoot normally.
You see so many different styles, don't you? A player that times everything, they don't want to risk any chances, but then on those finesse shots that could have been there from 30 yards out, you're right, I think that's a level of unpredictability. You know your player's already got 90-plus stats. Yes, the timing would help a little bit, but at the same time, it's like you've got to be that extra step quicker, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe if he went for a time finish there, maybe another player would have blocked it, so you kind of always have to look at the opportunity.
Andoni, down by a goal, did lose in a penalty shootout against Lamps to find himself in this game. Ronaldo's at the back post. We know he can win that header in the air, but somehow CR7's back defending. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo into R9. Mbappe! Moments later, Andoni will respond just like that. And it all came from just a couple of big switches of play.
Yeah, it's a great goal, especially with the close dribbling in the box, with the shot cancels and everything. You can see it was a really well-worked goal.
Just like that, we're back all square. Andoni will reset himself. His teammate of Tuga has qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. Movie Star Riders wanting to make it 2 from 2. Just found that quite interesting now. Ronaldo was matching up Ronaldo.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's because Stefano Pina plays the 3-5-2 with CR7 as the right midfielder, and you have the instructions on both outside midfielders to come back. So when he's crossing, it's always going to be CR7 versus CR7.
And what's your thoughts on Marcelo then? He's sitting in what? A number 10 role?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, but I think he's actually playing him as a center attacking mid. And from, I think, a few other players I've heard, they're playing Marcelo as a winger, so you can play him anywhere, basically.
He's got the stats to do that, but Stefano Pina says he wants him in more of a central role. Guerrero. A Borussia Dortmund fullback there, getting a nod in the team.
Yeah, I think he uses him to link in Bellingham. Bellingham is definitely, for me, the best center mid in the game, but I couldn't fit him in my team, so I had to play Ramos and always sub Bellingham on. But yeah, I've played Guerrero as a sub, I think, here, but for me it's just he's a bit too small, and especially when the opponent is crossing, you can't do nothing with him.
In terms of Ramos as well, where does he feature in your team? Because there's such a debate about where he comes out. Obviously, he came out as a striker in the Shapeshifter promo. He's certainly not playing there, but he can play centre-back, he can play full-back, he can play CDM. Where, does he feature in your team, and if so, where does he play?
Yeah, he's in my team, and I play him as a center defensive mid, and it's like a 50-50 debate. Like, whether you're playing Bellingham, then you're playing Ramos at center back, and if you're not playing Bellingham, then you're playing Ramos at like the CDM role.
Pina, last chance of the half. Up against Marcelo. That one goes out for half-time. We'll square here after 45 minutes. Remember, this game is also an elimination game. It's an elimination game and a game to qualify you. At the halfway point, we are all square. First thoughts of the first 45 minutes?
I think it's a good game from both players. They are even going forward at all times. As you can see, it's already 1-1. We've seen a lot of games, especially in the deciding games, that end maybe 0-0 the first game. So I think there's a lot more to come.
And to ask you a question that's probably really hard to answer the question, who was your toughest opponent that you played in the playoffs?
I think the hardest one I've played was Paulo Neto. I played him at 0-0 in Swiss. And
Was that the only defeat you had? Or was that the one you won?
Yeah, no, I lost to him. And for me, it was a bad start to the tournament. He definitely outplayed me a lot. And then I had to kind of get my mind right to focus on the remaining Swiss rounds. And then thankfully I went 4-1.
Did a bit of panic set in when you lost that first game in Swiss?
Yeah, definitely. Especially not scoring a goal. It's always tough because you kind of need one goal to get started in the tournament. That's the way I feel. And when you don't score a goal at all in the first Swiss round, it's tough.
And lastly, just in terms of the matchups we're seeing here, it's going to happen at the E World Cup regardless. When you play against a Brazilian that you've not played all year because he's in a different region, you can't prepare for that, can you? You don't know what... I mean, what was the biggest take you had from different region play styles this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's like every region has their own play style. And when you play against someone, like for me, yesterday, the game to qualify for the World Cup, I played against a Brazilian guy. And I had no clue how to play against him and how he's going to defend or attack. And it's at the start of the game, it's kind of like first half, you just look what he's doing, what he's capable of, and what he maybe doesn't even know because it's only known in the Europe scene.
That's some great insight there from Team Neo's very own Dulomike, who just qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. He's in the commentary booth for this remaining matchup. Let's check in with one of our other games that are happening. Calcio against Korea. Italy versus Argentina. This is the qualification game also. Calcio, if you just missed it, knocked out MS Desari via a penalty shootout. The runner-up of the Champions League of FIFA 21. Trying to do what he can. Here's a chance for Andoni. Back to this game. Van der Sar, a great save. Will just about keep out Arnott. A great chance. Something to come down from a corner. Corners in itself, was it something that you perfected before coming into this tournament?
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Did you concede many corners?
I conceded a few, I think, but it's mainly because of the player lock thing. It's really hard to defend, especially if your opponent knows how to do them right. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do them yet. I have to definitely practice a lot before the World Cup. For me, it was just play it short. I played it to Messi all the time, and then kind of sprint boost past the first opponent, then look who's open.
Well, I think for you, if you go away from this tournament this weekend, if you can perfect those corners, I mean, you saw Matias Bonanno qualify off the back of a corner. Like they've been so paramount this weekend of just the difference in very tight games.
Yeah, definitely. I see. For Bonanno, I think it also made a difference at the E-Champions League when he used those, especially Nicolas as well. And I think especially when it's a close game or maybe you're like 2 goals down, you don't know how to create a goal. If you get a corner and you can score off that, it's a huge confidence boost.
Final third of this one. Sandoni on the attack. He went 1-0 down, did respond before half-time. Be the first Belgium to qualify for this year's FIFAe World Cup. By the end of this round, we'll be waiting just for 8 more players to qualify. 24 would have qualified. Just under an hour's time. Vinicius Junior off the bench. The Brazilian winger of Real Madrid looking to add his little spice into these attacks. Mbappe's cross is deflected. Checking with this one quickly. Daughter 9 up against SPQR Young. 2 Brazilian players going head-to-head. This is 1-1. 15 minutes left to play in the first leg here. Could be a chance for Andoni on our game on the left-hand side. That one comes to nothing. And there's also been another goal for the Italian catcher that just knocked out MS Desari. He does lead by 2-1 we hear. That must give a player so much confidence. You can beat MS Desari. You feel like you can beat anyone, surely.
Yeah, definitely. And for Garcia, I played against him a lot in practice. What I find interesting in this team, I think, when I was practicing against him, he didn't have any shapeshifters in his team. I think now he put in CR7 or something. But for me, it's just incredible for him to kind of just stick to the players he knows from home, and he's close to qualifying.
And as someone that came into the scene a few years ago, Dylan, what have you made of just this influx of young players that have come through? You know, you've got the old school players like yourself and Olilito and Tuga that have all made it to the FIFAe World Cup, but there's so many new names making their first ever FIFAe World Cup. What's it been like just seeing all this young talent come through, especially the Team Hullet guys that are just so hungry? They want to play more FIFA than you do. They want to commit longer. They want to just grind the game out. It must be difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, I think it's good to see, like, every year we have new talents coming through. For example, last year, Levi de Weird. And it's just, I think it's the best thing that could happen also to, like, the older pros, for example, like me, to kind of just keep on going, keep on practicing, because if you don't practice, the younger guys,
and even Germans, Levi Finn is a great example. I think he was like Rookie of the Year in the Virtual Bundesliga this year. It's the same in any nationality, isn't there? There's just so many new names coming through.
Yeah, definitely. For Levi Finn, I think the thing that's a bit funny is that he's actually older than me.
Really?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
I think 1 or 2 months he's older than me, and this year is his first season. And for me, it's like I'm always wondering, where do these players come from?
Well, Levi Finn is in action in our next round of matches. As we said, we have got Group D, we're calling it. 16 more players vying for a spot at the FIFAe World Cup. That's including Levi de Weird, the likes of JRA, Lion, Tex, Nicholas 99, Champions League winner, Ollie Bolly, just to name a few, all in action. I don't think that's a group you would have wanted to be in.
Yeah, definitely not. I think my friend Benny is in the group, and he already told me it's like the group of death. And it's going to be hard for him to qualify, but I think he's able to do it.
Mbappe comes down. Just, yeah, I mean, Benny CR7, a good friend of yours, made the World Cup last year. Unfortunately, as we know, it didn't happen. How's he feeling coming into today?
I spoke to him a lot, especially over the last few days, and he's feeling pretty confident, especially after being 1-2 in Swiss, winning a penalty shootout. And then to qualify for the knockouts, I think he's in a good shape.
Catcher is in a very tough game, as we heard. He was winning last time that we saw it. We'll get you an update of that game as soon as we can. Ball into the box. CR7 all the time in the wall. Stefano Pina with a textbook's finish when the ball goes in the box. You know R9's always winning it. And it was always the question of who would be next to him just to tap it down to and to tuck it into the back of the net. Just like that, Stefano Pina will lead. And also, it looks as if it's going to be a really strong first leg for the Italian. Urcaccia is up by 3-1.
Yeah, the goal from Stefano Pina is a really well-worked goal. You can see he managed to get through on the counter attack, and then to play the cross. Most people, maybe even myself, would have just went for the shot with CR7, because I would think if I time it green, maybe it will go in. But to play it like this, to kind of lay it off for R9, it's the 100% way to score.
It's the one more pass, isn't it, that many talk about in FIFA esports. There are some big results happening across the board here. As we said, these are games to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. 4 more spots will be concluded after this round. And at the moment, this game will remain very, very tight. There is a second leg to come up, as always here. It's just something about CR7 in the air, isn't it? I don't think anyone can stop him.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Other than CR7 on the opposite side.
Yeah, that's what we see Stefano Pina playing with the 3-5-2. So I don't know if it's his like intention to kind of stop the crosses, but it definitely works.
As you're right, that 3-5-2 falls into a 5-3-2 when it needs to. Cristiano happy to get back and defend. Danny Da Costa, just off topic, is he going to be anywhere near your team for the World Cup or not?
I mean, I haven't played him here, but I've seen a lot of players using him here, and he's definitely like maybe top 3, top 5 center backs in the game. So I have to look into kind of building my team.
It just clicks my memory back to the FIFA 19 World Cup with Danny Da Costa involved in those teams. Where
Kai Havertz.
Mo Albert went and brought the trophy home. That one bouncing around in the box. Pull it. Able just to recycle that well enough. Alphonso Davies in a tussle with Marcelo. Back to goal, Ronaldo. Looking for that equaliser. Here's Andoni. Could he find it? Pele, drop of the shoulder. Reverse elastico. It's nice, but it's a little bit too compact in the box. Final 6 minutes. Stefano Pina looking just to get into this second leg. Is there ever a strategy over 2 legs of FIFA that you go into against the pro? Other than, of course, winning. But, like, say if you're... Is it just to get through the first leg without conceding lots of goals and to keep the game at least close? Or have something to take into the second leg?
For me, this yesterday was kind of a bit weird because the first game I always was leading with like 3 or 4 goals in the deciding games. And then in the second game for me it was just to hold on to the lead, look for counterattacks and don't rush into any stupid mistakes.
Which can often be a pitfall for a lot of players. They can go 3-0 up in the first leg, and it's sort of like the second leg. You don't know how to approach the game, do you? Next thing you know, you've conceded 3 or 4 goals. You know, Berkey Lyon gave us that yesterday. It was 4-0 down, came back to 4-4, unfortunately lost in the penalty shootout. But regardless, that's just how it goes for some pros, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. For, I think, a bit more unexperienced pros, maybe if they are leading 3-0 and they concede 1 goal, then in their head they are thinking like, yeah, I have to win this game. And they are not kind of mentally prepared to play the entire 90 minutes.
No, absolutely. As we said, half-time here, Stefano Pina does lead by 2-1 against Andoni, PM of Spain. We are going to go to a quick break. Sorry, when we get back, we'll have the second leg here as we give 4 more spots away to the FIFAe World Cup finals next month in Copenhagen. We'll see you in a few minutes.
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central center mid, I'm passing it to my left center mid, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left center mid is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left center mid, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center mid, as you see here, finding it to the right center mid. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left center mid, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
Welcome back to the playoffs here live in London. We are about to give away 4 more spots to the FIFAe World Cup. As you already may know, the top half of the bracket has concluded. Umit of RB Leipzig, Lamps of Minnesota United, Edson of CM Esports and Palanetto of Atlanta United have all qualified for the FIFAe World Cup this year. They take spot 17, 18, 19 and 20 of 32. That bottom bit of the lower bracket now is what we are here to conclude. My name is Brandon Smith, and I'm joined by someone who has qualified for the FIFAe World Cup of Neo Esports. It is Dylan Mike. Dylan, we are very close to finding 4 more players to head to the FIFAe World Cup. What are you making of the general competition in terms of other players that have qualified? It looks like it is going to be a stacked 32 regardless.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to, I mean, everybody who's qualified has every right to be there. And I think if you have qualified for the World Cup, yeah, you get extra motivation, you're going to practice even more, and then it's going to be really interesting who's going to win it.
Yeah, well, this game is very tight, isn't it? We saw it in the first leg. It only ended 2-1 in the hands of Stefano Pina, who came so close to FIFAe World Cup victory back in 2018. He lost to the hands of very difficult final there. Mr. Sari may have won 2018, but unfortunately won't be here in 2022. Did lose on a penalty shootout against the Italian, Casilla. For Stefano Pina, we haven't seen too much of the last few years. I love it when there's players in the FIFA scene that just have this sort of never give up attitude. They've been around the block for so long. We've seen them at their best many years ago, but the game changes, players come and go, but to have these veterans in the scene that have done a lot for it would be awesome to see a handful of them heading to the FIFAe World Cup. Same goes for Andoni.
Yeah, definitely. When I got here, and obviously there were 128 players at the start, and for me I didn't even know maybe 80%, because back when the last LAN events were in FIFA 20, most of the players that are really, really good now weren't even starting in the scene.
There was 128 that turned up on Thursday. We had to rattle that down to 64 via the Swiss format. Here's some score lines coming at the bottom of your screen now. If you are following a certain player, but we have got updates for you. Could be three Italians heading to the FIFAe World Cup. Here's the ball over the top for Andoni to chase for Cristiano Ronaldo. Stays on his feet just about after João Cancelo nearly tripped him up. Casilla 3-1 up. Door 9 leading fellow Brazilian. Edson 2-1. Kai Karai against Yuval Belli is also a game that we will be keeping a close eye on. This one's just underway in the second leg. Correa of Argentina on the attack with Messi looking for a goal back in the game. Defended well again with the player that just knocked out MS Desari. Finds himself with an unbelievable opportunity to qualify for the World Cup. How do you describe qualifying for the World Cup?
Yeah,
it's
an incredible feeling. I mean, as I already said, it's the one thing you played your entire season for, and when you finally reach it, you kind of, for me, I had a lot of pressure on me to qualify, and it was just a huge relief to finally get the deal done.
And I think the beauty of the FIFA World Cup as well, Dylan, is that it's when you've been a finalist there, no one can take that away from you. You know, that is a fact that you've been in the best 32 players for the year of FIFA 22, and it's a huge achievement.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with it being a LAN event, just kind of representing your team at the biggest stage. Obviously, it's a huge honor. And if you've been there once, for me, I always wanted to be there again.
And the best 32 will play on July 14th to July 17th in Copenhagen. $500,000 up for grabs. Huge prize pots on the line. Andoni, unfortunately, couldn't bring the trophy home this year in La Liga. He had a strong season for Atletico Madrid. All over the top, Mbappe was the man in ascendancy for that one. Eder Militao will win that. Mbappe finds R9, Eder Militao again, who's been so superb. Not that time! CR7! will allow Andoni just to erupt. He's needed a goal, he's needed a way back in the game, and he's just about squeezed that one through.
Yeah, I think he got a bit lucky with the McGeady cancel, that he keeps the ball there with R9, and then when you get the ball in that spot with CR7, it's always going to be a goal.
It has been a good year for the Spanish scene in total. The likes of David Sanchez coming through, Andoni part of that Kone back to his best qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. If there was one sort of region you struggled against playing against, or one nationality of FIFA players, what would you say is a difficult nationality you play against?
I mean, this year the scene got split up in Europe, and for there I would say it would be the Italians, because it's always difficult to play against them. They kind of have their own play style, everybody that's from Italy, and it's always tough to play against them. And obviously I hate playing against other fellow Germans, because you practice a lot, and when you're in the same scene, you know, they almost know everything that's maybe a kind of new, and that gives you the edge against players from other regions, but the Germans will know them.
Especially in the virtual Bundesliga format, you must play a lot of matches against fellow German pros.
Yeah, definitely.
I think too much to talk about at the bottom of your screen. Scoreline still remain the same. Van der Sar, 2 hands on that one. This game is set up perfectly. Kai Karai against Yuval Belly is an interesting one. 2-2 that one. That's qualification game again for the FIFAe World Cup. That'll be the first ever World Cup for those two. Incredible opportunity. In terms of formations for you coming into this one, Dylan, what was you rocking in terms of your main formation, and then maybe like a backup in game if you're not winning, or alternatively seeing out a result?
Yeah, for me the main formation was the 3-5-2, and when that wasn't working, which thankfully it worked most of the times, I had to switch to the 4-3-2-1, but I would say I played like maybe 90 to 95% of the game time with the 3-5-2.
Marcelo driving down the byline, does so well. Marcelo still waiting for a run, just wanted someone like R9 just to pop out and come and collect that one. Corner played in, flicked on. Sergio Ramos was there. It's quick again from Stefano Pina, player lock used. This time not very well.
Yeah, we just saw Marcelo winning the header against CR7 in the corner. I think Andoni got a bit lucky. Maybe if CR7 wins that one, it's going to be very difficult to defend it.
And I asked this to, I think it was Olelito yesterday. When you're defending a corner, what are you thinking? Because you've got no idea what's coming at you. What's your mindset? Olelito's words were, just get it clear.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it for me. When I see that my opponent is able to do the player lock crosses, I just think I have to defend like the player that is running into it. So I don't even watch the first header, because I know I'm going to lose it if he's playing it to CR7, and then I'll just defend from there.
Well, half time here. We are all square. We've all to play for. As we also said, there's 4 games taking place just behind us here in the commentary booth at the playoffs in the pit. 4 more players will be booking their ticket to the FIFAe World Cup. You can see all those games are currently underway in their second legs, and a lot of them are all square. Other than that one, the far-hand side of your screen, you can see AC Monza's catch-up, who's leading at the moment, as we said, in a very tight game against the Argentine Correa. And after this, we'll have the big one. 16 more players turning up, ready to go. Levi David will be there. Stingray, Nicholas 99 FC, JRA Lion, Benny CR7. I'm sure you'll be hanging around. There's a few Germans in that bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I would also love to know whether Cora is in a good position. I'm also good friends with him, and you can also see like all the German players standing behind him, supporting. And I think when Benny is playing later on at Levi Finn, it will be the same.
He was sort of one of those players that came around in that online era with Musti, and they just sort of come out of the blue, those players, or were they all? Or did you sort of know about them before they had their big break?
No, I think for them, especially for Musti and Koray, their big break came after performing really well in those online qualifiers. And I think before that they were just like your standard type, like semi-pros. But once you get like your one tournament and you get the breakthrough, then it's looking pretty good.
And why do you think we've seen such German dominance over the last few years? Do you think it comes from infrastructure with virtual Bundesliga? And I mean, for years you had a championship, a yearly German championship. Is that what stems, or is it just, do you think, the German scene and Germany in general just get FIFA esports a bit differently than maybe other nations?
Yeah, I think in Germany, like, everything is pretty professional. Like, I know every team has to have like a gaming office and stuff like that. People that only make esports for the teams. And if you're in a German scene, it's really easy if you're not on the top to kind of get knocked out pretty quickly, because there are always new players coming into the scene. And I think that's the main part.
Is that a motivation for you as well, when you've got all these new players coming through that want to take your spot?
Yeah, definitely. All the new players obviously coming in, they want to be the best. And when you're like a veteran in the scene, obviously you want to kind of keep the spot as the best player. I think Kawhi just scored.
Could be a chance just in this one. Peanut went for a finesse from 30 yards out. That one was deflected. There was a goal in that Karai game against Yuval Belly. We'll give you an update on the score and we'll hopefully see the goal. Pressure building. The FIFAe World Cup qualification on the line. Well, here's the goal now that's happened. Which way has it gone? It looks like it may have gone the way of Kai Karai. Lionel Messi with it. Germany might have 3 names on that sheet and on that plane going to Copenhagen.
Yeah, it was a really well-worked goal. He kind of anticipated with the cross and then just played it straight to...
Hello! Stefano Pina has just scored the exact same goal he scored in the first half. In it goes to Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's all about the extra pass. R9, right place, right time. Could that be his FIFAe World Cup in the bag?
Yeah, I think he's in a really good position now. It was a really well-worked goal again, similar to the second one Pina scored. And you basically can't defend those because you automatically get locked to the header, and then you can't defend the pass because the AI will cover that. And I think Pina's in a really good position now, 65th minute, to score that goal. And mentally, obviously, is having a huge advantage now.
Yeah, he'll be the only Belgian so far to qualify himself for a FIFAe World Cup. How are you feeling in a moment like this if you are Stefano Pina? You're up by a goal, there's what, 80 minutes left or so to play. In terms of managing the game, tactically and how you're playing it, how would you be playing? Okay, 25 minutes, quite a long time left in this game. Are you looking for another goal? I mean, 2-goal cushion would be lovely, but are you just looking to slow the game down?
Yeah, I was in the same position yesterday. I conceded 2-3, I think, in the 65th minute as well. And then it was 25 minutes of like 1 goal, just hoping to not concede. And for me, I think if the chance creates, then you're going for the counter-attack. But most of the times I would just honestly play for time and wait for mistakes from the opponent, because he has to rush to score the goal.
At the same time, it's like constant pressure must be horrible to defend against. You know, what in a constant pressure scenario, what are you looking for? You're just looking for the outlet of a Cristiano Ronaldo every time.
That's one thing I look for, obviously just crossing into CR7. And the other thing is maybe like the constant pressure makes a mistake and there's one player completely open, and then I'll just try to kind of build it up and just go for the fresh players I just subbed on, maybe like Shapeshifter Son.
Yeah, who has had a great impact this weekend, Heung-min Song. He's not been a starter for many, but regardless, he's come on and been really impressive. It's R9 that has scored the goal for Stefano Pina. Will Genk Esports be at the FIFAe World Cup? Will Belgium have their first player there too? They'd have a very experienced player heading to Denmark if that was to be the case. Stefano Pina is 20 minutes away from that being a reality. Checking with this one very quickly. There has been a chance, and I believe there's been a goal. It has come for the Italian. Caccia, 4 goals to 1. He looks like he is off. And what a playoffs this has been for Italy, by the way. Danny Pitbull, Obrun, and Caccia looking to all be at the FIFAe World Cup. You mentioned Italy and Italians being very dangerous this year. We might be about to see that. We might be about to see R9 bag another goal, defended well.
Yeah, definitely. The Italians are really good, especially coming onto the scene. And now they have proved it at LAN events as well. And obviously it's a huge achievement for the entire scene.
You've got to feel for Andoni in some ways. If he doesn't get over the line, he's come so close this year in so many different tournaments that he's played in. La Liga. The league and the cup, he had good runs there, just couldn't quite get over the line. And to be 1 game away from the World Cup after qualifying last year, but not going ahead. Got a feel for him. That's Correa. Got a goal back in this one. Ball into Bellingham. Finds it back to Mbappe. He has. There is time left in that game. Just 12 minutes, just over. That is a lot of time, and he's going to be able to get at least 1 or 2 chances.
Yeah, definitely, especially if he kind of just goes all out attack, constant pressure. And if he's able to find a goal, I would say if you're 2 goals down, as long as you get the goal before like the 85th minute, it's definitely possible that you equalize the game.
Well then, last roll of the dice here for Andoni. If you were in a losing position with 1 goal with, what, 20 minutes, are you pretty much duplicating what Andoni is at the bottom hand corner of your screen?
Yeah, I mean, it's only like 13 minutes left. I think he has to go all out attack, because if he doesn't, then Stefano Pina can just hold the ball and kind of take time off the clock.
He's gone for that constant press, no doubt. The depth of the team is up to. Tried to make it a bit more narrow in the way he's going to be playing. Again, this is for spot 21, 22, 23 and 24 for the FIFAe World Cup. And there has just been another goal in that game. Katya against Correa. Which way has it gone? We'll check in when we can. "12 minutes left to play. Andoni needs to turn it on now. If Spain will have a second player there, Pele, time, space, Van der Sar, superb. Still could be alive. Just about defended well. Van der Sar will be getting all the plaudits. What a save, Dylan.
Yeah, definitely. I think Andoni rushed it a bit in this situation. I mean, obviously you are 1 goal down. In the situation you need a goal. But I think he had too much space. He could have just done a ball roll around the keeper or a shot cancel, and it would have been a 100% goal.
Well, Casilla has just scored again. He is leading by 3 goals now. Maybe make that 4, 6-2. There's minutes left to play in this one. What we can say is congratulations to Italy. 3 players will be there in Denmark. And what a performance. He knocked out MS Desari via a penalty shootout, and after losing the first game here in the bracket, what a turnaround from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously when you lose the first round and then you look at the bracket and you see you play Dossary in the second round, you might not go into it with the highest hopes of qualifying for the World Cup, but he has proven it wrong.
Well, both games are very near. At the same time, Stefano Pina, we haven't seen too much of him in the last few years. Is minutes away, or is there more drama in this one? Andoni with an unbelievable chance. Presses there, Van der Sar deals with it. Big win in the air from Cristiano Ronaldo. After such a good E-World Cup, back on FIFA 18, we will see him back again in Denmark. If he can just defend this one more attack with minutes left to play, or is there late drama from Andoni? Mbappe through, Andoni now looking dangerous, building, Mbappe still, come back, what a save, Van der Sar! Bellingham will raise the roof! And Andoni goes absolutely mental! And on that note as well, Katya is in Denmark, he will close out that one. Knocking at MS Desari on the way, AC Monza will be there. But I felt like there was going to be a chance in that one for Dylan. For Andoni, sorry, Dylan Mike. What a chance, what a goal. We're off to extra time in that game, but a massive congratulations to that man, Katya. AC Monza have got representation there. Italy have got 3 players in the FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, definitely congrats to Garcia, and in this game, Stefano Pina versus Andoni, I think Stefano Pina kind of threw it away a bit. He had good control with 90th minute, and I think 30 seconds remaining on the clock, but he plays a lofted through ball to CR7, which ended up being offside, and just from that one mistake, he conceded.
What a chance for Pina there. It's one of them, isn't it? You are in your own head at those moments, aren't you? When there's a minute left plus usual time, it's like, what do I do with the ball? The outlet to Ronaldo was great, and there was an offside trap. There was an offside trap where there was just an offside play that happened, and just for that, with literally seconds left in the game, Andoni, what a celebration, by the way. We've got a cap. We've got to record that, I'm sure, for the end of the show. What a reaction of just literally a front row full of Spaniards there. I think Matias Bonano's there alongside Kone, who qualified yesterday, David Sanchez. They're rooting on their fellow Spaniards. What does that do in terms of giving Andoni confident, scoring the last goal to equalise, going into extra time. Would you say the momentum's with him now?
Yeah, definitely the momentum is with him. I think he showed good scenes in the box throughout the entire game, and now he's obviously going into the extra time pretty confident, knowing that he has just scored with like the only chance remaining to qualify for the World Cup.
30 more minutes now in front of us. This is one of our final games to conclude. There are 2 games just behind us in the pit taking place where we find 2 more players that have qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. But we can confirm that Casilla will be there. AC Monza will be there. Italy will have 3 players there. Right, this is concluded. Kai Karai, you'll be very happy, Dylan. There is another German that will be on his way to Denmark. He's in tears. VfL Bochum will be on their way to the FIFAe World Cup final.
Yeah, obviously I'm pretty happy for him. Congrats to him. He's one of my best friends in the scene over the last few years. And obviously I know how much this means to him. And it's just great to see like the fellow Germans succeeding.
That's 22 spots given out now to the World Cup. There are still 10 left. 2 more to conclude from this round of games. And then we'll have 8 more coming your way later this evening. All live from the FGS playoffs here in London. Son, Batahullet. Extra time here between Stefano Pina and Andoni. It was a 90th minute equaliser from the Spaniard of movie star riders. Son, this is nice. Oh, nice. Stefano Pina, what a save, Schmeichel. Corner. In it comes, 2 hands on it. Let's check in with this one. This is also an extra time too between the 2 Brazilians. TZ, Daughter Arnheit, up against SPQR's Young. We've got quite a treat here, haven't we? 2 games extra time in front of us. Just to get your thoughts on that chance from Pina. Anything he could have done better, or just good goalkeeper movement?
I think he had enough time, to be honest, when he played it to CR7 because there were no defenders remaining. I think he could have just took an extra touch, maybe look whether he moves the goalkeeper, and then decide from there.
Andoni, Davies down the byline, wins a corner. Or is that going to go for a goal kick? Sorry, it will go for a goal kick over there. SPQR have just scored. And it is Young who has bagged the goal. They've been a bit of a talent factory, to be honest, SPQR over the last few seasons, just producing and fostering this talent in Brazil. They could be having a player at the E-World Cup. They are in front there. That one is in the first half of extra time. There is a lot more time left in that game. This one is about to be at half-time in extra time. Stefano Pina, last chance off the half. Oh, 9, posted in, will score.
Yeah, it's really well played, especially in the end. To have the calmness to just do a ball roll and then a lofted pass. And then from there, R9 will never miss it.
But how many times can he lead a game, Dylan, and not been able to hold on to it? I think he's led pretty much every time in this match. He's just struggled holding on to the lead.
Yeah, I think in this position now, I would just focus on being up by 1 goal, not remembering conceding in the 90th minute, and just kind of seed out the game.
Nerve-wracking, 15 minutes left to play. Perfect time to score on the stroke of half-time. I mean, you'd think that Stefano would have learned his lessons now of trying to see out a 1-0 result, but it's going to be very difficult, as you said. You know what's coming your way, constant press for 15 minutes. Just how to deal with it is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, but the good part is, though, for Stefano Pina, Andoni already had to play constant pressure for like 15 minutes, so his players aren't maybe stamina-wise up to the standard of Stefano Pina's players. And if he plays it smart, then he can just play for his fresh players and run through.
Well, final words from the coach of Genk, Abdullah. They have travelled well, the 2 Belgians here. Gilles will be in action in that next round of games very, very soon afterwards. Coach Espy was able to coach Tuga to an E-World Cup just yesterday for Movie Star Riders, hoping that Andoni will be able to turn this final 15 minutes around. There's been so many games and so many World Cup spots aside on penalties. Are we going to need more of that? Or is Stefano Pina going to be able to hold on to this one? You are right, though. It's a great point. Look at the stamina bars for Andoni. He can constant press, but it probably won't be at the full force that he was able to before.
Yeah, and also you can see Stefano Pina just subbed on Weghorst in the 105th minute. And I think that's his main option to kind of take time off the clock, just lob the ball to Weghorst.
Andoni again, Alphonso Davies. Goes for a goal kick in the end. He's not been treated too well there. Deflection did not go his way. Stefano Pina with a chance to conclude this game. Look at the space that is open now. Does he want to fall into the trap though of attacking for another goal? He doesn't. Check in with this one. This is 4-3 still. SPQR 14 minutes away from qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup with their Brazilian player in Young. Looks to find another goal. Pina with a pause. Looking to take time out of the game. Gives possession away again. Gives Andoni a chance wasted. Massive tackle, Alphonso Davies. Big chance. Pele could be through for Andoni. Ball rolls the goalkeeper. Still in possession just about. All got a little bit too congested in the box. This is getting really crazy, this last 5 minutes. End-to-end FIFA. He's just got to see it out, Peter. He's giving possession away again. Davies, Bellingham. Big switch of play, finds Ramos. Bellingham also wins on the flip side for Stefano Pina. It's in his hands now to see out this last few minutes. Long ball over the top. You'd like to say it should be job done for the Belgian, who will be travelling to Copenhagen for Genk Esports. After a 2-year wait, he's back again on land. He's back again at a FIFAe World Cup. Belgium will be there, and so will Stefano Pina. Congratulations. Spot number 23 in the bag. Commiserations, Andoni. Unfortunately, he won't be there. Let's turn our attentions to this one now. 2 minutes to play. Daughter in possession with this corner. Militao finds Ronaldo. Just got to see it out, which seems impossible for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Stefano Pina. I think he learned his lesson, and in the 120th minute, he just passed it to the goalkeeper when he was in the same situation.
That should be job done. SPQR look to be back in the FIFAe World Cup. Yes, they will be with Young, their Brazilian, who has just qualified for Copenhagen. Congratulations. That's exactly what it means to play in the biggest of all tournaments, the FIFAe World Cup. Spot number 24 in the bag, and another Brazilian player that will be travelling to Denmark. Look no further. That's FIFA esports for you. And that's exactly what it means to that young man.
Yeah, huge congrats to him. You can see how much it means to him to qualify for the World Cup. And I think he's going to be really excited to be there.
Wow, $10,000 guaranteed as well. Commiserations to Daughter, by the way. Very tough game to take, losing just like that. Back to the drawing board for him next year. There we have it, Dolomite. That is 60 more players battled through. 24 players have booked tickets to the World Cup. What do you make of that last round in terms of the 8 players we found?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of emotions and what it means to players qualifying, it was a great round, I think. And also, it's great seeing like the new players qualifying, and as well players like Stefano Pina qualifying that have been here in 2018 and 19.
I just can't believe exactly what he's just done. SPQR, congratulations. They, as I said, have been a talent factory for Brazilian players that have welcomed them into the FIFA esports scene. It's been a decent day for Brazilians. A load of South Americans have qualified alongside German players too. Kaikarite coming through that last round of the bracket. And all our attention will turn to the final 16. Nicholas, Levi David, Tex, all will be in action in this next round. I think I've been looking forward to this one the most across the weekend.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the whole quality in those 16, I think it's the most stacked one. And it's going to be really interesting to see who's qualifying.
So much emotion here in London. You can absolutely understand why. Here at the FGS playoffs. And there we have it. Dolomite joining me across that round. Incredible round of games. So many big results. And I just think there's been so many surprises this weekend. Yes, we've had a lot of common names come back and qualify again, but there's just been so many new names that have qualified.
Yeah, definitely. And as well, players like Tosari not qualifying, for me was a huge shock. And I think it's great to have like a mix between the players that have been like a few years ago qualifying and the new players. I think they have shown what it takes to be there, and they will perform there.
Yeah, incredible scenes. Well, just for you to get some final thoughts, we might not see you again until the E-World Cup. What's the preparation now from, of course, watching the rest of the games today, flying back tomorrow to Germany? You've got probably just under 2 weeks. What's your preparation now heading into the E-World Cup? You mentioned corners. You
Yeah,
work
definitely.
on those?
Yeah. I definitely have to work on my corners. And I think besides that, I will just practice, do my normal routine before tournaments. And I think at first I will probably like even chill like a few days, no FIFA, kind of get my creativity back. And then I'm going to prepare normally.
And if you had to be honest, 3 tournaments coming your way in Denmark. Is the E-World Cup the one you're most looking forward to, or?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I was in the E-World Cup before, and I never been to the Club World Cup final tournament. So I'm looking forward to this one as well. But I think for me, like the most prestigious thing is always the 1v1 World Cup.
Yeah, well, so you're going to be there across all 3 tournaments in Copenhagen: E-World Cup, E-Club World Cup, E-Nations Cup. You've got a lot of FIFA coming ahead. You've got a big enough suitcase because you're going to be there for like, what, 3 weeks?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. I mean, I'm going to basically live in Copenhagen for 3 weeks, and it's going to be tough. I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure whether my suitcase is big enough yet.
Yeah, amazing stuff, Dylan. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary booth for this one. There is a few more Germans, as we said. Benny CR7, good friend of yours. Has he got a coach, or will you be coaching him in that?
No, he has a coach.
He has a coach, okay. No worries at all. He'll be trying to do what he can to get himself through that bracket there. Dylan, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for
Have a
having
safe journey back to Germany tomorrow. We'll see him in the FIFAe World Cup finals. For now, it's over to Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle to welcome 4 more winners onto the stage.
Brandon Smith, you've been working Dylan Mike hard there. Let him go now. Let him go and, I guess, practice more for the World Cup, which Carl said is happening in just like 11 days' time. It's creeping up very fast. Mike, Group C has now been completed. We started with 60 in that group, and we have our 8 finalists already. That was the group of drama, I'm going to say.
It was eventful. I would say maybe the group of unexpected results in many regards. Obviously, MS Desari, but even with both Israeli players being eliminated, I didn't see that coming.
Both Israeli players, I know these are the eliminated players from Group C. Obviously, they dropped down. We had to get 2 wins to go through, and it was Correa, Daughter, Yuval Belli, and Andoni. And Andoni was quite the drama. He kept it alive, didn't he? Took it to extra time, and Pinner was just too strong for him.
Another player, again, that we always talk about, has a lot of those achievements. MS Desari pops off Ethan Feldman and Iden, who's had back-to-back penalty kick losses, just to tell you how slim those margins are.
They're very, very small, the margins at this top level of FIFA. But, yeah, commiserations to all the 8 that fell at this hurdle in the competition. But let's talk about the players, Mike LaBelle, who have got that ticket, have got, I guess, their next event lined up. They know what they've got to qualify, and they've got to play for now. These are the 4 that we saw a little bit earlier. Of course, it was Lamps, Umir, Edson, and Paolo Neto. They were the 4 that already got their scarves, and these 4 are joining them. We had Katja, Young, Kei Karai, and Stefano Pinner. I mean, the biggest, I guess, storyline for me there was Stefano Pinner, because he was a runner-up, wasn't he, back in 2018. He's the first Belgian player to qualify, representing Genk Esports. He's going to Copenhagen. Let's welcome him right now, Stefano Pinner, to the stage.
The return of Pinner. Got it done. Got that shit done.
Congrats, mate. We'll let Kyle Walker do the interview.
Thank you, Rach. Incredible stuff, Stefano. We've just been talking about the previous achievements you've had at FIFAe World Cups. You're going back to another one. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing, actually, because like the last 2 years, it was not disappointed, but like I didn't reach my A level, like my A game. So yeah, now I reach a World Cup, like the biggest tournament. So I feel very happy, and I had a tough bracket also. So yeah, I'm just happy that I made it.
Talk to me about those 2 years, because it's been quite interesting not talking about you for 2 years in a way. You've not hit your A level, your A game, as you've said. What have you worked on then to make sure you get back to it?
Like I still made tournaments, but I didn't go far like FIFA 19, 18. And I just trained a lot harder than before. I put a lot of time in friendlies and everything else. I got a coach with Genk. He trained me a lot, and also my teammates with Genk. Just training, and getting like the courses usually. Like I trained a lot with it, so and it worked. So yeah, you need to train, and you find new things.
You definitely do. Well, you earn yourself this scarf and that controller. Put that scarf on for us. You are going to the FIFAe World Cup. A quick answer just on that last game, because you look like you'd done it and then Andoni managed to pull one back. That size says it all. It took extra time. What were you thinking in those moments?
Yeah, I was thinking like just one chance. I need one chance. Like I crossed the ball to Ronaldo. He wins a header, and then I made not a bad choice, but like maybe I need to cross it to my goalkeeper, and then it's finished. But I want to give it to Ronaldo back, but he was offside. So he got one chance and he scores. But that's FIFA. Like I still learn. Like those things, but like it's a stress and it's 90 minutes. You don't think straight, so yeah, it's a little mistake, but we won, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters, and all that matters is you're going to the FIFAe World Cup. Stefano Pina, make your way across just there. Congratulations. Our next competitor that is going through, and we can welcome him to the stage, Kay Carey. A huge sigh of relief as you're walking across. You can see that big qualified just on the screen just there. How much does that mean to you that you're going to the FIFAe World Cup?
I mean, it is the best tournament for me in the FIFA career, and I mean everyone wants to get to this FIFAe World Cup, and that I've just done it. It's an amazing feeling, and I'm out of words. I can't believe it. Yeah. I
can imagine just how amazing that is. Well, you've earned yourself this. You get that controller and the scarf. Put that scarf around your neck. You are going to the FIFAe World Cup right there. It feels like we can see your peers just now. We can see Umut, he's laughing, he's joking. He's going as well. How good is the German team right now?
Yeah, I think Germany have one of the best players like Dülen, Umut, or all the others that are sitting here. I hope that a German can get the trophy to Germany.
Well, hopefully that might be you. We will see in a couple of weeks' time. Congratulations, you can make your way off. Kay Carey, thank you so much. Now, one man that is excited, he is buzzing. You can see he cannot wait to make his way across the stage. He's qualified in spectacular fashion, SPQR Young. We meet again. We get to talk at all of your big moments in tournaments at times as well. This time it's a very positive one. You're going to the FIFAe World Cup and everyone saw the emotion. We nearly had to stop the broadcast because you were over there. You wouldn't leave. We could see and hear all of that emotion. What's going through your body and your head right now?
Nothing. It's just I'm going to Copenhagen and that's it. All the time I was focused on that. And as you said, in Libertadores it was so sad because I lost in penalties. It was a tough match, and we need to learn how to lose and go back and be better.
Well, a few days ago, we actually spoke, me and you talked about, hopefully we get to talk again, and hopefully it's a more positive one. It definitely is, because you have earned that gold controller, the scarf as well. You can put that around your neck just there. You can see how much it does mean to you, but I want to talk about the support you've got as well, because it feels like everyone is very, very vocal from your region, and they let it known, and they're also proud of you.
Yes, of course. For example, my teammates Rampazzo and my teammates to Nathan, they were all the time supporting me. And of course, my coach in Libertadores, I wasn't with him and I lost. And right now I was with him. We were drawing the match and he said to me, let's make a change, put the 4-1-2-1-2. And I was, no, I'm not too confident to do that. And he looked at me and said, put the 4-1-2-1-2, you're gonna win. And I put, and we won. So I'm pretty confident now to go to Denmark, and I'm pretty happy, really happy in Brazil as is. E isso aqui é Brasil, rapaziada. Tem que respeitar até o fim. A gente tá junto sempre. Essa América do Sul aqui, ó. A gente merece muito isso que tá acontecendo com a gente. A SPQR, o Fiora, todo mundo aqui, beleza? Um abraço.
South America repping right there. Congratulations, SPQR Young. You can make your way across just there. I'm not kicking him off like last time in the E-Libertadores either. Now, our fourth competitor, what a journey he's had just today. We will talk about it. Making his way across the stage, Katia. There we go. And no, don't apologise. This is your moment just now. We need to talk about what a day you've had. I mean, coming up against MS Dasari. What was going through your head at that moment where you're coming up against the self-proclaimed king of the jungle, knowing you've got to get this win?
I thought I'm out of the tournament.
You thought you were out. How did you manage to then turn that around?
Of course, because I didn't think Dasari could not be at the World Cup. So he was loser, so I understood that he could lose, of course, because he already did. But he's the king of the jungle, you said. So I thought he could be better in that game, probably.
Now, you can see just how much respect you've got for Dasari there, but obviously you managed to overcome him, and now you're qualified and you're going to the FIFAe World Cup. That smile says it all. You can put that scarf around you just now. Does that win fill you with the confidence that you may need now to go to Copenhagen, to go to Denmark and hopefully lift that trophy, beating MS Dasari?
Of course, when you are at this level, when you are at this tournament, you play to win. Then you don't want to think about your level or something like that. You just think match by match. You try to win every your matches, of course. And that's what I will do in Copenhagen.
Well, you certainly did that, and congratulations. You are going to Copenhagen, and you are joined by these three. Make your way to the centre of the stage. This is your moment. We have Kasia, SPQR, Young, Kay Kare, and Stefano Pina as they take in this moment as they qualify for the FIFAe World Cup in Copenhagen in 2 weekends' time. There's plenty more FIFA 22 action coming your way, though. Tex and Levi David compete in Group D as we find our final competitors going to the FIFAe World Cup. We'll see you soon.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker. I see my winger is wide. I play him out wide. And then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross, and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker. I don't want to play my other striker because he has two defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of him, so that's why I do a driven cross, and you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball, and then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run, and I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decided to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
The winner of Nicholas and Blaze, I think.
Well, we've waited quite a while to see those three faces. I know how much of a fan you guys are of at home of Nicholas, Tex and Levy. They're all in action in Group D, in which we're calling the Group of Death, Kyle Walker. It's got so many names in it, those three just being 3 of the 16 that we have here, trying to qualify for those final 8 spaces on the plane to Denmark in just, like you mentioned, 11 days' time. And Tex and Nicholas, they've been around the scene for quite a while. Levy, I still feel, is relatively, I'll say that again, relatively new to the scene.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that people are naming this the Group of Death because the stakes have probably increased even more with what's already happened today. No MS Dasari at the FIFAe World Cup, so Nicholas, Tex, that battle, remember, all those years ago about who's the GOAT at FIFA, well, they'll be hoping that they can get there, and they'll be wanting to get their hands on that FIFAe World Cup, because if one of them can do that, that must surely secure them as a GOAT. I'm not saying that MS Dasari isn't one, but the stakes are definitely higher now because there's so much more competition. One bad result, if you get a bad matchup with somebody, that's it. Your tournament, your season's done.
Well, I mentioned yesterday, I said to Carl, do you think the door's wide open because we've got no Mo Alba here? The door is now wide open, the window's wide open because no Mo Alba or MS Dasari. Anyway, this is the final group, Group D. Let's just bring you up to speed on what we've seen, though, yesterday and today. We started yesterday with 4 groups, 16 players in each. Day 1, we saw Group A and B in action. Today, we've already seen Group C in action on day 2. Finally, we'll be seeing Group D. They each have to play 3 rounds of FIFA. Win 2, you go through. It's double elimination. Let's have a look then at the bracket. The feature matchup, Kyle, we have to look top right. J.R.A. Lion, a Spanish player, 7 times Spanish champion, is going up against Tex.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a matchup that I'm so excited to watch. Obviously, it's here on the main stage, but look at some of the other matchups in the pit. The pit is already surrounded by plenty of spectators. Levy David taking on MH7, Nicholas 99FC against Blazek as well. People are really, really excited about these matchups. I am. It's the final group, and as you mentioned, the final 8 are lying on that bracket just there. Some will have to do it the hard way, but some will do it the easy way.
Well, Benny CR7, he's back in action. He was coaching the last time we saw him, I think, at the Champions League. Ollie Bolly is in action against Stingray, and I guess Team Hullet could have a great day if Levy goes through as well. We've already seen Manny Bashor, Yilmaz, Ololito. Well, he's kind of ninjas in pajamas / Hullet. We never know.
He was wearing the kit, so we'll let him off. Yeah.
We never know which way he's going. Obviously, they kind of merge as a team as well. But Renzo, who was commentating earlier, was saying kind of they've been on a boot camp and they've all been trying to qualify. They had 5 people brought here, so let's see if they can get Levy as well. But in terms of that, are we going to see what we just saw, Kyle, in Group C? Some of these big names going out, and let's just talk a little bit about Tex as well. He's over here on the stage getting ready against J.R.A. Lion. I just saw him in the audience with Diogo, his coach. I said to Tex, are you nervous? And he went, absolutely. I thought he was going to say absolutely not, but he said absolutely. I said, why? He said, because it all comes down just to this one tournament. It's different if it was spread out with ranking points throughout the season.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him earlier today, and it was quite interesting because he said the same to me, but he said, look at how I was talking at the beginning of the season. He was extremely confident. So that pressure is there. I don't want to talk too loudly because he can definitely hear us right now. Plus, his mum's in the audience and she's looking at me right now. But also, I think that for someone like Tex, that pressure isn't just from himself, it's from everybody else because everyone knows how good he is. Nobody wants to face him when he's playing the best that he can do. And I feel like when he is doing that, no one can beat him, but he has to get to that level. And like he said, like you've reiterated for him, he has to do it at playoffs. Otherwise, as we've seen, no FIFAe World Cup for some of the biggest players.
Well, we've spoken about GOATs. Tex is one of them, that's for sure. And he's going up now in Group D against JRA Lion from Spain. Let's get right to it, guys. Mike Labelle and Leah Ravel are ready to cast this one.
Hello, you guys. Welcome back. A huge game ahead of us. But before we jump in, my name's Leah Ravel, and the man, the myth, the legend, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Mike, how are you?
I am feeling amazing. It's been a minute since I've been in the commentary booth, so I'm looking forward to this matchup. And what a matchup it is between Tex and JRA Lion, two players that have so much experience, and I have been looking at this matchup since, like, right when it got announced. Yesterday, I was dialing in.
I think so too, and I think everyone in the audience, everyone watching from home, this is one of the matchups of the weekend. This is one of the ones that we've been waiting to see. Talking a little bit about the competitors, Tex for starters, we know him, we know the name, we know what he's accomplished. He's 20 years old and has some more accolades than some of the older, other experienced players as well. But what do you think he brings today in terms of experience?
Well, he's arguably one of the most, if not most successful players that we have in the community, a multi-champion. We're looking at 5 FUT Champions Cups, E-Prem, Club World Cup. Ever since he's come onto the scene, he's been the man to watch, and he really was saying throughout all the online period that he was just waiting to come back to LAN, and it's time for him to kind of prove that. The skills that always pay the bills, underrated on the defensive end. He's just such a consistent and reliable player that we give all this credit to him, but he's earned that credit.
100%. And we expect that again from him today. We have seen some upsets, so, you know, JRA is not a player to sleep on as well. So what do you think we could expect from this matchup?
It almost feels unfair to say that JRA would be an underdog. I mean, maybe against Tex, but he's been in the scene for over 5 years now. Again, very well-known player, especially in the Spanish community, and he's traveled well, and he's a guy that expects to get to the FIFAe World Cup. He's not here just to be here, and they're only one step away. I keep pressing that, but this is the final elimination. It's a 50-50 that you're going to make it to the big finals that are happening in Copenhagen.
Totally. Well, speaking of that, let's take a look at the bracket and the matchups from today, where we're at. Mike, why don't you break this down for us?
I'd love to. So let me give you a quick overview, and you're going to see so many big names. Levy's going to pop off the page. You're going to see Nicholas potentially going to be matching up against Levy maybe at some point, just depending how things go. You've got the likes of JRA versus Tex, which we're going to see on the main stage, and we're going to be commentating on that. I'd also like to see if Stingray maybe can make a run. We're going up against Ali Bali, another very well-known Swedish player, and a competitor that people expect to see be able to make that FIFAe World Cup. So the rules, or the way this plays out, is relatively simple. You win 2, you're going through. If you lose 2, unfortunately, you're going home just 1 step short.
That's right. Elimination matches, lots of excitement, lots of action. We talked a little bit about Tex. Let's talk a little bit about JRA. He just came off of La Liga, 2nd place, podium. Great performance, debatably his best season this year. Been in the FIFA scene for a long time. FIFA 17, I believe, was his first season. But what do you think he brings to this match? As I've said, we've seen numerous upsets today, yesterday. There's people that we'd expect in the FIFAe World Cup, but there's people that are going home.
He might also have the best jawline in the community, just on an unrelated note. But something that I love about JRA is his attitude, the work ethic, and then, of course, the fact that he also has achievements and accomplishments before it turned into everything going online, and now the return to LAN events as well. And I think that's really important. We've seen that come into play at this event in particular, because there's noise, there's energy, there's back and forth, there's posses, there's clubs. You name it, everybody brought out everybody they could. And I feel that if you have that fandom in your corner, it does give you a little bit of a nudge, potentially in a tight matchup.
Well, you can see all of the posses, all of the fans that are gathered around the pit as it pans through. The players are getting ready to begin their matches, but the tension, the excitement in here is second to none. I mean, being back at LAN is something that we've been waiting for a long time. And how does that feel for you to be, this is what, your 3rd, 4th, 5th LAN event since COVID?
Not only are we back, but it feels a little different because we have a live audience. Even though it's the majority of players and coaches and people that are directly involved in esports, that's just a different type of atmosphere and energy that it gives you a little more electricity and also makes things a little more real. I don't know if that can speak for everyone, but that's how I'm feeling. You look at the pit, it's hot, it's sweaty, there's a lot of noise happening, it's back and forth. They're moving around. I'm here for it.
I'm here for it too. I mean, you can see behind us a lot of people, even when goals are scored, you can hear the chants, you can hear the yells, the screams, the passion. But 5 seconds, match between Tex and JRA Lion, the one that perhaps we've been waiting to see. Let's kick off and see what kind of excitement we have in this match. Now, I have to ask you, before we hop into this match, prediction.
Oh, you're putting us on the spot. Usually the commentators don't have to say anything about predictions. We're usually doing that when we're doing the analyzing and kind of picking a favorite here. I think it's going to be very close. It's so difficult to go against Tex on a main stage because he just wins on the main stage time and time again. But we saw this today. MS Desari is no longer in the competition.
Crazy.
Another main stage competitor at all times.
And with someone with so much experience like MS Desari, similar to Tex, fell short, unfortunately. Great performances, but again, sometimes the pressure, knockouts are different gravy.
And that's what you have to love about the competitive community is you control your own destiny. It doesn't matter who's the favorite, who has a bigger name, who has more achievements or accomplishments. You still are able to impact exactly what happens, when it happens, how it happens.
Definitely, and I think that if JRA comes out on top with this one, that creates a name for himself. He's going into the FIFAe World Cup knowing that he beat one of the best in the world.
Well, it's just the beginning stage as well for someone like JRA because even if you get an opening win, you still got to add to that. And we've seen a lot of adversity faced and players being able to rival those occasions.
Definitely. Well, we have a potential chance here from Ronaldinho, but Allison takes that out of the air. Cool, calm as you like. And JRA maintains that possession. It's interesting. Talk to me a little bit about, you've been in the pro scene, you've played a lot of different people. Talk to me about the play styles between I guess we're both, EU, UK, but between English and Spanish, is there any differences that come to mind that you can call out?
It's still individual in many regards, but from a community perspective, often Spanish players have a lot more possession play. We just saw Indoni play earlier, and he's another guy that's very committed to holding the ball, waiting for those opportunities. And if they score early, it's so difficult to get back into games. And that's where I'm going to see someone like JRA try to probably frustrate Tex. And as long as he doesn't go down early, especially if he's able to put some pressure on Tex with maybe an early goal or some big opportunities, it changes the momentum of the game a little bit and adds to your confidence, adds to your momentum.
Definitely. We can see both players in the bottom corners of our screen. JRA has his headphones on, he's locked in. Tex is just the noise of the crowd and his coach. What do you think that adds to their play style and their gameplay coming into a game as big as this one?
Well, at the moment, it's pretty silent in here as well. We need to see some eruptions, some sort of back and forth to really play a factor, but everybody goes off with how they're comfortable, how they've been practicing at home. And I think people are still getting used to really being back at LANs.
Definitely. Speaking of roars and passion, we just heard something happening behind us. But yeah, for me, even just real world in general, it's nice to be back to some normalcy. And I think all of these competitors and even all of the producers and us as talent, we are happy to be back in person. What, if any, was your superstition or what did you do when you were on the stage?
I went out there. I always try to stay light. I know that sounds funny, but I didn't necessarily have a superstition when I was competing. Before every match, I had to do this to get a result. But I knew that I wanted to be hydrated. I definitely knew that we were going to sit in for a lot of times. It's going to be here for quite some time. You're going to have hours of competition, and you can't lose any focus.
Definitely. We see JRA line here with the build-up. Hold it to Ronaldo. Back to Ronaldo. CR7 has some space, takes the shot, but is defended well by Eder Militao. Eder Militao, an item that we've seen consistently in almost every team this weekend. You think that he adds something else? What do you think is the reason why they're choosing Eder Militao over others?
It's still going to come down to comfort with players, but his side-to-side turning, really good with the lateral movement.
Another potential chance here with Ronaldo, but he falls a little bit short in front of goal, and Militao, again, is the one that clears that out.
I was just going to say, it took about 25 minutes. We had that opening opportunity from JRA, followed by a close chance there. Texas maybe one pass away from that additional layoff. And you're going to see some more of that comfort. Sometimes you have to get used to being on the big stage, and often games start a little bit cagey.
Definitely. We've seen a lot of pros prefer actually to be on the big stage in a situation like this because the pit gets really intense and really passionate. There's a lot of noise, a lot of distraction, but there's been 2 goals from Levi David in only a couple minutes. Mbappe with the chance into CR7. CR7 has those jumping stats. He has the height to get up over the other defenders. And A right-footed green time finesse outside of the box from Bellingham. Levy David leads 2-0 over MH7 in only 13 minutes.
And something you're going to constantly see at the pro level is not only their conversion rate and being clinical, but also the versatility, whether that is looking for matchups on the back post with Cristiano or the long-range shot to go with some of the build-up. You have to take what your opponent gives you, and they're so efficient on that offensive end. You don't necessarily need 10 chances to score multiple goals. So you're going to see guys go 2 for 2, 3 for 3, and that's it. That's all she wrote, and they're moving forward.
Definitely, and I think we've spoken about this numerous times this weekend. The skill level is so high here, and the skill gap is so small that oftentimes it's mistakes that from your opponent that leads to goals. We have a potential chance here from Mbappe on the byline, but defended well again by JRA Lion. Mistakes is generally what leads to a lot of goals because your opponent can react so quickly and read your playstyle so well and take advantage of those opportunities.
Cutting him out as best as possible, and then those key moments, like we saw just some of the build up there with Tex, he's really utilizing the simple skills, and in my opinion, the simple skills are often the most effective. A bunch of ball rolls there, trying to be clever with bursting forward and finding space. Again, couldn't find that last pass.
And here from Messi to Ronaldo. Can he get around the goalkeeper? He can, but it goes off the post. So close, but no chance. Solo.
And talk about some quick footwork, tight roping, ins, outs, all left stick dribbling. You saw a defender had ran back. I don't know if he really had it covered. It bangs off the posts. Pretty entertaining 0-0 first half.
Entertaining and a lucky deflection off the post, you would say. Perhaps.
I'll take an instant replay. If there is an option to hit the instant replay to see exactly how it went down. But either way, you had a tight angle to work with from JRA. Wasn't able to convert. I'd say a pretty even half. Whether it was 1-1, 0-0 like it is, drawing even seems fair.
I agree. I think that neither of them really dominated. Neither of them really had many chances. I think that was probably the best chance of the game. But yeah, that was a close one. Could go either way at this point. And so let's talk about both of their seasons. Obviously, both big names, both in it for a long time. JRA Lion is 26. Oh, here's the chance again. Ronaldo around the goalkeeper, but off the post and straight to Marquinhos.
I'm sure he'd like to have that back. He should be converting. Yes, it's a difficult angle, but you've got R9. You beat the goalkeeper. It's just you and basically get open goal. I'm sure JRA is going to talk about that a little bit with his coach and kind of say we should be up 1-0.
Definitely. I think we've seen many times this weekend that last-ditch pass, that last pass in front of goal that's led to a lot of different goals. But we're talking about age and experience. JRA Lion's 26. Tex is 20. So he has so many years ahead of him, of course, but what do you think that offers him in a position like this? The confidence that he must have as a 20-year-old with the accolades and the experience that he has must be helpful in tournaments as big as this. A potential chance here. Mbappe was almost through, but took that extra touch.
Just to track back with what you're asking, in this specific circumstance, because even though Tex is 20, he has so much experience, both these guys have played LAN environments, big crowds, small crowds, online, offline, you name it, it's been part of their competitive careers. So I feel like they should both be comfortable. If anything, I think JRA might have even flipped one side of the headphone out so he can have a better line of communication for the coach.
Definitely. Well, you guys, we just have had another goal in the matchup versus Nicholas versus Blaze, rather. Let's see the goal here. Marcelo with the ball inside the box to Ronaldo. First time, far post, calm as you like. Nicholas leads 1-0 in the 6th minute as well. That's crazy.
Very much so. Nicholas 101 versus Blazic there, where simple. It's not necessarily going to have all the tricks of the book, but that's how Nicholas plays. Extremely consistent, reliable. And he's one of those guys that often outlast you. His patience and how he's able to move her through moments, just winning the E-Champions League. I don't know if there's anyone that comes into this tournament with more momentum or more confidence that he's really and truly back and ready for LAN events.
Definitely, especially with one as prestigious as E-Champions League. To come home with that title definitely would set him up for a lot of success, as well as qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. What a season that would be for Nicholas. They look calm. They don't look stressed. Still 0-0. Levy David leading 4-0. If you take a look at the score lines at the bottom of your screen for the other matchups that we have, Nathan leading 1-0. Nicholas still leading 1-0. We did just see that goal. And JRA Techs 0-0. They don't look stressed.
They shouldn't be stressed yet. It's still 0-0, but you do have to start to think a little bit if you're JRA. Perhaps Tex has a reputation for being a second leg player. So if you can get an advantage now, that plays a major factor just for your confidence going into that second leg and kind of dealing with adjustments.
Definitely. Well, Mbappe is trying to create that space with the ball rules again. Nothing too intricate from Tex. Simple, basic, and that seems very effective for him. But does he have the chance there? He doesn't. He gets dispossessed again by JRA. JRA seems very composed defensively.
Yeah, thus far defensively he's done well, but he did have a big giveaway there, and at this level we see players capitalize time and time again.
Definitely, but JRA is on the counter here. Can he find the space? Unfortunately not. Perhaps a little bit rushed. Was that pass too early?
Just needed that moment of dexterity, maybe some ingenuity, some ability. You got to give something extra in that final third.
Definitely, and I think perhaps we'll see some more of that dexterity and creativity in the second leg. Would you say?
You got to have something to break all the bodies that get back. If it's not a counterattack, if it's not going to be a through ball, you're always going to have to deal with 7, 8, 9, even in this case, maybe 10 players chasing back to beat the midfield and then to beat that final back line.
Definitely. Well, we just saw an Elastico there. I think that's the first, like, not simple skill move. It's still simple, you would say, but not a ball roll from Tex.
I like to call them builder skills because
Okay.
you can often bait your opponent into mistakes. So you might throw out a fake shot or a ball roll or something that would be considered a more simple or baseline skill move in order to go into a secondary skill. And at the pro level, they do such a good job of closing space and forcing mistakes by using these opening skills where you have a lot more control.
Definitely. Well, I don't know what that's like because I don't skill, but it looks very effective, and I trust you that it is very effective, and it wins them games. So I'd imagine it's very effective. And Tex is building up here again with the possession from that free kick. He doesn't look too stressed, as I said. Sergio Ramos is always going to be the one that's attacking, that's going forward. Vinicius Jr., I love to see that, but cannot get the shot away, unfortunately. JRA is on the counter. Taking a look live at our other game. Bene CR7 versus Guilds, 3-0, leading by the Belgian. What a scoreline that is in the 70th minute.
The opposite of what we've seen in this match, where you have an offensive explosion, much more one-sided. And I'm actually surprised because JRA and Tex are both known for a lot of those intricate details in terms of some of the skills. And I keep talking about creating these moments, but it's so important that you're able to capitalize, and you often need that moment of expression. And neither of them really locked in. We haven't seen multiple skill combinations or chains or even really quick tiki-taka passing when you need to speed up the game.
Definitely. I think that's something that we saw in the matchup against MS Dosari and his opponent. We saw a very different first leg and second leg. We saw a very composed, slow, pressure-absorbing first leg, but the second leg really exploded, was a lot more explosive. Is this a chance here? Again, defended very well by JRA Falcons. Yeah, a very explosive second leg, and likely that's what we'll see here between these two. Do you think it goes to pens?
I don't think this game's going to pens. We're going to have a winner. It's only the first leg. There's plenty of time left. This is one of those matchups, a classic matchup, shall we say. Once the game opens up, it really opens up. And we just haven't seen that free flow. We haven't seen that fluidity, at least not in the midfield, not really in that final third. And normally these guys would be a little bit more gifted with some of those skill sessions, but maybe we should just credit their defense and the patience that's been along the lines with that defending.
Definitely. And again, we just saw very good defensive work from JRA Falcons, composed. And I think when you have someone that left-stick dribbles like Tex and that can do those multiple ball rolls inside the box, composure from that defensive line is extremely important. Vinicius Jr. on the ball. He doesn't look like he wants to explode into the box. He passes it back. He's trying to see out the last few minutes to have that last attack of the game, and he does just that. Passes it through his defenders, literally is waiting to run out the clock. We've seen that's typical in competitions like this.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're new to the competitive scene, 45th minute, 90th minute, the concept behind this is making sure that you get the final attack or no one gets the final attack. It's a smart way to protect the game and also to keep your game management where it needs to be.
That was a good opportunity there. That could have been to the head of CR7, but we end the first leg between JRA Falcons and Tex 0-0 apiece. What do you think of the game overall?
Like I said, it lacked a little bit of that extra. Usually we talk about the different skills that are being combined and how these guys are able to have these intricate moments, and it was lacking some of those. But I'm looking forward to the second leg.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the second leg as well. I'm sure everyone at home is looking forward to the second leg. We will be updated with a lot of the other scorelines once we take a look at the bracket after the break. But before we do that, we will have a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side, halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the McKinney cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the McKinney cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Hello, you guys, and welcome back to the second leg between the matchup of Tex and JRA Lion. But before we get back into that, let's take a look at our bracket after the first leg within the other matches. Mike, talk to us.
Wow. Well, Levy is making a statement. 5-0 in the opener. Same with Gills, actually, against Benny CR7. I'm not necessarily surprised by those results, but I'm surprised by the score lines. You've got Nathan versus One Way Crazy, 1-0. These games easy to flip around. Nicholas, of course, we saw that goal during our matchup. With JRA and Tex, we didn't have an opener. There's still a lot of time left. And actually, most of these games look that way, at least half of them, where it's going to decide really or come down to that second leg as the final decider. Remember, if you do lose at this point of the competition, you are not eliminated.
Right. Exactly. And talking about the Stingray Ollie Bali matchup, Ollie Bali was actually leading 1-0 in the first half of the first leg, but Stingray is now leading 2-1 against Oliboli. The only matchup that seems a little far gone is that Levy David one, but we did see a comeback.
Levy and Gills.
Down.
Levy and Gills were sitting in a real good position heading to the second leg. But we just saw Pina, for example, lost very poorly against Palinetto, and he battled back, and now he's got himself the scarf. He got a new controller. He was able to get the qualification. So it's just about how you handle it.
Exactly, and we've spoken about this before, and Ryan and I had a conversation about this. FIFA tends to be, he said 65% mental. What would you say?
At least halfway. At this level, everyone has the ability, so a lot of the big separation at the final steps is going to come down to your mental preparation and your fortitude. Sometimes even your general endurance, because you're going to play multiple matches where you just can't have those types of mistakes. I'm happy to co-sign the 65. You want to go up to 70 even. I was saying 50-50, but I don't think so. It is more than just the skills because it's so close amongst the top.
Especially when you have knockouts like this, you have to be able to come back after a loss or even being a goal down. I know as a casual player, 1 goal, 2 goals, I'm done. Like, my head is gone.
Well, that's also why these competitors have coaches. A big part of having coaching, in these two types of coaches, generally speaking here, where you have someone that's going to help you with tactics and those types of adjustments, and then someone that's going to help you with mental.
Yep.
Sometimes there's maybe a little bit of a hybrid, but generally that's the focus point. One really dialing on tactics, and the other guy making sure that you don't lose your head in big moments.
Definitely. When you were playing versus how you play now, just weekend league, do you feel like your mental is better because of the experience you have competitively?
One of the best ways that I was able to improve mentally was unfortunately taking some losses.
Fair
Because
enough.
when you take those losses, you realize the game's never done.
Yep.
And I think not only does it help you with the gameplay end, but you get used to seeing a bunch of different scenarios and situations.
Definitely. Well, yesterday, if you guys tuned in to the broadcast, yesterday we saw a comeback from 4-0 down, which is almost unheard of. Craziness, but incredible. And like even today, score lines that we've seen have been unbelievable. We've seen lots of comebacks in Swiss and in knockouts, and you never know. You never know with FIFA. Anything can happen.
And what you're going to see constantly from those corner kicks is typically aiming towards a CR7 or a Rude Hullet, where you're looking for a knockdown. If you're wondering, why are they lobbing that towards the top of the box? You're looking for a knockdown and then winning that secondary opportunity, and that's where we're seeing a lot of conversions.
We've seen a lot of goal conversions from set pieces, especially corner kicks. We have a chance here. Hullet 2! R9! Quick, easy, calm as you like. JRA, Lion, boom.
I think it might be offsides. I think that's coming back. That first pass looked a little bit dodgy, and it is offsides indeed.
At least now Jerry Lion knows that he can convert these chances. He knows that he can score on text, which perhaps might give him some confidence in a situation like this. I don't know, for me, if I scored a goal and it was called back offside, I'd obviously be frustrated that the goal was offside, but I would know that I can convert against someone as big as Tex. A potential chance here from a mistake, but that one is called back offside as well. Would you say that that might give Jerry a little bit of confidence going forward now?
I don't know. He's had opportunities. If you look back on the first leg, he hit the post. He beat the goalkeeper completely in that situation. He's doing a good job switching the pitch. He's definitely creating chances or being able to at least dictate what's happening on the pitch.
Taking a quick look here at the live match between Blazic and Nicholas, 99. Nicholas still leading 1-0 on aggregate, but that's a scoreline that's nothing in FIFA. That could be different in the next 10 minutes. What do you think?
I will say this about Nicholas. There's not a better player at winning close games. And all of the community, we talk so much about MS Desari or Tex, but the way that Nicholas wins, the consistency, it's unbelievable.
The chance from Ronaldo. He has the space. He can't convert. The goalkeeper comes right out, but unfortunately he can't get it quite in behind. What did he need to do there to convert that?
He's just got to keep his head. You see the quick movements, the agility, the back and forth, the ball roll, scoop, turn, giving you a little bit of everything inside the box, just not that final finish.
And that final finish is what was needed to be the difference maker between Tex and JRA.
And you talked about mentality earlier. These are the types of errors or mistakes or lack of being clinical that sit with you where you're saying, I should be up not only 1 goal, I should be up 2 goals right now.
100%. Tex is on the front foot here, able to dribble, use those skill moves around Marcelo, but unfortunately is displaced by JRA Lion. JR Lions back on the counter with Ronaldo. He does have some space up front, but is being pressed relatively hard by Tex. We're already seeing a shift in the gameplay. Oh, a chance here over the top, 2R9, but is defended extremely well. Another chance here. Can he get it through? He cannot. The composure from Tex in that back line.
It's got to be said, though, JRA is probing. He's switching the pitch well. He's looking for different ways to isolate the strikers, which is a big key at this level, especially if you're looking for counterattacks, but even after you've had a lot more build-up, how do I open up some lane of space or some sort of window for me to have that opportunity for a turn and a finesse shot or a 1-2 or that final skill move?
Definitely. Would you say that we've seen the momentum switch now?
It's still 0-0, and these are experienced players, but if I'm JRA, I'm feeling good. I feel like I'm in control. I'm having more of the possession, and possession that's meaningful.
Taking a look at the bottom of your screen are the updates from the other matches being played. Nicholas still leading only 1-0. No updates there, but some other big score lines. Is this a chance here from Tex? He missed one of the shots, but had the second one. But JRA had enough time to get his defenders back in line in order to clear that one out.
And nearly an instant response. If anything, Tex maybe had one pass too many. I think that he already had what he needed in order to convert in the box, but that's the small margins that we keep stressing.
Definitely. We just had another update from the match between Stingray and Ollie Bolly. Stingray now leading 3-1. And again, Ollie Bolly was leading. But leads mean nothing in this game in most times. Could this be a chance here? Can Ronaldo get in behind? He can! CR7, Tex up 1-0. Easy.
And beautiful shiftiness there. Patient, controlled, of course very composed. It's so strange seeing Sergio Ramos doing 5-star skills, but of course there are some new variations of that foot item. And then that final scoop turn with Ronaldo just to open up the angle and able to convert on the near post.
Would you say that in that situation JRA did anything wrong necessarily, or was Tex just composed and skillful in that build-up?
It's one of those age-old sayings. It was good defense, great offense.
Yes.
And I feel that his timing here going into halftime could not be better. And it also allows you now to reconvene, talk to the coach, maybe make some tactical adjustments. Are you going to slow down what you want to do? Do you have a little more width? Do you potentially go more narrow on the reverse side? So this is definitely going to be one of those time periods with both coaches are going to be on full effect, trying to help their representatives be able to adapt or pivot in a key moment. Because this is the first time that we had that opener, and prior to that, JRA was looking the more likely.
Yeah, definitely. I'll agree. And would you say going into the second half and the second leg now, Tex will sit back and absorb a little bit of pressure, or do you think he's going to go for the other goal, or is he comfortable with that close lead? You mentioned Nicholas is comfortable in leading even just by a goal, and he's good to see that game out. But what do you think we can expect from the second half?
So one of the most underrated characteristics of Tech's game is his defending. People always talk about the skills and some of the brilliant moments that we refresh and we rewatch. Maybe we even recycle. But his defending is really what gets him there and gets him a lot of those additional opportunities. I don't think we're going to see a massive tactical adjustment just yet. Maybe by the 70th minute. If he can absorb 20 minutes, maybe some additional possession, then he'll be able to counterattack because JRA is going to have to push more bodies forward, take more risk, and then you can punish that additional risk or pressure that's being implemented against you.
Definitely. It will open up some space if JRA begins to attack more and press harder. Could lead to mistakes, and Tex would have the opportunity to take advantage of that. I think we'll see some of that from JRA in this second half. He has no choice. But as you mentioned, it's not an elimination game, so the loser of this game will drop to the lower bracket to play for that spot. The winner will move on to their second game in the upper bracket, which might relieve a little bit of that pressure.
Either way, neither of them are going home after this, but I'd definitely rather be in a position where I've got a win under my belt and I don't have to have my back against the wall.
Definitely. I would also very much agree. Well, Tex leading 1-0 in this game and on aggregate against JRA Falcons. I'd imagine we'll see a little bit of momentum, a little bit more grit from JRA. What do you think?
It's still early. You got a lot of time. You've been making chances naturally. He's done a good job with a lot of the control. I don't think we'll see a massive shift just yet in terms of formations or even additional pressure. Let's give it another 20, 25 minutes.
You have a chance here from Messi, but another rush pass into the middle. Presses Joao Cancelo very, very hard to get that possession back. But again, Tex, like you mentioned, composed in defense.
and it's kind of a double-edged sword. You don't want to go too early and then give up an easy opportunity for your opposition, but also you don't want to wait too late and then say, what if I would have done this?
Definitely. You can see Tex on the counterattack here. And I believe I mentioned this before, but a lot of pros mentioned preferring to play up on that main stage because it removes a little bit of the pressure. You know, although you are the broadcasted match, you're not in the pit with a lot of those distractions. Are you the kind of player yourself that prefers the, you know, adrenaline from being in the pit, or would you prefer to be up on that main stage?
I do not think it relieves any pressure, but I would prefer to be on the main stage because of the additional pressure, the eyes that I don't want to let down. I think often that adrenaline pushes you to new levels.
Definitely. We could have another chance here, Jerry, on the attack again, but the press from Tex. Joao Cancelo with the ball through to Messi. And another incomplete pass. What do you think is going through Jerry's head? That's, I think, 2 we've seen in this half that were perhaps a little bit rushed, misplaced.
This is where you start to second guess yourself a little bit because remember, he's already hit the post. He had another very simple chance to convert. Wasn't able to convert. And then Tex, of course, scores the opener. And you know, going up against someone like Tex, if you allow him to hold the ball, he's going to do so. You can see that the pressure play is being implemented now as well from JRA. There's more bodies going forward. They're looking for traps. You can see some of the micromanaging.
Definitely. You can even see in their faces, Tex looks calm. He knows what he needs to do. JRA is looking a little bit stressed. He's running out of time. Not long left now, less than 30 minutes. But Tex again, Mbappe and those 5-star skills. He's toying now. He's toying outside the box, back to Ramos, but makes a mistake. Passes possession over to R9. He has the run on the left side from Ronaldo. He's in behind. He's got some space. Is he going to take the shot? Oh, would you have taken that first-time shot with Ronaldo, or would you have passed it back?
It's a great pass. I just don't understand why he's shooting on the near post because Tex wasn't in a position to really maneuver that goalkeeper, and you had everything else open. Everything else open. And it's just a reminder of what we've been talking about, where this isn't a matter of creating chances, but actually converting them. He hasn't been clinical enough.
Definitely. Well, taking a quick look at Levifin and Dudu, this game is tied 1-1 on aggregate. The CM Dudu is leading 1-0 in this match. Another good one, 65th minute. We have a potential chance in both of these. Marcelo back to Tex. Can he convert? He cannot. Composed defensively from JRA, but dispossessed in front of goal. Ronaldinho to CR7, first time, but misses the goal by inches.
It's got to be said, I'm not sure that we're getting the best JRA or the best Tex today.
I have to agree.
From the counterattacks, from some of the errors with passing, the lack of being clinical, and even some of that creativity or just that fluidity that I keep talking about. These guys are known for giving you something special, maybe something a little more unorthodox or unexpected, and we just really haven't seen that. Therefore, we haven't had that final explosion of goals, and we haven't had the back and forth that maybe I would have anticipated. But with that all being said, we will see tactics adjusted here. JRA is going to go for it, and you're going to see a lot more risk being taken with bodies pushed forward.
Definitely. Well, maybe we will see some of that unorthodox, explosive gameplay in the next 15 or so minutes. I just want to say, I played a co-op for England with Tex once, and he said I was a lot better than he thought I would be. So that's all I want to say. Ryan's out here telling me that I'll get 3 wins in foot champs, but Tex said I was decent, so. I
don't know what his expectation was for you. This is very subjective.
Probably not great. Probably not great. He probably expected the worst, I'll be honest. But it's fine. Going into this match, though, Tex leads by 1 goal. Jerry's close. He is on the front foot. He's looking. He's pressuring.
It's 1 goal. It's no problem. And you've created shots on shots on shots. You've made more opportunities than Tex in this game. It's been just that final shot or the final selection hasn't been perfect. I'm really surprised he missed the volley. Fantastic composure to make that extra pass.
The extra pass that we have talked about many times this weekend that we've seen that led to very, very many goals. We've even seen from the likes of Danny Pitbull and other people using that last-ditch pass to create that space. Do we have a chance here? He's through, and he does! He converts with Vinicius Jr. Is there anyone else than Vinicius Jr.? I don't think so.
And almost on cue, as you go more aggressive, more space opens up. Just this breaking through ball down the middle of the pitch. Sergio Ramos, no weak foot now, of course, with that upgraded item. Vinicius shoots through, gets just a lovely little toe tap around the goalkeeper, 2-0. Not gonna say it's done, but this makes the task a lot more difficult.
A lot more difficult indeed. Sergio Ramos to Vinicius Jr., things you love to see as a Madrid fan. Brings back some good memories. But as you mentioned, it's a tough feat now. We only have less than 15 minutes left, and JRA has to do what he has to do.
And again, this is where you have to credit someone like Tex, because I went on here openly and said, and I think he would agree with me, he's not playing his best FIFA, but he's likely to still get the result.
Yes. Yep, and I think we'll see that here. But do we have a response from JRA down to the byline, but not fast enough to pass that back into some space? As mentioned before, JRA, although losing this game at the moment, and if he does end up losing this game, he does just drop to the lower bracket, so he does have another chance. We've seen before a lot of people come back for a vengeance in that lower bracket. Taking a quick look again at Finn versus Zudu. A comeback have we seen. Finn now up 2-1 on aggregate, 1-1 in this game. What a goal, what a finish by none other than Lionel Messi. He's not missing that ever, is he?
Shouldn't be missing from there. And what you're seeing constantly are these lofted passes. And the reason that you're going to see so many players use that lofted pass, not only is it a volley that you can convert from, but you can get past a lot of the defenders, you can get past some of the midfielders. You can squeeze in passes that normally would not be possible.
Definitely, and that's what you get when you are at this level of FIFA. When you play at the highest level, you have the highest level of talent. Another chance here potentially from JRA, back to the byline, and this time he does get it over, but unfortunately does not get it to the head of his player. Vinicius Jr. is the one that clears that out. Sung Hyun-min being subbed on, another item that we've seen frequently, surprisingly to me, this weekend is Sun Hyun-min. Tex on the counterattack here. He's got lots of space. It's a 3-on-2. Can he find the space? Will he attack, or will he just hold the ball to see this game out? Again, a similar situation to the first leg. 4 minutes. He's going to want that last attack. He's probably going to hold it, and that he is. He knows he's likely won this game. I don't think there's much that JRA can do at this point, but Tex goes through, potentially, likely, to the winner's bracket, and JRA drops. And just see the possession being held here by Tex. Given away, but regained. Calm as you like. JRA is a little frantic in trying to get that possession back.
And this is where we're going to talk about that champion's pedigree. Someone like JRA has all that experience. You've lost your opening matchup, so how are you going to respond? How are you going to deal with facing some adversity? And we've seen some of the more experienced competitors be able to battle back and get themselves into the FIFAe World Cup and claim, again, one of those scarves and one of those controllers.
Definitely. Well, it's not over for JRA yet. He drops to the lower bracket to play another match, hopefully get his first win, and Tex moves on. One more win, and he is through to the FIFAe World Cup. Taking a look now at Blase versus Nicholas 99. Nicholas leading 2-1 on aggregate in the 74th minute in the second leg. Do you think we'll see another goal?
I'd like to. It depends who you're talking to. If you're in Nicholas's camp, they don't want to see another goal. They're happy to see this out. It's a tight match as per usual with the Iceman. And if you're just tuning in, which you are, of course, we got Blazic chasing here in the yellow kits where Nicholas is in the blue, doing his best to kind of see out the game or really force a major error.
Definitely. We've just heard some more roars behind us. More goals are being scored. Messi, with those 5-star skills, allows go to get into some space, but doesn't make that final pass into the box, blocked by Marquinhos and cleared. And Blazic again on the counter. He's going to want to push. He's going to want to score this goal. Again, neither of these opponents, or neither of these players rather, are eliminated. One drops and one continues in the winner's bracket. So perhaps takes away a little bit of the pressure. For me, it would. But as you said, still prefer to be in that upper bracket. Do we have a chance here? Messi gets dispossessed and easy to the hands of Edwin van der Sar.
You see van der Sar rallying the troops, trying to push bodies forward. if you're Blazic here, you might have 1 to 2 chances left in the game.
Definitely, he puts that into space. Can he get, oh, interesting. I don't know. Would you have taken a header from there, or would you try to get that on the volley?
I'm chesting that down. I think I'm taking a touch.
Yeah, okay. Either way, an unfortunate final touch from Blazic in a position like that. He had a lot of space, and he's being countered here from Messi to the top of the box. First time, great time, Alphonso Davies, none other, the man I love to see scoring goals as my fellow Canadian, Alphonso Davies. I think that's it, possibly.
Wraps it up, and you see the beautiful turns and just the footwork from Messi, resembling everything that you see on the actual pitch. Unpredictable, and even when you think you know what's coming, it doesn't matter.
Like, you don't. I think that's game for Blazic, unfortunately. He's got, crazier things have happened, but as mentioned, he does drop to the lower bracket if he loses this game. Not long left, 4 minutes to score 2 goals. Again, crazier things have happened.
And there's no shame in your game losing to Nicolas. And you could argue that Argentina right now is the best nation when you're looking at Matias and Nicolas leading that. And from the 2v2s, from the qualification to not only FIFAe World Cup, we already saw with Matias, and it could happen with Nicolas. I don't want to get too far ahead. I don't want to have the commentator curse. But you're talking E-Nations, you're talking E-Club, you're talking E-Champions League was them facing off in the finals. The only 2 Argentinians because they had moved to Europe to play in that event.
Exactly, and one of them came out with the title. And that was the most recent LAN event as well. So coming off of that, going into another tournament as big as this one, I mean, surely that gives him a huge boost.
And the only person that beat Matias was Nicolas. He beat him earlier in the tournament. Then he battled through that loser's bracket all the way up to meet Nicolas in the final, only to lose again.
What are the odds they meet again in the World Cup?
I mean, it could happen in Copenhagen.
Could.
I'm happy to watch that matchup. I feel like there is some sort of friendly rivalry.
Definitely.
Say what you will, but I know it means a lot for them in terms of kind of the old and the new to a certain degree. Even though Nicolas isn't old, he's been around since 2017, whereas Matias really erupted in the last couple seasons.
Definitely. Well, we can see here, again, Nicolas is going to hold that possession if he can, cross it to some open space, and maintain this ball until the 90th minute in order to have that last attack. Does get dispossessed, but again, not a lot of time, still 2 goals to score, so this one looks done and dusted if you ask me.
The clock is Nicolas's best friend and Blazic's worst enemy.
Definitely, I think we could have a chance here. Elastico from Sun. It's nice to see a 5-star on that item, but that does it. Blazic drops to the lower bracket, and Nicolas maintains his position in the upper bracket and is going on to get his 2nd win.
And I talked to a lot of the pros. I talked to Nicolas quite a bit as well. And it's just his composure and how he handles situations with the consistency of having a game plan and being able to execute that game plan. It's really remarkable what he's been able to accomplish. There's never been a pro, in my opinion, that wins close games so consistently. Every game that I'm watching, he's never winning by more than 1 or 2 goals. A lot of times he has to chase back. Maybe he's drawing, but you always feel that he's going to get the job done.
Definitely. And the job done is exactly what he did today. He
signed the contract.
One more win, and he is off to Copenhagen. But Blazic still has a chance. He still has one more chance to get 2 more wins. Can he do it? We've seen some different style of play in a couple of the matches that we've seen previously today. They drop, and then they dominate.
When I said this yesterday as well, where the majority of players that we thought would advance did. Today, from the beginning, from the jump, we were in the pit. I said there will be upsets. I don't care if you hear me behind. There's going to be some of you guys going home early, and it has happened. There's just too many big-name players with a lot of achievements. It's not mathematically possible. And we've already seen that start off in Group C, and I think it's going to continue in Group D.
I think so, too. Well, you guys, we have lots of action ahead, so definitely stay tuned for that. But let's talk about these last matchups with our friends Rachel and Kyle, and we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Leah. Thanks, Mike. Well, Kyle, at the beginning of Group D, we said it was the group of death, guys, and we're mentioning 3 people, Nicolas, Tex, and Levy, all of them so far have got that one win next to their name. So it looks like, as it stands on paper, their form is continuing as it has done this season, the season's gone by.
Yeah, no real shocks just yet. Anything could happen in the next 2 rounds, essentially, possibly, if one of those were to lose. But if they do get that next win, which they'll be full of confidence right now, after their performances as well, then they'll continue, they'll go through. Maybe a very easy day for them.
Well, in terms of those results, we'll bring them up to speed in a short while, but Levy looked pretty convincing. 6-3 over MH7. Nicholas, 3-1 there over Blazek. We just saw the end of that one. And Tex, 2-0 over JRA Lion. Do those scorelines mean anything to you?
I mean, you're looking at them and you're going, OK, they look quite convincing, but you can see there were some real tests at times, especially for Tex, who were watching that game. JRA Lion is a great competitor. We know how nervous Tex was before, but he does the simple things so well, and that is what we've seen. That is why he's come out on top. And when he does get that lead, as we've seen with Nicholas as well, it is so difficult to get it back. And with Nicholas, you've got to say the Iceman, his heart rate doesn't rise above a certain count of beats per minute, because he's so relaxed, he's so ensured within himself of what he can do, and we saw that again just there.
Ollie Bolly, surprise for him to lose there against Stingray in that first matchup, and again, Stingray took that one 5-2, so it was a pretty one-sided affair, and we saw yesterday Ololito struggling a little bit. They're on the same Swedish national team. Worrying times for him?
Maybe, because he now drops into the lower bracket. If he has another difficult game, then yes, he's out. He's not going to the FIFAe World Cup. But you can look at it that way, or the more positive spin of things of actually, all right, your backs are against the ropes now. What can you do? What are you going to pull out of the bag right now? Because you've got the experience to do it. He's got the talent to do it. Now he's just got to seize the moment. And I think for Ollie Bolly, looking at that game just there, some things didn't go too well for him. And there's stuff that he definitely needs to be changing in this next round.
But it's really tough, isn't it? We started this event, okay, at the beginning of the year, FIFA 22, but actually on Thursday, with 5 rounds of Swiss they had to play. Then they had a day off where they were all in here practicing and obviously just grinding out the game, getting those practice games in. They didn't play yesterday, Carl. They had to sit and watch 3 groups, 2 yesterday, 1 more today, then come out and play and try and be fresh. That's pretty difficult, especially seeing the emotions, the roller coaster that everyone else has gone through.
Yeah, and you can understand that. However, that's just the look of the draw. That's what situation they find themselves in. They can either blame it on that, or they can say, right, well, we're in the final group, we're in the final slot in that final group as well. We've had plenty of time. How am I going to use my free time? Well, they've been practicing. They know what they've come here to do. They're not going to let little things like that get in the way. And if they do, if they take to Twitter later and they blame that, then so be it. But you can't just focus on those things. It's about what you do on the pitch at the end of the day.
Don't put words in their mouth or words on their Twitter bio there. Let's have a look at the bracket then after that first round in Group D. OK, well, the big names, like we mentioned, are going through. Levy takes on Gilles next, Tex, Abu Fawzi, Levy and Stingray, Nathan and Nicholas 99 FC. I mentioned that one, 3-1 over Blazek there. Nathan, R22 again, Nicholas. He's got a hard draw, hasn't he, in terms of he's, you know, winner of this E-Champions League a month ago now. You know, he's a Club World Cup champion with Tex. Actually, they're in the same group. We've mentioned this before. Pretty tough draw there.
Definitely is, but we saw today that we've seen some upsets, even if you're on the big stage, which they will be. Nicholas is getting himself set up just now. Nathan's got an opportunity to really come here and showcase what he can do and actually showcase to the world. Yes, I'm coming up against Nicholas 99 FC, but I'm not going to back down. I've come here to get to the E-World Cup. I've got to take on the best of the best. I want to be the best of the best, and I've got to beat everyone.
Did you relish that challenge, like Catcher did against Mustasari?
Definitely. This is a chance for you to step up, and actually it's a chance for you to increase your pedigree as a FIFA player. Everyone's going to be watching this game because it's a feature match. People will be in the Twitch chat talking about you. People will be on Twitter talking about you. And if you can cause an upset at this stage, if you manage to go to the FIFAe World Cup, you'll be chatting to me later on, and I'll be mentioning this moment right here.
Everyone wants a Kyle Walker interview. I mean, even I do. I want one of those scarves. But the next matchup for a place in those World Cup finals is coming up next. And our feature matchup, the boys are out here already. It's Nicholas 99 FC taking on Nathan S22. And commentary is pretty special. It's coming from Brandon Smith, Zizinho and Edu, coach of Matthias Bonanno from Team Heretics. After this break, it's going to be special. Come back and join us.
Hey guys, this is Stolen Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year, it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. If it's over the goalkeeper, it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFAe World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Desari, Moalba all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
Yesterday, some went home unexpectedly, while some celebrated clinching their place at the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFAe World Cup. Only 16 spots remain, and today we'll find out who they belong to. Live from London, the final day of the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues now. Well, slowly but surely, we are finding the last 8 players that will be booking their spot to the FIFAe World Cup, as 8 more spots are available now. I've got an absolute treat in the commentary booth for this next round of games, as 4 more players will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. I'm joined by Coach Edu of Team Heretics, just qualified with Matthias Bonanno, and Zinio, of course, a former FUT Champions Cup winner from South America, a former FIFAe World Cup finalist. Unfortunately, didn't go the way you wanted it to yesterday, but regardless, we'll be getting your insight over the next round of action or so. But Edu, got to come to you first. What a season you've had as a coach, but more importantly, your player, your star boy, Matthias Bonanno's in the FIFAe World Cup. How does that feel?
Yeah, yesterday we managed to qualify and we're really happy, and the season has been incredible, and hopefully we can do the same in the E-World Cup.
Yeah, you've got a busy month. You're going to be at every FIFA tournament, so it feels, next month. Zinio, talk to us a little bit about yesterday. Yes, you didn't qualify for the FIFAe World Cup, but credit for being here. You know, there's been a lot of Brazilians today that have qualified. You come back out of yesterday. What's your first sort of thoughts on reflection?
Yeah, I just want to play the game, and I wish I could be with these guys, but we see this is basically the first tournament we have, international tournament after the pandemic, and so many new faces, so many good players that were unknown. So I think I did good. Not good enough to be in the E-World Cup, but these guys are doing a great job.
And just to get your thoughts as well, it was only today we saw our first Brazilian qualify for the E-World Cup. Some new Brazilian names that qualified.
Yeah. So basically, we saw Edson and Young so far qualified. And now we have a game from 2 South Americans, Nico and Nathan. I think we'll have to enjoy it.
Yeah, and I've never asked you this yet, Adu, because we never got to speak to you last time. Team of the Season Cup champions in this very studio. Now you qualified yesterday. What was that Team of the Season Cup victory like? 2v2 champions, 1v1 champions, maybe 2B. How was that weekend in London back in, what was it, April now?
Yeah, at first it feels so good to be back and winning the 2 games we had to qualify yesterday. And yeah, at first we didn't have like really high expectations for Tots Cup because we had the Champions League the week before, so we couldn't practice that much. But yeah, at the end we won it.
And just a word on Matthias Bonanno. He has been an unbelievable player this year. I mean, he came over to Europe. He's living in Madrid with you guys. What's it like to work with a player like Matthias Bonanno that just seems so naturally talented, but also hard-working behind the scenes? What's he been like this year to sort of live with, work with, be with?
Yeah, he's so good, but I also love how he is as a person because he's so good, and we always help each other as we can, and that I think that helped us a lot to work as a duo.
Yeah, amazing stuff. We'll be getting some more inside scoop on that. We've had a number of coaches in the commentary booth this time round. So Zinio, 24 players have booked their spot to the FIFAe World Cup. Would you say you've been surprised by the 24 that have booked their spot there? We've had people that have been there before that have re-qualified, but there's been a lot of new names that have qualified this time round.
Yeah, a lot of surprises. My biggest surprise, I guess, was seeing Desari out. I think everybody was surprised about that. He went 5-0 in Swiss. It just shows how good the competition is, and everyone can win it right here.
Yeah, and just on that, a World Cup. How different is it to any FIFA tournament? Because it just seems like it's at a different level, just qualifying for a FIFA World Cup. You've done it before. How did it feel?
Yeah, the 2 times I qualified, the first time was very shaky. The second time I was a bit more experienced, I would say. But it's very different. I think you work the whole year to play in the E-World Cup, and these guys are qualifying and taking everything away.
We've just got a minute into our matchup. Our featured matchup will, of course, when it's ready, include Nathan and Nicholas. That is the pit that's got plenty of games still to unfold. Tex is in there. He's 1 win away from qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. Levy David also in that booth there. From spending a lot of time with Matthias this year, Edu, was the #1 priority E-World Cup for Matthias? Or did he have E-Champions League on there as a tournament he really wanted to win? Or has it always been for him E-World Cup's #1?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the World Cup is the dream of every player to participate in. And last year, Matthias was the top 1 in South America, winning the Libertadores too. And on playoff, he couldn't manage to qualify. So this was the tournament for him. And now he has a lot of aim to go to the World Cup.
Well, here we go then. 12 seconds away from kicking off our first matchup here. In this round, we are slowly but surely finding the last 8 players to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. 4 matches will decide that right now, with 4 more in the lower bracket. It will be SPQR looking for their 2nd player to qualify. In Nathan SR22 up against Nicholas a player that I'm sure you can give me a lot of inside scoop on, Edu. You played him in the Champions League final. Matthias unfortunately lost that game, but when you're going in a game against Nicholas, what are you expecting? How are you preparing to play against the Iceman?
You know that Nico is one of the best players in FIFA history, and for example, in each Champions League we had 2 close games, I think. I mean, the second one, Nico got like the advantage first, but yeah, and I thought that it was gonna be as it was. I mean, 2 close games, and I think that the key match was the one on the second stage. That was the first one in Stockholm, and we lost it, and we had to go through the losers bracket, and I thought that was gonna be tough.
And looking back on that game, it seemed like, I mean, set pieces and corners played a big part in that. Has that been a big part of the preparation coming to the playoffs for you? Was you learning corners, practicing them?
Yeah, sure. We know that it was something that we had to improve, and I think that we have done it, because yesterday I think that we scored like 3 goals of corners.
Big goals is what you won a game.
Yeah, for example, with Peixoto we were tied until minute 83, and we get the win with that goal with corner.
Let's have a little look at this game now. Nicholas from right to left, a player that I'm sure you know very well, Zeno. I remember, like it was yesterday, 2017 in Los Angeles, where it felt like the birth of you and Nicholas happened. Didi Crislito was in that tournament too. He's quite the player, Nicholas, isn't he? Even this time round. Why does he just consistently seem to get better and master the game?
Yeah, I think these guys, the most consistent guys over the years, they are different defending than all the other ones. I feel like Matthias does that very well. He defends very well, and he can be one of these names. But Nicholas, he never concedes an easy goal. He doesn't lose possession on his back line, and I think that's pretty much why he almost every event is here competing and qualifying to almost every tournament.
One thing that both these 2 players have in common, they both beat a Danish player to get through, Oldbrom, but Nathan SR winning 2 goals to 1 against One Way Crazy, and also Nicholas winning 3 goals to 1 against Blazek. As we said, this game will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup chance. CR7 maybe took it a little bit too early.
Yeah, I'm sure Nathan is very prepared for this game. Everyone in South America knows Nicholas a lot, and it's good to see them back playing each other. I think they played 2 or 3 times last year during qualifiers, and I think Nico has an advantage. He won all of the games, so Nathan is seeking for his revenge on this tournament right here, and trying to qualify the second player of SPQR to the World Championship.
And for you especially, Zeno, this has been your first opportunity this year to sort of, I guess, come to Europe and play against European players. You went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds. What did you feel like the overall quality was like in terms of European players? You played, I think you played Manu Bachori on your Swiss rounds.
Yeah, I feel like European players are better used to how the gameplay feels like right here. I would say they're the best region this year. And also because we didn't have another international competition to practice or to see the level, but they're in another level. In South American this year played very good online, names like PH10, SPQR Young, and now we see another guy, Nathan, trying to qualify for his first E-World Cup.
Yeah, and SPQ are looking to get 2 players there. Nicholas, as you know, won the recent E-Champions League in Sweden just a few weeks ago. He's got rich history with the playoffs, as Nicholas. The last 2 times it's happened on PlayStation, he's won it. Seems like he loves this tournament. Here comes Neymar. Lovely little ball into the box. This could be headed away. Here's Tex now against Abu Fwazi of Saudi Arabia. This is a game also to qualify you for the FIFAe World Cup. Here comes the Saudi Arabia, and he's up by a goal to nil. We joined that one at the right time. Kylian Mbappe will score 9 minutes in. It's a player to watch out for.
And Edu told that he was a very, very good player.
Yeah, he surprised me a lot. I mean, he plays really good. What I loved the most about him was the way he pressed when Matthias was taking the ball back.
He did lose 4 goals to 3-2.
Yep.
Abu Fwazi, he was a player that did actually feature in the Team of the Season Cup as well earlier this year in London. I mean, you played PH in your Swiss rounds as well. He's a player that was quite feared of. You dispatched him 5 goals to 1. How did I guess this is an interesting question. How did Matthias find playing South Americans again? Because he's not played them since moving over to Europe.
I think that on that game he has like more interest because there was like a big rivalry in South America between him, PHC, and Resende last year. Like top players. I don't think if it was two, and the Libertadores too. So it was a match that we expected.
Yeah, it was a bit crazy last year to see the dominance that Matthias had, but then still fell at the playoffs and didn't make it to the World Cup. It's good that this time he's in that 32. He'll be travelling to London. As we said, this round will find 4 more players that will be there. Nathan SR on the hunt to try and go 1 goal up against Nicholas. This time defended well. In the end, this one will be played away.
I was hearing the Brazilian guys telling about Nathan play style, and he's a guy that really loves these through balls, really loves to triangle passes, and he really hopes his players are winning every single battle in the attack, and that's why he creates so much chances. We saw him winning against Tax on the Swiss stage. And he was very dominated. I'm looking forward to this game.
Just so direct. You're coming forward with another chance now. Here's Mbappe for SPQ on Nathan. Trying to do what he can. Drops the shoulder nicely. Is there a cutback? Went for the La Criqueta through. This time there is no way through. I'll give you an update over here from Stingray of South, who is also 1 game away. Could be a chance here, and it will be for Levy Finn, who has been the surprise package. He has scored a handful of goals. He's on replay, sorry. Who is not up by 1, but is up by 2 goals to 0. 36 minutes on the clock there. There is a second leg to follow in that one. Another up-and-coming player that stood out in the virtual Bundesliga this year. He was the Rookie of the Year. Just in terms of team selection, Edu, coming into this tournament, how different and difficult has it been for Matthias to use different teams? Because I've seen him in La Liga this year, where he had to follow a La Liga format. Champions League, he had to follow a Champions League format. How does he personally deal with all these different team selections? Because for me, I feel like no doubt he plays his best in this environment where he can use any player. No.
Yeah, and we were playing with Hakimi on playoff too. And I think that once a player is comfortable with the team, he should keep using it because he has like game style that adapts to the players he's using. So it worked on Tots Cup, so we keep using it.
I think that was the only player we sort of spot out on the commentary booth that Hakimi was still involved. So does that just come with repetitions, that he's just built that trust with the Moroccan, that he just feels like even a shapeshifter can't squeeze into that position?
Yeah. First, we were testing other players, but Hakimi was good with the chemistry of the team, and we liked him, so yeah, we use it.
In terms of users, Enio, coming into this tournament, did you get sort of, I say, alluded in by the shapeshifters? I mean, Ronaldo obviously is going to feature, but Ramos, did he come in?
Yeah, I did, and I'm also a little bit regretted because I chose to use Ramos on the middle. And yesterday we were talking, maybe it should be the best option to use Bellingham because we played online with him, with his Future Stars card. So these decisions can make you win or lose games. And it's a very important part to be, as Edu said, to trust your team and to play with the players you're comfortable with.
And in terms of preparation coming into this for you both, I mean, did you boot camp to Zenio or?
I did. I did come to Madrid, and as I said,
have a quick check-in on this game. Quickly, we'll catch up more. Levi David is up against Gilles of Genk, looking to make it 2 Belgians qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. He's Genk Esports. He's a player that Matthias did lose to. It was his opening game. I mean, at 0-1, was you ever worried yesterday, Edu?
Yeah, it was tough because we prepared the match and we thought that we were ready for it. But we knew that the way he played could be dangerous for us, and it was. We started 0-1 and we had to make the comeback.
Yeah, well, he won 4 goals to 3 in that one, continued into knockout play, comes into this group, Diaz. The number 8 ranked player through his Swiss rounds. There has been a goal in this game. If you are a Tex fan, it is good news as he has brought himself back in the tie. Oh, and into Mbappe, all square in that one. Remember, that's also a qualification game for the FIFAe World Cup. Probably a good question to ask you both was you happy not to be in this group, Cezinho? When you've got the likes of Levy in here, Nicholas in here, Tex in here. I mean, no group's easy, but was you happy you avoided Group D?
Yeah, I think this was the group of death, as you say. The most, I can say, talented players, the most known players are in there. And it sure is a very tough group. I think you want to qualify it as soon as possible and as to know, because you never know. You can play. We can see very tough matchups on the loser bracket.
Into the box, 25 minutes left to play here.
We saw a change of formation from Nicholas. He was playing on the 4-2-3-1 that he's very comfortable with. Nathan plays on the 4-4-2 with 2 CDMs. He wasn't feeling that comfortable, Nico, and he chose to switch. I guess it's a 4-3-2-1. It's a formation that he dominates. And he started playing, I think, against Mati on the E Champions League.
Yeah, he's using the 4-3-2-1, and I think that he uses really well because he gets the advantage with the midfielders, so he connects then to the striker. And as you can see here, playing with the fullbacks is so key with this formation because you get the advantage to reach the box and cross it.
20 minutes left to play. Pause cue by SPQR Nathan. Still 0-0 in this game. Keep an eye on the bottom side of your screen as results will come through live now. Some of those elimination games. Can we find a breakthrough here? But Nicholas has always been one of those players that doesn't need to score plenty of goals, does he? He can happily win a game by a goal.
He's comfortable with minimal lead. When I'm playing...
Oh, here we go, here we go! Speaking of goals, maybe cursing the commentator, depends which side you support. There you go.
There
Nicholas up by a goal.
And this is the hardest part, I think, for Nathan, because in this FIFA, in FIFA 22, it's hard to get a lead back. And against such an experienced player like Nicholas, I think it's twice as hard.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When Nicholas played Matthias had a lead against him, if I'm right or wrong. That's the best thing you can do, take a lead against Nicholas. But if you look back on that in hindsight, across the 2 legs, how do you think it was going in the lead too early? As crazy as that can sound, with so much time to play.
I think that we played like a lot of hours on that day, reaching like the reset. We were 2 up, and there was a point of the match that we have talked about it. Like it's mentally, and it was with the first goal of Nico that it comes from a foul. I think that if he didn't score that goal, maybe the match was different, but we'll never know.
Yeah, it's just a lot of FIFA to play, absolutely. Well, let's have a look at a goal that's gone in again. If you are a Tex fan, good news coming your way. Building up nicely. This is on the replay. Ramos into Mbappe, looks to drop the shoulder. Tex doing what he does best, cooking up the perfect finish of R9, tapping it in. And he's turned the game on his head with 20 minutes left to play there.
Yeah, this goal has been amazing. As you can see with Tex, this year he's always playing the extra pass after the cancel shot. And he did it once again, and it was a nice goal.
And just for those who listen at home, Cezinho, defending against Tex, it must be scary when he's coming with all these different combinations and skill moves.
It is. Tex knows exactly when to use the skill moves, and I think that's the most key part of his gameplay, because his timing is very good. Also this year with the extra passes, I think it makes him one of the best players because of that.
Well, another player in the group of death is Lemmy David of Team Hullet. They're looking to make it 4 from 4 in the playoffs. He's currently in this game against Genk Gilles, who's just come off a 5-0 win. Looking to break the deadlock as well. He will do so. That one with 12 minutes left. The Belgium is full of confidence. We haven't seen too much of him on the global stage this year, but what a situation he's in. He's beat Matthias in Swiss. That's given him some confidence. And then a 5-0 in his opening game. He's currently up by a 1-0 against Levy. He's in a really dangerous position, Edu.
Yeah, the situation we saw when analyzing Gilles was that he was playing always side to side, and we can see here as he has scored like that.
Unbelievable scenes. 4 minutes away, Nicholas is up by a goal. And you're right to say that, Cezinho. You've played against Nicholas enough times. You don't want to go 1-0 down against him.
Never. You never want to go 1-0 down. And the best thing you can do is to get on the lead as much as possible. And also, if you can score a goal at the 80th minute to tie the game up, it will be great for Nathan. But Nicholas is going to keep possession to play the last attack in here. And dangerous attack.
I think that the change of formation for Nico has been really helpful because as we saw on the goal, he used the fullback to go and make the extra pass. And I think that this is a situation he would like to be in because Nathan, as Cezinho said, is really offensive and he likes playing a lot of through balls. So Nico now is controlling the timing of the game.
Yeah, incredible scenes so far in this one. Nicholas is 19 game minutes away from making another FIFAe World Cup for the Argentine. Will he be able to hold on to this? He does lead by a goal to nil against Nathan SR. Come back after this short break to find out 4 more players who will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup later this month.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team Footwiz, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game that help you get a goal back when you need to get a win. So in this situation here, as you can see, 2-1 down with about 20 minutes to go in the game. So it's not quite last chance saloon yet. I switched to my attacking tactic, which is press after possession loss. I want to win it back as soon as I lose it in attack. As you can see here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over, but however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target when we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini-map, in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our centre backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to London for the Global Series playoffs. We're getting closer and closer to finalising our 32 that will travel to Copenhagen in just 11 days' time. As you can see from the top half of the bracket, these are the scores at the halfway point in their 2-legged results. Gilles beats, and leading, I should say, Levi David by a goal to nil. Nicholas, our featured matchup, is by a goal to nil. The Argentine lead. Stingray Levi Finn continues to get more exciting as a 2-2 result. And at the moment, Tex, who was 1-0 down, has been able to turn that game on his head. Abu Fazi was 1-0 up in that one, suddenly has turned it around. Have to get your thoughts about the pit, as we've called it this weekend, Edu. Has it been intimidating at all to be in there as a coach? Or have you just loved being in there and being amongst celebrations and passion and just what FIFA esports is all about?
I enjoyed it a lot, and I'm really thankful to be back on LAN. And as last year, it was like my first professionally. I mean, I started on 20 with JRA and continued with him last year. But it was all online, and now I'm really thankful to be back on LAN. And I have been now in London and then Stockholm with the Champions League.
Yeah.
And,
and we miss those celebrations as well, don't we, Zizinho?
We do, and the crowd as well. I think it's a big part of how FIFA esports feels like. I remember myself playing
Manchester
on FIFA 18 with all the Brazilians playing penalties against Houston, and it just feels so much better than playing online. I think this is what we want to see.
We're back on the way for our feature game. Nicholas is up by a goal to nil, maybe 2 goals to nil if he can find the ball back across goal from Cristiano Ronaldo. Remember, this will qualify you for the FIFAe World Cup. Nicholas came so close last time to being the FIFAe World Cup champion. Here's Hullet, great save from Alisson. And some would argue that might be one of the best ever games we saw back in FIFA 19. Nicholas against Mo Alba, PlayStation final in the FIFAe World Cup. What a game that was. Do you remember it, Zizinho?
Yeah, I do remember. For me, it was the best game I've seen in my life, FIFA game.
Could be a chance. Great save from Van der Sar. The move of the goalkeeper was fantastic there. The shot was timed green, corner played in, defended well, but sorry, as you were saying, Zizinho.
Yeah, and it was probably the most emotional match we saw. We saw Nicholas coming back from a 2 or 3 goal lead and scoring in the last minute.
It was a Modric header, wasn't it?
It was, and then Mo Alba just clutches on penalties. I think that's probably the best game on FIFA esports, and it was a pleasure to be there to just enjoy the game.
And it's good as well, Edu, that we are going to have a FIFAe World Cup this year, officially, back on LAN.
Yeah, after 2 years, I mean, the last one was 19, where we saw Mo Alba getting the crown. Yeah, it's a big honor to be there and maybe getting the trophy.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Busy few weeks for Matthias Bonanno, who will be representing both club and country and himself at the FIFAe World Cup and the other events on offer.
We were saying before that what these players have that makes them different from other players. And I think Nicholas' ability to read the game, along with his coach, he's playing so much better now with the new formation. And it's a thing you don't see in all the regions, because we saw before guys like PH Sim, he seems to stick always with the 4-4-2. Even when he's losing, he wants to pressure, he pressures on 4-4-2. And I think these guys, Nicholas, Tex, Dosari, they have a lot of different options. And the ability to read the game, I think it's so key. Mostly in LAN, because you're playing in front of a big crowd. Sometimes it doesn't go well enough for you. And having a backup formation, it's just key to perform better.
And in terms of being in this situation, Zidane, you're 1-0 down against Nicholas, let's say. He's one of the only players that can slow the game down, and he can make you basically play it his way, his pace. How do you approach that if you're Nathan now?
First thing, I would have changed formation by now. Just try something different. Maybe mirror formation, 4-3-2-1 against 4-3-2-1. See how Nicholas feels about defending a balanced left back. But so far, I don't think he has changed anything. And maybe he just wants to stick. Everyone feels like a 1-0 lead is a very, very close lead. But against a player like Nicholas, he's very comfortable with only 1 goal ahead.
You can see it now. Here he comes forward with another chance. Cristiano Ronaldo building nicely for Nicholas. Sergio Ramos, shapeshifter involved. Both of them linking up well. In the end, nothing. In the end, 30 minutes played here. Anything you've added on to that from Zizinho in terms of you're 1-0 down against Nicholas? What do you do?
As Zizinho said, it's really difficult to turn it with Nico because he controls really good the game. And I think that you got to make changes, but you don't got to go out of your plan that much, because when you pressure him, he gets really well out of the pressure. And for me, he's one of the best doing that. And we saw it in the Champions League. Like, we were 2-1 down, and he scored like 5 goal more once we pressured.
So in the zone. I don't think I've seen a player that does not seem to feel the emotion at all. Nicholas, he's called the Iceman for a reason. chance, back to goal. Here's I9 for 2, maybe. On a play for Hullet. Times it, Green. It's just what he does. On the big stage, he's not affected by it. He doesn't feel pressure, he's the Iceman. And he's up by 2-0 when he's on his way to another FIFAe World Cup.
Very good play from Nicholas there, getting the Nathan backline very far back, very close to the goalkeeper. I think that Edu can help me with that, but the coaches are always saying how important it is to use the offside trap in this game, and Nathan didn't use at that part, and Nicholas just abused it by getting a midfielder forward and helping him with the attack, then scoring with Ruud Gullit.
Yeah, and for Nico, it has been helping a lot, changing the formation to 4-3-2-1, because here, for example, we can see Gullit reaching the box, and there he could attend the goalkeeper to make the goal.
And as simple as the answer is probably going to sound, as a coach in those little moments, what are you saying to your player, other than obviously well done, you've scored a goal? Like, how are you're 2-0 up now in its aggregate scoreline. You've been in it before with Matthias. What are you saying to Matthias at this point?
Yeah, it's early at this point of the game because we are still on minute 34. But I think that the most important part for Nico now is holding the advantage and keeping the 2-0 for the second half of the match. As like in minute 65 or 70, he's gonna pressure, so you have the advantage to then change the formation to 5 at the back. That's what we do. We have like 5 to switch sides and control the match, as he's always pressuring in most of the times with 4 attackers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, let's check in on some of our other games that have been taking place. As we said, Texas in this tough game against Saudi Arabians. Abu Fawzi. This was 2-2 in the game. He pulled a goal back, but then Tex responded again 25 minutes in to make it 3-2 in aggregate. Fair play to Abu Fawzi. You said he was a difficult player, Eddie. You played against him and lost against him in the Swiss rounds. He's taking Tex toe-to-toe.
Yeah, he's so good, and we have seen now the game is so close. And as the senior said before with the goal from Nicolas, the offside trap is so key when defending, and we saw that Abu Fawzi's team was too deep, and he received with a pass from the midfielder to the striker. And
we joked about it, Zazini. Being 1-0 down against Nicolas isn't fun. 2-0 down, how about that?
Worse. Just as simple as that. Nicolas knows how to control every player movement down the pitch. I think this is what makes him and Levy as well. Levy's a guy that is always pushing guys forward, then calling them back to pass the ball. And I think Nico and Levy, they are probably the best players doing this.
There's a chance.
And that's why it's so hard to pressure them.
As we said before, now it's key for Nico to hold the game till the halftime, so he gets advantage for the second half of the match.
Let's check in back to Tex's game. It was 3-0 up last time we heard from him. It looks like there's been more happening in this game. Tex obviously was leading, comes forward again with Mbappe, gets the force to bounce back. I9 back inside to Hullet, recycling so well. He does that again. Tex with a 2-goal cushion for the first time in that game. He maybe, just maybe, is on his way to a FIFAe World Cup. Yes, it's early, but a 2-goal cushion, nevertheless, Cezinio, is massive for him. This could be a chance for Nathan, back post. What a save, Van der Sar! And that will do us for half-time in this game.
That was key for Nicolas to, as Edu said, he couldn't concede a goal on the 45th, and Van der Sar was key over there to just hold the lead for the second half.
And Tex as well, up by 2-0, so now he's in control now.
Yeah, as we told before, he knows how to time his attacks very well. And by what Edu said, Abo is sitting very deeply on defense, and Tex knows how to get leverage off that.
Yeah, well, when we say about Tex's cooking, he's normally cooking up a 3-course meal, and it seems like that's what's happening at the moment. 38 minutes on the clock. He's back again with another chance. Surely not 5-3 in the first half. CR7 into R9. It's a rebound. He's not going to care. He's up by 3 goals to nil in the second leg. It's a 3-goal cushion with 40 minutes on the clock. That's a difficult situation to be in for Abu.
Yeah, we saw Tex last day changing his formation and going back to 4-2-2, and I think that it was a something that has been helping him today. Yeah, he's getting the lead now, 3 goals ahead, and maybe he's setting the game now.
I mean, what is that scoreline in your mind, Zinio, that is just not sort of recoverable? Is it a 4-goal cushion?
It depends on how the game is going. Like, in a very slow game, I think a 2-goal lead is already a huge lead. But if the 2 players are both striking forward every time, as we saw yesterday, game for Berkel Lion, he was 4-0 down and he got 4-4. So it depends on the play style. I think against players like Nico and Tex that knows how to manage the game time, a 1-goal lead is already very compromising.
Well, here's Nathan. Sort of mentioned how good he is with his through balls. Nicholas just hasn't allowed him to really affect him, though, too much. Defensively, he's set up in a back 5. That's what his formation will allow him to do when he needs to, obviously.
Yeah, he can find the through balls because Nico is using the analog stick to cover every run that he makes. And now he tried to change to the 4-1-2-1-2. And Nicholas, I think he has a 5 at the back right now.
Chance R9, rebound, could he squeeze it in? No, it goes all the way across the goal. He was offside anyway. But for Nathan SR, it surely gets to a point in the game, Eddie, where it's got to be 3 at the back, constant press. Let's get things changed.
Yeah, as we said before, now Nico has done the right thing, that is going with 5 at the back, and he's controlling the game, and he has the tempo now to control. It's minute 50, 30 minutes left, and he knows that at a point Nathan is gonna pressure, and then he's gonna make more goals, or at least controlling the advantage he has.
And I think it's an insight, basically, that Nico has learned the 5-2-1-2 with Mati on the E-Nations Cup. So Edu's interfering in the game indirectionally.
Chance R9 could be through for Nicholas to make it 3. I mean, obviously in the final, it seemed quite tense between Nicholas and Matthias in that E-Champions League final. You know, celebrations were there. I heard certain phrases shouted around in terms of when he was winning and scoring goals. How is that relationship between them? Because I can imagine there's a great deal of respect between the 2 players.
Yeah, they have a really good relationship, and that's something that helps too for them when playing for the national team. And I think that the chemistry they have, for example, when playing together, is really good, and I think that they are really good contenders for the World Cup in the Nations.
And you coaching them?
Hopefully.
Maybe. Oh, we'll have to wait and see if he'll be in Copenhagen. As we said, at the moment, Nicholas is not far away at all from getting himself to the FIFAe World Cup, as that has gone in. There are more goals going in.
We saw Dudu's reaction against Oli Woli. I guess he scored a goal.
It sounds like there's more Brazilians coming in today too here, Zizinho. They're all making noise. Why is it that the Brazilian scene it just seems so passionate?
Yeah, I really don't know. I think we are all learned to like football from youngsters, and FIFA is the same thing.
Now we see Nathan going with the team press as he has to make the comeback, and I think that Nico now is going to be more comfortable than he was before.
23 minutes. We'll have to play here. Nicholas will be hoping just to see this one out. You mentioned there would be a tactical change. It's just if he can find a way to unpick this midfield and defence. Update for you over here. Levy has a goal back. Extra time looks to be on the cards over here between Levy David and Gilles Ovgeg. This is live with a minute left of additional time, probably, or 2. Extra time, that is for a FIFAe World Cup spot, that qualification game.
Yeah, Levy this weekend has been performing really, really well, and I think that he's gonna help him if he succeeds making the World Cup.
Hasn't lost a game yet, has he? He was unbeaten.
Yeah, he's unbeaten on the tournament, and a lot of people had doubts on him because Levy was very good performance online last year, and also this year he finished top 4 on Europe West. But I don't know if he let down, but his expectations were pretty high for the Champions League, and he couldn't perform on that. I think this will be really key for him to his next tournament.
There's lots going on in that game as well between Stingray. He's looking for a FIFAe World Cup. "12 minutes left on the clock here. Nicholas looks to be home and dry for another FIFAe World Cup. It doesn't feel right if he wouldn't be there. He'll be hoping this time that maybe he can go the full way. Alphonso Davies looking to take more time out of the game. Gaps will appear as SPQR shirts naturally look to pile on forward. There's not many Argentines in the scene, Zizinho, but the ones that do compete always seem to go far.
Yeah, it surprised me because we had 19 Brazilians and only 10 went out of Swiss rounds, and we have only 4 Argentinians in the playoffs, and 4 of them went out of Swiss, and 2 of them are qualifying to the Euro World Cup. So it shows how strong, how good they are.
Yeah. Incredible scenes. Would you say job done, Edu, for Nicholas? 10 minutes left.
I think so. I mean, it's a 2-goal difference that he can make the comeback, Nathan, but it's really difficult taking into account the way that Nico plays and the way he controls against the pressure.
Must be so frustrating to play against Nicholas right now. You've had, in the nicest way, you've had nothing across the 2 legs because Nicholas hasn't allowed you to have anything.
Yeah.
But you're playing against a player that just does not give you a sniff.
It's the worst feeling. I think when you're trying your best, you're trying different formations, you're trying different play styles, and nothing connects. So I think it would be great to see how Nathan performs after this game, because so far he had some chances on the first half of the first game, but after Nico changed the formation, I think he dominated completely the game.
Yeah, maybe even more in this situation. Maybe you are playing for a spot in the World Cup, and it's so tough playing against Nicholas, and not making a goal can be hard for next round.
Well, let's check in over here on the right-hand side. UK are yet to have a player to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. Nathan's just got a goal in this game, but Stingray of Safi's minutes, seconds away from qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. His first ever FIFAe World Cup. There will be an Englishman amongst the 32 in Denmark, and it will be Saf Stingray as he looks just to add a cherry on top of a 3-tier cake. He's job done for the UK. Stingray will be there amongst the 32. Congratulations to him, commiserations to Levi Finn.
Yes, Stingray has showed that he has been at the top level the whole season, and he ended in top 3 in the region.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Nathan Essam will have a chance here. He was up by 2-0, Nicholas. He did let slip. There's a minute left plus additional time in this one. So much going on. We're trying to bring you all the updates as soon as we can from what is happening here. As the spots slowly start to fill up.
Nathan maybe has his last chance now in this play, so...
It's a big win, surely. Surely that's job done. Nicholas will be there also, alongside Matthias Banana. There will be 2 Argentines in Denmark at the FIFAe World Cup. Congratulations to the E-Champions League winner. He will be there. Let's check into another game, which also looks to near enough be concluded. Tex up against Abu Fazi. Will it be 2 English players qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup? Stingray's just done it. There's Nicholas there. Tex 7-2 up. Yes, you can say he has done it. He'll be hoping this time round for a better run in the tournament. After flashbacks of FIFA 19, he'll be a much better overall FIFA player heading to Copenhagen. A minute left. Commiserations to Abu Fazi, who will drop down into the lower bracket. He does score a goal, but it's not going to matter. Fnatic Tex will qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. He came in today, he said, look, I'm a little bit nervous, but he hasn't showed nerves in that performance. 7-2, he leads Zizinho.
Yep, very convincing performance for Tex, and just shows that he really shows up when he needs to. We were talking this morning, I was talking with Javi, my coach, and Javi was betting that Tex would qualify, and he did it with great impressions.
And it's a hat-trick for him. He will be in Denmark for quite some time this month. He has qualified for the FIFAe World Cup, the FIFAe Club World Cup, and also he'll be representing England in the FIFA Nations Cup. Congratulations to Tex. He joined Stingray as the second English player who will be in the FIFAe World Cup. Massive congratulations to him. We are slowly but surely filling up this game. Could be in for late drama. Levi David back to goal. What a save from Schmeichel. It looks to be penalties, gents, unless there's something from this corner here. This is Levi David of Team Hullet, looking to make it 4 from 4 this weekend. The Dutch esports team headed away. Strap yourselves in. It's penalties. Not fun, is it?
I don't want to comment on pens. I'm so bad at pens, but Edu seems to really do enjoy it, and I think he helps Matthias a lot on the online qualifiers.
Well, let me take over on this one then, gents. At the moment, Levi David has just missed a pen. Gilles could be 2 from 2. It's R9 that steps over it. Yes, he will be. This is for an E-World Cup qualification. A penalty shootout to decide it. Pele finding the back of the net for Levi. Needs a save. Does the young Dutchman. Up steps CR7. There is the save he was looking for. Penalty number 3. Gilles steps up. Saved again. Levi. This is from the spot. Gilles to get that back in front. He fancied the save. Needs to score this one, Levi. Otherwise it will be near enough curtains. This is it. The deciding one. Potentially up steps Gilles of Genk. Saved! Levi with an unbelievable chance. Must score. Or it will be Gilles off to the FIFAe World Cup. Somehow squeezes it in. Talk about pens. Talk about confidence. Sudden depth needed. Marcelo up. He does score. And now Levi must match it up. Or it will be Gilles off to the FIFAe World Cup. Up steps Bellingham. We go again in sudden death. Here's Sadio Mane. For Gilles does score. And again, pressure back on Levi. Alphonso Davies from the spot. Misses! Belgium will have 2 players in the FIFAe World Cup. It smiles all round for Genk Esports. Stefano Pina will be there, and so will Gilles. What an outing from the Belgian players. 2 of them arrived, 2 of them are qualified.
Yep, very good regions. We saw Pina performing like he did on FIFA 19 and FIFA 18. And now we saw Gilles that has a lot of experience, has played playoffs before, showing that he still got it, and he's qualified for the E-World Cup.
And how hard, Edu, is it to come off the back of a qualification game in pens when you lose on pens? Because there's nothing really you have. I mean, it's a lottery, penalties, isn't it? It's nothing really you have done that wrong. It's just a penalty shootout. It's a flip of a coin.
Yeah, I think that there's a strategy behind the penalties. But yeah, at the end, you got to make the mental reset, and you got to know that your opponent is going to be in the same position as you are. That's it, making the mental reset and knowing that you're fighting for a spot again in the next match.
In terms of you said strategy on pens, what do you mean by that? In terms of you just for the first few, you look for certain finishes?
Can I save it?
Can you save it?
Yeah.
That's.
What? Yeah, he just wants to save it for the E-World Cup, I think.
I see. Understand. Well, there you go. 4 more players who've just qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. 2 English players as well. A quick word on Stingray. Massive from him.
Very good player this year. Has performed almost every qualifier. Has been one of the most consistent guys on Europe, even though he didn't win any of the FGS tournaments. But he finished top 5 of the region and was very consistent, so I think it's very deserved.
A lot of success in E-Prem as well. He had a lot of success in the E-Premier League, another domestic league, which helped him on his journey.
Yeah, he started last year competing on the E-Premier League. I remember he won against Iago, the qualifiers for his team. So he started his journey there. This year, played a little bit more online and showed to us what he's got.
And last one, Edu, thank you for joining us as well as Zinzina. Edu, preparation now. FIFAe World Cup, 11 days' time for Matthias Banana. You fly back to Madrid tomorrow. What's the preparation?
Yeah, we're flying back to Madrid tomorrow. I think that we're going to have like 2 days of freedom to do wherever and have a bit of rest, as we have been practicing a lot for the playoff. And then we will see what we have to improve from the performance this week, and hopefully we can do our best and getting the trophy back in Denmark.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll see you in 11 days. Azinio, we'll see you very soon, my friend. Thank you very much for your help on the commentary booth here. 4 more qualified for the FIFAe World Cup. So let's head over to Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle to greet those winners.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, I mean, the group of death, Mike, as we've been calling this, 2 out of the 3 big names that we're teeing up ahead of this round have gone through. Levy, though, talk to me about that man having to fight for another game to book his space. We didn't think that was going to happen.
And it's just a testament to the competition. I keep saying it, but you've got so many big-name players. It's not possible for everyone to go through. I mean, he's still got another chance here. But we're going to see upsets because everybody's been training for these moments. They're prepped. They're in form if they're here. Remember, we started with 128 competitors. We're wiggling all the way down.
You're wiggling.
Well, I could if you want,
No,
but
that's not wiggling.
you don't want me to do that.
But in terms of what it means, obviously, it feels the same as every other group, but it feels heightened because there are literally only 4 spots left, 8 players trying to get them. You were doing the maths earlier. It doesn't figure, does it?
Some people aren't going to make it to the FIFAe World Cup. We've seen a lot of eliminations. We've seen a lot of qualifications. But I'm looking forward to the final stage of the matches because you're right. Everything is just a little bit bigger.
It feels a little bit bigger. And I mean, look at those 4 that have been eliminated now. Ollie Bolly, for me, is the guy that stands out there from Sweden, of course. Apex Kong, Blazic, and MH7. But talk to me about Ollie Bolly before we quickly go. We'll go qualified, and then we'll talk about Ollie Bolly. These guys have gone through. Gilles from Belgium. We said he's the same as Pinner from Genk there. Nicholas 99FC, one of the faces we mentioned before this group started. Tex as well from the United Kingdom, as well as Stingray. I mean, he's always playing for Chelsea at the E-Premier League, and it's so great to have 2, and I'm now matching you with North America. We have 2 Brits. Whoop, sorry.
I'm just saying, we set a trend in North America, and Stingray, I mean, he was in our streams a couple years ago before we started competing, myself and George, so maybe we, helped it out a little bit.
George isn't there now. He was in the front row, and he was going,
he was
we made
to give me,
Stingray. Oh, he's
there we go. We're good to go.
Adamu's there. He was like, we made Stingray.
He can co-sign what I'm saying.
Hang on, he's one of our own, though. Quick word on Ollie Bolly, though. Massive name going out of the competition.
And I'm shocked. He's someone that I always really rate, one of those guys with an incredible mentality, and we talk about how important that is. Everyone has similar abilities, and it comes down to often the mental state and being able to have that separation. So I'm shocked that he's gone home. But again, people have to go home for others to move forward. We got new stories, new narratives, new everything.
Exactly, we have a new World Cup on the horizon. Well, let's welcome then to the stage 4 more guys who have qualified and booked their spot. First up, from Guild Esports, Nicholas 99FC from Argentina, of course, just lifted the E-Champions League trophy only a couple of weeks ago. He's speaking to Kyle.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Mike. Yes, I am joined by Nicholas 99FC. First question. Was it ever in doubt that you weren't making it to the FIFAe World Cup? Surely everyone knew Nicholas would be there in Copenhagen.
Yeah, there is no World Cup without Nicholas. I qualified for every World Cup since I played from FIFA 17. So yeah, I'm so happy for it.
And I can see how happy you are. It feels like over the last few years we've seen you grow, not just as a FIFA player, but as a person as well. And here you are going to Copenhagen. It's only in 11 days' time. Would you say that maybe you're in the best form of your life or of your career right now?
I don't think so. I think maybe it was some previous years. But now, yes, I'm still here, so I will try to fight for the trophy.
So next question, how do you get to that form of your career again? How do you find that in 11 days?
Yeah, I will try to do my best, and yeah, let's see.
Well, let's see indeed. You've earned yourself this controller and the scarf. The controller goes in the pocket, the scarf goes round the net. You go into the FIFAe World Cup. You get an applause from the audience there as well. That sigh says it all, really. You are going, but you know, there's still plenty more to do. Your season's not over yet.
Yeah, that's our main goal, first playoffs and then here. So, yeah, let's see on the World Cup. I will try my best and maybe I can get the trophy.
Well, maybe you'll get that trophy, but for now, you've got the gold controller, you've got the scarf. Nicholas 99FC, make your way off the stage for us. Let's welcome our second competitor from that round who's going through. He plays for Genk right there. It is Gilles. I mean, What a matchup from yourself. It takes penalties to go through. Would you rather just be winning and sail through 6-0 or take it to that final few seconds and into those penalties? Come on, what would you rather have?
I think a 6-0 because it was too stressful. But I think against Levy, I had no other chance than go to penalties because I know he's better than me because I lose always against him. But yeah, I proved that I'm still at a good level because last year I had a real difficult time and I was like a Gold 3 player. And this year I came back and Belgian champion, and now this is really great.
How did you bounce back from last year then and make sure that you came back stronger?
Now I had like a big surgery and I was just down. I had not like the health to play. And now, yeah, I grinded so much with my coaches and yeah, it's cool to be here.
It's cool to be here indeed. Yeah. Belgian champion and now going to the FIFAe World Cup. You've got the controller, you've got the matching scarf to your top as well. Put that scarf around you. Come on, we want to see this shot right here. You're going to the FIFAe World Cup. What can we expect from you in 11 days?
I'm just going to make a good time, see if I can score, it's good. That's like, I came here, if I win a game, it's good. But yeah, I beat Bonano, Emre, Fuma, I never expected that, so just going without expectations and we'll see.
Well, we'll see indeed. 11 days' time. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Make your way off. Jill, congratulations. You go into Copenhagen. Our third competitor that is making his way across the stage. We've heard his name plenty of times, Fnatic Tex. Tex, we saw that little celebration walking across the stage right now. I spoke to your mum before, spoken to you. The nerves were there. How did you combat them? How did you ensure that they stayed away?
I don't know, to be honest. I've been here the whole week. Practice, 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 losing, losing, losing. I managed to scrape through my Swiss games, and then today I loaded up and I thought, you know what? I'm just getting frustrated losing every warm-up game. I'm just not going to play. I'm going to clear my mind. And yeah, man, I worked hard for this. I waited 3 years and I'm buzzing to be him.
Well, you've waited 3 years for this right now, that gold controller and the scarf. Put the scarf around you, come on. We want to see this. You go into the FIFAe World Cup. Could this be the year that you do it, Tex? Come on, we want some of that confidence that we saw at the beginning of the season.
Oh, you know, I had confidence at the start of the season, but these warm-ups have threw me off, you know. But, yeah, FIFA 19 is mine to win, and I just didn't play very well. So I've waited 3 years, and yeah, I'm here to turn up.
What can we see in 11 days? What can we expect from Fnatic Tex?
I don't know, mate. Just I'm gonna see what happens. If I play well, I can win easy. But if I don't play well, it's gonna be a mission. So I'm gonna focus these next 11 days with my teammate Diogo. I want to say thank you to Fnatic for staying with me last year when I weren't too good. And yeah, thanks to my mum as well.
Always, you've got to always give thanks to your mum. She's always here. Incredible stuff. Fnatic Tex, make your way across just there. And our fourth competitor that went through, he's booked his spot in Denmark. He's going to Copenhagen. It is Stingray. I mean, wow, you're going to Copenhagen. How much of a relief is it knowing you've booked your spot at the FIFAe World Cup?
Honestly, it's a huge weight off my shoulders. You know, I started the season pretty poorly. I managed to get there at the end, finished third in my rankings, and then, you know, we continued it here.
And you've continued it, and you're going to Copenhagen. It means you get this just here. It's that gold controller, it's the scarf. You can put that around you. I mean, in 11 days' time, you'll be coming up against some of the best FIFA players from all around the world, but you'll be considered one of those as well after qualifying in that 32. What have you got to work on in the next 11 days to make sure you hit that level again?
Probably my defending, to be honest. I concede about 40 goals a game, so that's one of the things I probably should work on. Well,
you've got plenty of time to do that before Copenhagen, and then July 14th, hopefully, we'll see you for some better defending, but we definitely will see you at the FIFAe World Cup. You can make your way to the centre with will be to them. Stay, Tex, Jill, Nicholas, and we have plenty more action coming up for you. You do not want to miss this one. Brandon Smith, Leah Ravel are both joined by a very special guest. Yes, Foot Crunch is taken to the commentary booth to take you through all of the action. That is coming up next. We'll see you in a minute.
Mental health in gaming is a really important topic that should be discussed.
Es importante estar bien de salud y de mente.
긍정적인 부분과 부정적인 부분
한국이 그렇게 차이가 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
A way for me to stay positive is to really appreciate everything else that goes on in my life.
It's good to talk to your family, friends.
Y en veranito pues ir a lo típico, a la piscina o a la playa. Y a mí es algo que me viene muy bien.
Just walking, getting some fresh air, going out there and just having time to think to yourself.
저도 잘 실천하지 못하는 좋은 습관 중에 운동을 규칙적으로 정해서 매일 꾸준히 하는 게 굉장히 좋다고 합니다.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
Confía en que tú puedes hacerlo.
Stay strong, keep yourself motivated.
Que no pasa nada por pedir ayuda y que los profesionales para algo están.
I promote.
나는 긍정적인.
Yo promuevo.
나는 긍정적인. I promote and practice positive mental health.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFAe World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Desari, Moalba all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
Yesterday, some went home unexpectedly, while some celebrated clinching their place at the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFAe World Cup. Only 16 spots remain, and today we'll find out who they belong to. Live from London, the final day of the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues now. Well, welcome back to London for the final time for the FGS playoffs. There are 4 spots remaining for the FIFAe World Cup, and by the end of this round, we'll know the 32 that will be heading to Copenhagen in 11 days' time. We have got and had loads of guests in this commentary booth this weekend. We've got an absolute FIFA legend next to us, one of the biggest current FIFA content creators in the building. FootCrunch joins us in London. First ever FIFA event.
Yes, it's my first ever FIFA event. I can't believe it. This has been mad. Honestly.
And you've previously been, obviously, content creator with RB Leipzig Gaming. They had a player that qualified today in Umit.
Yes.
It went pretty well.
It did. I was actually cheering them on, screaming for them, because the Brazilians on the other side were also very loud with their chants. So I was like, come on, Umit.
And he's actually been pretty lucky, Leo. He's been around Anders Vergang for the last year or so, one of the hottest prospects in the FIFA scene. So you've had quite a bit of experience in the FIFA scene, but this is your first FIFA event.
Yes.
What's taking it so long for you to come to these parts?
Wow. I think I didn't want to come out of my house. You know when you stay in your house for too long? That was it.
Just smashing out the videos?
Yeah, you're smashing out the videos. And this time I was like sitting in my bed and I'm like, wait, there is the playoffs. my team is playing. So I literally just spoke, and I was like, yeah, let's come.
Amazing stuff. Well, FootCrunch will be joining us for our last game here in the playoffs, giving us some expert insight. We're slowly getting there, Leah, aren't we? There's 4 more spots available in the FIFAe World Cup.
4 more, almost done. We're almost calling it for the whole weekend. We'll have 32 people book their tickets to Copenhagen by the end of these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't wait to unfold, as we said. 4 more players to unfold. A lot of good players have qualified as well for Crunch. Tex is there, Nicholas is there, Umit's there as well. Plus, there's a lot of new names in the FIFA scene. It should be a really exciting tournament in 11 days' time in Copenhagen.
I think I've heard, is it Neto? The
Pablo
Brazilian.
Neto.
Pablo, is he?
Very
I've
good.
heard. He won the Brazilian. Which one is the championship he won? He won something.
The MLS Cup.
Neto
The
won
MLS Cup.
something.
MLS Cup.
So he's one to look out.
It'll be dangerous. It'll be dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Coming up very
That's
soon.
his prediction.
20 seconds just away from kickoff here. We'll be leaning to you about FIFA Ultimate Team quite a lot in this. Shapeshifters are in the game. And there's a lot of Ronaldo. There's a lot of Messi.
Yeah.
There's a lot of quality out there on the field. We'll be talking a lot about that. 4 more spots remain for a handful of these players. You guarantee this. You also get 10 grand if you qualify for the World Cup.
What? You really get 10 grand?
With this game, 10 grand.
So the pressure's on, bro.
It is. You lose, that's the end of your FIFA season.
Wow. If I was running for 10 grand, it would be, wow. I don't know how it would feel. I thought it was already pressuring enough.
$10,000 on this one, Leah. It should be an exciting one. We're going to be following Levi David, who's been sort of the star boy in the FIFA esports scene over the last few years. He didn't just lose in a penalty shootout. It's a tough one for him to come back off.
Definitely, I think so as well. A name that perhaps we didn't think we'd see in the lower bracket. Perhaps we thought that he would have maintained his position in the upper bracket and gone on to qualify, but that's what's great about the lower bracket and a double elimination is it gives you another chance.
You'll be happy to know, Crunch, we've got a Brazilian, Dudu.
Dudu. We're gonna be able to hear them then.
There'll be a lot of celebrations.
If he scores, which I hope he does too. Actually, these teams are really good.
Well, obviously they've got special editions of the game where they can use pretty much any foot item currently. Here's R9 building up nicely, who's worth all the coins in the world. Ever had a chance to use Prime Icon Moments R9 or not?
You know what? I have a funny story for you. I actually backed him on my icon. Oh, sorry.
No big
spoiler
deal,
that.
it's fine, right?
Huh?
No big deal.
I actually, yeah. I was wearing a bandana too that day, so I'm keeping that bandana forever.
Didn't you build like one of the most expensive FIFA teams as well? Like a little while back?
Yep, I used to have that. That was very fun, actually. But no, it's not as good as this one, though. Look at this. Man has Messi. And then who is he passing to? Sergio Ramos.
There's a few of those shapeshifter players in there. They have been quite impactful this weekend, Leah, especially Sergio Ramos. He's played as a right-back, a centre-back, a CDM. His stats are ridiculous. Yes, he's a striker through the shapeshifter promo, but I mean, you'd be, in the nicest way, pretty mental to play him as a striker.
I think so too, and it's one I love seeing, obviously, as a Madrid fan. I gotta plug that in any chance, any opportunity I get, but another incredible card, 5-star, obviously, 5-star weak foot, 5-star skills on Sergio Ramos is something that you don't typically get, but it's nice to have in a competition like this, and he's notorious for going forward, so to have him in your squad in order to go forward and get those headers is ideal.
Here's Bellingham now, future star items, one of the only future star items that's left in these FIFA teams. This game is underway. There's 3 other matches taking place just behind us. We're looking for 4 more people to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup. 2 legs of FIFA, as always, with an aggregate scoreline being the difference and the ultimate scenario to conclude these games. Here's Bellingham now, waiting for a run of someone. Team of the season, João Cancelo, will look to just slow his attack down. Who do you support, Crunch?
Me?
You Madrid.
Oh my God, I am a Real Madrid fan.
Yes.
A lot of people get it confused sometimes. I'm a Madrid fan from birth. And
Chance.
he's a goal.
And Dudu will score just like that. It's a lofted ball over the top. Eder Militao, I think he's just triggered the run there. If defender joins the attack, and all the way from the back, Eder Militao, team of the season, scored. And also, Jared Lyon has just scored with R9 on the right-hand side of your screen.
Scoring friends.
Wow, both are Madrid legends too.
There you go.
Next time we talk about Madrid, we know they're going to score.
So I've got 2 Madrid fans with me in the commentary booth as well.
Are you
A Brighton fan.
Yeah,
right.
we won't talk about it.
It's good to see Eder Militao making that run as well, taking in Sergio Ramos' footsteps, but
It was quite a call to make as well, Leah. That was, I mean, defender joins the attack, which was not a corner, it was nothing like that. It was just a very risky call to make. He loses possession. He's a player down at the back.
well, exactly, wide open if he loses possession, so he must be confident in his attack in order to trigger that run from Eder Militao, but it worked for him. He got the job done.
I'm also realizing there is a lot of Brazilians being used in this match. We have Eder Militao, there is R9 up top every time. And then I think most of them use Vinicius as a super sub, which I'm very gassed to see. My boy has grown up.
Sometimes Alisson's been involved as well off as the goalkeeper. He's actually involved for Dudu in goal. Leaning towards his brilliant Marquinhos at the back too. The Brazilians continue to unfold. But I'll be honest, that's just because they've got such good foot items in the game.
True.
Talk about Levy David being down a goal to nil again. Is that surprising to you?
Could be a chance to get the ball through. You've got to remember, he's just lost the penalty shootout, which is no doubt going to throw him off. And then he's on the main stage straight after in an elimination game.
For $10,000.
$10,000 and the chance to be at the FIFAe World Cup. His first actual official ever FIFAe World Cup. He qualified last year. Unfortunately, that one didn't go ahead. Just behind us, 3 other games are currently underway, including Benny CR7 against Levi Finn. That's an all-German matchup, that one. Big game between 2 Bundesliga sides there.
I cannot believe how good these people are. I can't lie. You guys, when you guys watch it here live, it's crazy the amount of concentration they put on.
One ball forward, finds Hullet. Looking for a second is Dudu. In it goes, headed away. Have you ever played Umit? Crunch.
Have I ever played them? No, I mean, if I play them, I need a death wish.
Anders?
Anders, yes, I did play him. He had a bronze team. Can you believe what do you think the score was?
And he won still.
How did that go?
Did you tell me what do you think?
I think he won 4-0.
Yeah, he did.
I was going to say 4-0, yeah.
Wait, why did everybody think that I lose 4-0? Can you not say I won, just to be nice?
Did you have any chances?
I did have a couple chances. I was very nervous, though.
Well, rules are going in, and small goals are going in. I think it might be potentially Brazilian score. We'll give you an update. Back to goal. Here comes Levy, reverse elastico, just like that. Left, right, see you later. Levy back, cooking, and back into the game.
Well, the pressure does not get to Levy David. He comes off a penalty shootout, as mentioned, on the main stage, down a goal to nil. Ronaldo, R9, the Brilliant again, like you said, Foot Crunch, and he is back in this game.
What a goal.
It's beautiful. I love that reverse elastic. That was a reverse elastic, right? I love that. I think Ronaldo used to do that too. R9 used to do those too.
Well, he's a player that the pros have loved, literally since his in-game item came out to the game. He's just so good. It's like there's never been an item that has matched him.
Ever.
You know who matches him? Sergio Ramos.
Sergio Ramos?
100%. Well, everybody's using him too, so he must have something. Look at him.
Let's have a look over here. There has been a goal in this game, and it's Abu Fwazi, the Saudi Arabian, who scored him with R9. If you're new to FIFA esports, it's R9 that scores most of the goals.
As we were just saying, R9.
Best part about him is the haircut, I can't lie.
He's the one player you always load up against in a game of FIFA, and you're like, I don't want to play him.
Ever. Never.
Especially when the pros controlling him.
Especially when he has that haircut, you know you're in for trouble, man.
Would you ever do a forfeit with a haircut like that?
The thing is, I don't have hair. People can't see it much, but I'm going bald. So realistically, I would do it, but I would have like one hair popping up. So it wouldn't be the full thing.
Lights out. Then he came close to scoring that earlier goal. Will be a second player from CME Sports in the FIFAe World Cup. One qualified earlier today in Edson. Last chance of this first leg at half-time. Defended well. That should do us for the 45-minute mark here. We'll check into some other games and give you some updates as we can. But 1-1 the scoreline. As a neutral in this one, Crunch, where are you? Do you think anyone's been on top, or has it been quite an even game?
I have mainly been looking at the players that have been used, honestly. Well, I mean, it's 1-1, so there is, they are very even. But that Bellingham card is absolutely a machine. I wouldn't know how good that item was. I never used him.
Well, it says a lot when there's a player that has come out as a promo, Future Stars, quite a few months back, and he still is being used by pros now. As an Englishman from the Bundesliga, that I can imagine is probably the easiest thing to link into your teams.
Yeah, it's a long day.
That's what I was just thinking, yeah. English, easy to link. Bundesliga, not easy to link. But a lot of people are using Alphonso Davies now, so...
Just surround him with a couple of icons.
Have you ever used that Alphonso Davies? No. You're in for a long day when you play against him. I'm impressed you're not... Dudu is not using him. I'm impressed.
I'll say what... On whole here, 9 players are pretty much the same in every team. There's just 1 or 2 small change of personnel.
I think so. We were speaking with Dylan Mike earlier, and he said he is notorious for adding 1 or 2 little additions of spice in the sense of different items that, other
Chance. CR7 trying to build up nicely.
In terms of other items that other people wouldn't typically use. But yeah, I think Joao Cancelo, Ramos, Ronaldo, Messi, those are consistent contenders in everyone's squads.
I'll put you on the spot for Crunch. 3 players you could have in your ultimate team of all that are available in FIFA right now. Who would you have?
R9 3 times.
Oh, no, 3 times?
Yeah.
What, even over shapeshifter CR7?
I'll have him striker, left winger, and right winger. No, honestly, I'll have R9, Messi, and Cristiano. Those 3 are absolutely unreal. Especially their shapeshifters. Have you ever used that Messi?
I've seen the coin value on him. Finesse from distance! Mbappe is someone that we haven't spoken too much about. Levy back in front, a big celebration as well. He was 1-0 down in the tie, now up by 2-1. And it's that finesse, Leah, that you don't always see, but when it comes out of the blue, and it could just fly into the back of the net like that.
100% Mbappe's not missing that finesse from that distance, but it wasn't green timed, interestingly enough. And we were saying the other day how unpredictable those are. The finesse shots don't necessarily always have to be green timed.
And when you're using players that have got 90-something plus stats in every part of their in-game item crunch, it's always going to be a danger.
Every single time, especially from the position he shot from. I would say myself, I scored a lot of finesse shots too, so I can see where it came from. I mean, Mbappe, to be honest, I've never seen.
Time green or not?
No chance.
Time white.
Time red. Somebody scored.
I think it was an SPQR goal or a Brazilian goal over there. That's Nathan SR that is in a lower bracket matchup. We have 4 more games left of these playoffs to conclude. They're all underway right now. 28 have already booked their spot at the FIFAe World Cup. 4 more to find. One of them will come from this game now. CM Doody with the pause. 30 minutes left to play. Levy in the lead, could be in front of a chance. CR7 in the back post is looming. It looked to be time green, but just couldn't find the connection he was looking for.
Could not find the connection, unfortunately. You'd bet on Ronaldo getting that 90% of the time, especially when it's time green, but he couldn't ultimately take advantage of that opportunity. But he still leads this match after you mentioned going out or going down to the lower bracket on pens. This must give him a little bit of confidence going into the second leg.
You talk about like custom animations of players in Game Crunch, like that CR7 jump. No one's got that.
Oh my God. The amount of height that man covers is crazy, especially in the game. I think he has like 99 jumping, by the way. Plus, I don't know how tall he is.
The only person that can defend him is CR7 on the opposite team.
Or if you tackle him on the way as he's jumping.
Red card and a penalty as well.
Get rid of him. Nah, it depends on the ref.
He actually can jump higher than a lot of basketball players that are like 7 feet tall. Yeah.
Wow.
There was like, I saw it on the internet.
Just before coming here.
Yeah.
A little bit of a research.
It's Levy. 28 minutes left. He's leading by a goal still. Good feet, Messi building nice. CR7. Little fake shot, waiting for the perfect time. You can see every single white shirt back for CM Doodoo. He's trying to make this really hard to break down. Levy will be happy, though, to be honest, to get out of this game, Leah. He was 1-0 down. To even get out with a goal or even a draw, he would have been happy.
I think
still a second leg.
That's a common, thing that we've seen this weekend. A common circumstance that we've seen is a lot of these comebacks. We saw in the 2 rounds ago, I believe, Ali Bali was leading, and Stingray came and took that and is now qualified.
Let's check into this game on the right-hand side of your screen. There has been a goal back for Nathan SR of SPQR. And you can tell you what, look at that for a reaction. The Brazilians, full of passion here in the playoffs. That is a game that's all square with about 10 minutes left in it.
Would you guess who scored? The player? R9.
Always.
Who else?
Every time. Real Madrid represent, baby.
Who else? Ooh, something else has happened. Spicy in that game.
I'm in Son off the bench. In it goes.
Okay.
What a chance.
I guess that goalkeeper is really good. Is that Alisson? Was that Alisson?
That was Alisson.
We've seen Alisson used a lot this weekend. He has a new team of the season, right?
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. I've never used him. I think this is my sign to buy him.
Schmeichel, Van der Sar, Alisson. You've got such a... Courtois as well offers you the height. Who are you choosing?
Just Shin, because of
the
hat.
The hat?
Every day. Top wouldn't you? Leah?
What's happening over here in this game? There is drama, and it's in the form of JRA Lion, who had an unbelievable outing in the La Liga, is up by 2-1. He found himself in the lower bracket, lost his first opening game to Tex 2-0. But now back to winning ways and back to giving himself a very small advantage at the halfway point at the end of this leg.
Responds well with that green time just after Nathan equalized.
Oh, that must be devastating, honestly, if that happens.
Fonzo Davies.
There he is. There's the man, the myth, the legend.
Does get dispossessed on the way through, Jude Bellingham. Vinicius is on the field too. Said that substitutions will always play their part. Min Song's done a great job of that this weekend, Leo, of just coming on. Not been a starter for many, but that shapeshifter item has just come on, added that added bit of boost and pace. And let's be honest, a lot of these items have got 90+ stamina. Don't really need loads of subs. If you go to extra time, you do. Or if you're constant pressing, you probably do.
Definitely, I think, especially now at this time in the cycle, having these items that, you know, are so boosted. I'll be honest, Heung-min Son is not one that I thought I would see consistently in teams, but we've seen him start in some teams, and we've seen him come on as a super sub in some teams, and he's proven he scored a lot of goals. He's proven to be a very good, impactful sub or impactful player for a lot of these competitors.
He's got 5-star skills, no?
He does, yeah.
He does. Ah, that's why he was.
Mbappe makes it 2 for Levy David. He doesn't need time green finishes. He just needs to get the ball into the Frenchman, post it in, and from 1-0 down, he'll go into the second leg with a 2-goal cushion. What a turnaround from the Dutchman.
What a turnaround indeed. A superb goal again by Mbappe, and as you mentioned, no green time necessary. How he must be feeling, you know, losing on pens, going down, and then coming back up 3-1 in the first leg. That's a good lead for Levy David to have.
There's been a lot of question marks about Levy as well. He's been so good online. There's been question marks. How good would he be at LAN? Played in the Champions League, still made it to the group stage. Yes, may not have made it to the top 8, but regardless of that, the learning experiences he would have got. He played on LAN, won the Eredivisie this year with Vitesse, and now he's very close, if he can hold on for one more leg, to book in a FIFAe World Cup spot. So he'll be trying to silence those doubters in this second leg if he can. 4 minutes left in this first leg. JRA, there's been more here. Added time of 1 minute. What did come in this game? Surely not another goal from the Spaniard. Yes, that might actually be the answer. Little Akraqueta drops the feet into Heung-min Son. And there's also a 2-goal cushion for JRA Lion as he looks to end that first leg against Nathan Essar.
Again, the man that we were just talking about, Heung-min Son, someone that we hadn't seen previously, but seen a lot this weekend. Incredible croqueta to open up that space, and incredible finish as well. JRA must be feeling on top of the world after, unfortunately, going down to Tex, but he's back. Both have 2-goal leads.
Incredible scenes. Added time of just 2 minutes left in this one. Impressed with what you've seen so far, Foot Crunch?
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous, even like me just watching this. I'm nervous for the guys. I know how much this means to them, especially even for the Brazilians that came all the way, because I know what it looks like to come all the way from South America to here on common ground. Look at him.
Well, there's full time in leg one. At the moment, Levy from 1-0 down is up by 3-1. He's 45 minutes. Technically, or 1 leg away, I should say, from qualifying for the FIFAe World Cup. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we get back, we will give 4 more tickets away on a plane to Copenhagen for the FIFAe World Cup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes to find out who takes the final 4 spots.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever. But because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Danny Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
Well, welcome back to the Global Series Playoffs here in London. For the final time at the end of this next leg, we will find out our full 32 players that will be heading to the FIFAe World Cup. In case you missed it, here's the latest news. Tex qualified, Gilles qualified, Nicholas 99FC qualified of Argentina, and Stingray of SAF qualifying for his first ever FIFAe World Cup. We're following the bottom half of the bracket, where there is still a lot to talk about. Myself, Brandon Smith, Foot Crunch and Leah Ravel are taking you through the call of these last matches. Safe to say, Leah, still a lot to unfold in this last leg.
Lots to unfold indeed. We've seen so much drama today, yesterday, and I'm sure there's more drama to come. However, this is do or die for these players. The lower bracket, the winner qualifies, the loser, it's the end of their season.
I'm guessing after this Foot Crunch, we should be going back to you getting, what, rank 1?
Me? Ooh, no, rank 3, 4 maybe? Is it champs?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You? What do you get?
No comment, no comment. You're the... You're
we
the
missed goal 2.
Yeah, I missed goal 2
Yeah,
still.
we
Hoping it comes back next year. We'll have to wait and see. Foot Crunchers will be joining us for the call of the game. He's enjoyed the first leg. 3 goals to 1. But is it enough? We've seen many turnarounds.
I'm going for Dudu, my South American friend. Come on, Dudu. You can do it, baby.
Sergio Ramos.
Wait, that was Sergio Ramos and Marcelo, right?
How would you play Sergio Ramos? You can't say striker as much as you want to.
Goalkeeper, mate.
Come on. Come on.
Actually, yeah, that would be good. Nah, sorry.
No, he's played right back, centre back, or CDM for a lot of the players.
I think I'll blame CDM. I also think he's an underrated striker, not gonna lie.
I mean, he's got the stats to play there. Here's Marcelo into the box for Levy. CR7's got the lead. Unfortunately, can't get the connection of the header. How many times have we seen that this weekend of just CR7 winning it and just laying it into R9?
Always. Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Ronaldo squared. Love to see it.
This presents his little Messi shapeshifter for Dudu, who needs 2 goals to turn this one around. Remember, this is the game to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup.
Levy David must be feeling like a little bit of the pressure has been lifted. He's leading by 2 goals. But as we know, as you know, and as you probably know as well, 2 goals in FIFA is a scary, scary lead or a scary deficit.
He just needs to score 1, and then your mindset can bring you down. You never know.
You'd like to say a 3-goal cushion would be at least enough for him to see this game out. But he was 1-0 down as well, Leo, and he turned it around, which that in itself, you said about pressure, absolutely. It would have been relieved ever so slightly.
And we've seen a lot of different comebacks this weekend as well. Yesterday, 4-0 up, and a comeback from 4-0 down. Yeah, insane.
Wow. I'll paint the picture to you like this, Crunch. Imagine you're 4-0 down in the game of FIFA. Second leg, you bring it back 4-4, and then you lose on a penalty shootout.
Oh, pain.
Wow, my chair wouldn't exist anymore.
That was, unfortunately, the story of Berke Lyon yesterday.
He didn't qualify because of that. No! Wow. Am I going to sleep with that in your head? I'm sorry. Wow.
So
He
well
will
to
come
pull
back
it
stronger, right?
Yeah, did it so well to pull back a 4-0 deficit, but then we've seen so many penalties this weekend.
So many, and I wouldn't be surprised if any of these games that we're watching right now do go to penalties.
Let's just check into this one very quickly between Benny CR7 and Levi Finn. It's a battle between two German players. The Rookie of the Year, he has been named Levi Finn of FC Hansa. He's 3-1 down against Benny CR7, who I can tell you right now is up for a bit of redemption. He qualified for the FIFAe World Cup last year. This time, he wants to be there in person and make sure that FIFAe World Cup does go ahead with his name on it. At the moment, he is in the driving seat. Loads of 3-1 results, by the way, around us at the moment.
Lots. And as I mentioned, 2 goals. I would imagine that none of these matches will end 3-1. That's my prediction.
JRA line up by 3-1. He bagged late goals also.
I want another penalty shootout. I put it out there.
I'm sure we might get one somewhere.
I'm sorry for the player, though, that gets it. Wouldn't want to be in, but it would be fun.
Abi Farsi up by 2-0 against one-way crazy, the Danish player. Messi from distance!
Woo!
You never let him on his left foot.
Ever, especially with space like that. I would have bet that that was in. If that was green, that was definitely going in.
You're right.
Number 1 rule, Crunch, never let Messi on his left foot.
I think a lot of players in real life have also tried that. Same they tried for Robin. Honestly, it's not as easy as it looks, I think. Oh, look at Bellingham, man.
99 rated shapeshifter item, which is causing terror for FIFA pros.
Jurgen, someone scored.
The goals have gone in. Give you an update. And we'll finish the games at the same time for all these remaining 4.
It's interesting to see Dudu. He doesn't look like he's attacking too aggressively. He's still just trying to maintain some of that possession and not taking full control of the game as you think he would need to, being 2 goals down.
I think after such a good start as well here, it's a difficult one for him to turn around. There has been a goal. Abu Farsi looks to have conceded it, so it seems. João Cancelo, of all people, up from fullback. He certainly can get amongst the goals, can the Portuguese fullback. That's game on there. Only 6 minutes into the second leg. Lots of time and only a goal in it. Lots
to play for in that one for sure. And João Cancelo, we spoke about yesterday, Brendan, talking about all the different positions that he can play in, left back, right back, in real life even. He's a super versatile player, but in the game as well, and we've seen him everywhere.
Dispossessed, Mbappe finds Messi. This is Dudu.
Oh, yes.
Messi still no way through that time.
I don't know why I really want to see Dudu score. Like, I'm out here rooting for him. I guess people at home are also rooting for someone. Oh, my God.
I'm sure there'll be a big celebration if he was to turn the game around.
100%.
These 2 goals, though, against a very good defender. Cannot forget the achievements that Levy has had in the last 12 months or so. As a back-to-back European champion online last year. Won the Eredivisie for the first ever time this year, just a few weeks ago in the Netherlands. And he's so young. I mean, that's been the story of Team Hull. They've just been so good at developing these younger talents. Here's João Cancelo, 5 minutes away from half-time in the second leg. R9 drops the shoulder, little Elastico, it's cheeky. Keeps in possession still just about, not for so long.
I can't lie, every time I see an R9 inside the box, it's just the things that these pro players can do with them is unreal.
It's insane. I've been thinking this every single game we've been watching. How do they do that with their hands? How do they press so many buttons at once? It's crazy.
I heard the words "kom nu," which in Denmark means "come on and let's go." So that means that probably there's been an equaliser over in that game of one-way crazy.
Oh,
and here is that equaliser we're going to see now live on the screen on a replay. João Cancelo had it. Cut back inside to Messi, one more R9, he makes it look so easy, Huller with the goal. And there's also been a goal here as Louis David makes it 4-1. Maybe it's FIFAe World Cup time for another Dutch player. There'd be 4 of them heading to Denmark, which is insane for the Netherlands.
Well, I think that some weight definitely lifted off of Levi David's shoulders. You know, as we've mentioned numerous times, going off of... Is that... Oh! Woo! The finesse, again. It is. It's a classic, isn't it?
It's on the finesse. It's not been said for many, many years. I'm gutted I didn't see it live.
You can see how much it means to them, man. Like, look, he's devastated. It's so sad.
But that's what's so difficult in these games, right? You're so used to them trying to come into the box, any pro, but when you give him so much space on the edge of the box and you've got the Mbappes, the Hullits, the R9s, you can finesse from that far out. And you know the quality these players got. If you time it green, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be challenging the goal or flying to the back of the net.
It's really interesting, too, to see how players at this level adapt to different players' play style. They can read the formation, they can read the gameplay, they can read the play style, and so they adapt. Levi David hasn't necessarily been able to get into the box. That's the second finesse he scored, and so he goes over the top instead.
Well, I'll tell you what, before we come to you, Crunch, I think this has been the ultimate turnaround in this game, and it is from Bromby's one-way crazy, who was 2-0 down. He looks to be 3-2 up. Hullet is involved in all the goals, so it seems, no matter which game it is, scoring again from the edge of the box. Bromby looking to have a second player in the FIFAe World Cup, joining Klenke there. What a player.
I was going to say, the amount of goals we have seen from Hullet just in this half has been unreal. I actually think he may as well be the best box-to-box in the game.
I think a lot of people forget that he's got the stats to finish. It's just, in the nicest way, who would you rather have a finish at goal? Shapeshifter, CR7 or Hullet? You know, the answer's there. R9 or Hullet, the answer's there. But sometimes you just got to mix it up, and sometimes you can strike gold.
I know my answer. Sergio Ramos. It's another goal.
Marcelo into CR7, tries his best to that Croqueta. I just think Duda looks a little bit deflated now, Leah, and I just don't know if there's enough in the remaining 40 minutes left for him to try and pull back 3 goals.
It's a tough one for sure. It is only the 50th minute, so there is still a considerable amount of time for him to pull it back. We've seen crazier things happen, and we've seen that he's just queued up a pause. So he's looking to make some tactical changes, some substitutions. He'll have a chat with his coach, take a sip of water, and refocus in order to try and bring this back. I mean, we saw 4 goals be scored yesterday to equalize a 4-0 deficit. Maybe we'll see 3 goals.
What's your best ever comeback?
Mine?
In a game of foot champs, you can think.
Well, once I was doing this video where I let the guy score 6 on me. So I scored 7 then. He had a bronze team there. So yeah, a 7 goals comeback. By the way, I was going to tell you how mad it is to me that Cristiano Ronaldo is passing the ball to Messi. Don't you find that crazy, the things that Ultimate Team lets you do?
Well, I mean, I've seen some of the things that your videos have allowed you to do in Ultimate Team. What's been the secret for you over the last couple of months? You've had incredible growth on YouTube. Your community's grown more than ever. What have you enjoyed so much about making FIFA videos, especially this year on 22?
Honestly, to the simplest form, I've just enjoyed making people laugh. So through these times, I think what powers me, what has made the biggest difference is just thinking about the other side, the person that's actually watching it and trying to make the video as good as it can possibly be so they can smile. That's it. Honestly, like on the bottom, oh my God.
Levy could seal the deal! Oh my God, Mbappe, you've timed it green, you've not hit the target.
You see what I mean? When you don't time it green, he scores, and when you time it green, he doesn't score. I thought for sure that was a goal. I think 9 times out of 10 that would have been a goal.
Wow.
Fortunately, Levi David doesn't need it necessarily at this point, but
if he did.
But if that would have been a really unfortunate miss.
He's going to have nightmares with that one if he goes to lose. It was Mbappe on his left foot, though.
Yeah.
You know? Wouldn't have fancied him to score.
Still, you'd think maybe that team of the season item would have popped up with a goal there. It's into the pause menu for CM Dudu. There is not all the time left in.
It gives me so much nostalgia when I see Ramos at right back. I just can't, you don't even understand. When I grew up watching him being that player that could go up and score.
Always.
Right?
Always, yes.
So see him at
I'm
right back.
expecting when we get back in the next few weeks to see I use Shapeshifter Ramos at striker and for champs.
I already did.
We're done.
Yeah, he actually scored a banger. I'm telling you, he's a striker, bro. If anything, a fun fact is my first ever video to actually get me on the algorithm on people watching it was using a Ramos card as striker. Sadly enough, it was the card that when he left Real Madrid, the end of an era.
The end of an era, indeed. Lots of tears, lots of sadness.
It is what it is.
At least you enjoyed the Champions League this year.
That's true, we did. We did indeed.
Yeah, yeah. Eder Militao feeling the boots. Oh, wow. You know how heartbreaking it must be to like get across on your box when you're playing at this high level? Because anything can happen.
Especially when you've got quality queuing up in there. 23 minutes away is Levi David away from official FIFAe World Cup status. What a year it's been, Leo. I mean, what a playoffs it's been for the Netherlands. 4 players will be going to Denmark from the Netherlands, which is probably a first.
Yeah, definitely great representation from the
Dudu, that's a red time. It's got in, though.
Okay, all right, you see?
Is that Cristiano? Let's go.
I mean, red time, not necessary in front of goal like that. Mbappe through to Ronaldo into the space. Red time, but still in.
Count your lucky stars tonight. That. When Mbappe misses green, and that's red and goes into the back of the net.
Goals. Been done before.
Come on, Dudu. Oh, that's shapeshifter Ronaldo. I can't wait to try him, by the way. Have you tried him? No?
I don't know what million coins you think I've got here.
Yeah, I can't afford him,
You can. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's expensive. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget. You know, people have limitations. Oh my.
Well, I think we've just seen more goals going, and we'll give them to you live as soon as we can. 3 more games also. Very close to ending just behind us. I think Levy has been in many finals in the last 12 months that he should look to see this one out. 15 minutes left to play. Back to the pause menu we go for CM Dudu, as expected. Probably, Leo, it's a 3 at the back and for everything forward.
I think so. All-out attack is what we'll see. Aggression, maybe constant pressure. And he's got to put all his ducks in a row, all his eggs in one basket. He's got nothing to lose at this point.
Everyone forward.
Also,
Ramos.
what was the instruction that you put? Constant pressure?
Absolutely.
Does it work anymore? Like, have you seen it work previously?
Every pro.
Every pro?
Losing the game, constant press, get the bars up. Get that depth up.
Constant pressure, look, Christian.
15 minutes.
15 minutes between him and going to Copenhagen. Wow.
That's a goal, Hullet. Could be in! That's the goal! And what a storyline! Hullet with the goal to send his FIFA Pro player to the FIFAe World Cup. It's 4 from 4 from Team Hullet.
What?
Incredible. Incredible performance.
Superb, superb. And what that must mean to Levi David. Might have been feeling a little bit down. An easy, quick turn and first-time shot near post. Going in.
The icon that made the team crunch scores in game to send his pro player to the FIFAe World Cup.
True. He was green in the stars. He was green in the stars. I can't lie, I didn't know Hullet was this good inside the game. I was used to using, like, I don't know, Atal, midfield. But I'm going to have to use him next time.
Well, Levi David, Team Hullet came with 4 players to the playoffs. All 4 of them look to qualify. Incredible, incredible. It looks like it is going to be all smiles for Team Hullet that will be travelling in numbers to Denmark in 11 days' time. This game also very close to concluding. Benny CR7 back-to-back FIFAe World Cups for VFL Bochum. That'll be 2 players, by the way, for VFL Bochum at the FIFAe World Cup, which is incredible for those as well. Levi Finn will try his best to pull his way back into the tide, but 8 minutes left for 3 goals. Not even that now, Lee. It just is not going to be possible.
Unfortunately not. I don't think there's enough time to keep Levi Finn in it. But you were mentioning a lot of nations with multiple representation, and I think it's really interesting to see who has qualified this year and who unfortunately has not. Names that we thought would and names that we thought wouldn't have. And it'll be interesting. It'll be an opportunity for these players to, you know, make a name for themselves at the highest level, the biggest competition of the year.
Well, it means just a little bit more as well for Benny CR7. Qualified last year, didn't physically get to go to the World Cup. This time he will be there amongst the 32. And there will be 3 German players that will qualify as part of that too. Incredible outing it's been from the Netherlands, by the way. Have to give them credit to the Eredivisie, the Orange, the structure in the Netherlands for FIFA Pro players. They are developing, they're getting better. With teams like Team Hullet being part of that. CM Dudu gets a goal back, but as nice of a finish it will be from R9, it won't mean too much. Benny CR7 knows he's off to Copenhagen for the FIFAe World Cup. He's emotional.
What a goal that was by Dudu too. The ball roll, calm as you like, so composed in front of goal. But will that be enough? I don't think it will.
He still needs how many?
One,
2 goals? 2 goals. Ah, you can do it, Dudu. Come on, babe.
I think we're near enough done here. 2 minutes of added time. Levi David will also be at a World Cup again this year. 18 years of age, and what he's achieved already is absolutely ridiculous. They questioned him on land. Don't need to question him anymore. He will be going to the FIFAe World Cup. That's 30 spots in the bag. 2 more to conclude. Levi will be there. So will Benny CR7. Massive congratulations. This lineup is getting more and more stacked, Leah.
More and more stacked indeed. And look what that means to Levi David. And you can hear the roars behind us too from the pit of all of the players that have just also qualified in their matches. But we are set up for a very, very, very exciting World Cup.
I can't believe I cannot even begin to imagine how much this means to every single one of the ones that qualified. It's life-changing.
Well, it's been a long season. It's been a long season since the game hit the streets. 9 months of grafting and grinding, of qualifiers and tournaments and leagues, all just to get to the road to the FIFAe World Cup. This game is very close also to finding its way through here. Just over 12 minutes left to play. Bromby looking for another play again. There's a bit more on this one, Crunch, because One Way Crazy is from Denmark, so he could be playing in his own home city in the FIFAe World Cup.
You reckon that gives him home advantage then?
Maybe so, unless Abuaza could be very cheeky here with a time green finesse from Heung-min Son.
A Heung-min Son again, the man that we've been talking about as the underdog all weekend with the cheeky chip to equalize 4-4 on aggregate. Anyone's game.
A lot of people have spoken about this Saudi Arabian player, Abu Fazi, as a dangerous player to watch out for. He did beat Matthias Bonanno earlier in the Swiss round, someone else who did qualify. And also, as this one is concluded, you've also got JRA Line still in a very tight game up against Nathan SR. There are 10 minutes left in this one. You cried out for maybe some penalties, Crunch. We might be on our way to extra time in this one.
Yeah, actually, there has been no penalties so far. But yes, hopefully this one goes to extra
You've just jinxed it, I think.
Yeah, I get that all the time. I'm so sorry. Well, no, actually, it's good, right? Imagine having to go to penalties, you as the one that's doing it. I don't know if I'll have the nerves for it.
We've seen people Panenka it as well.
You reckon I'll Panenka
people have Panenka'd it.
Yeah, I've seen. Like, I don't know, they are cold. Would you be able to do that, Leah?
I don't know. I mean, I've scored some Panenkas on pens for sure, but I add the pressure and penalties, and I have the analog. I have the marker. I can see where my shot is going, but they can't.
Wait, they don't have it?
They don't have it, no.
They don't have the marker?
No.
What?
Yeah, pencils are just so unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know, you practice and practice, but anything can happen. We've seen, keepers dive to the right side, but they still score goals. So.
Yeah, there is a lot of, I actually think there is a lot of skill into it. I've seen a lot of keepers diving, and because it's on the right spot, they can't touch it. It's crazy. Well, if you master it, you always win pens.
Building for the final chance of the game here. Could be a chance for One Way Crazy. Maldini! Oh, he's doing enough. Put on a plate for Mbappe.
Oh, there is a counter-attack, though. Well,
We're going to see one of those right now. There is yet to be a Saudi Arabian player that has qualified as of yet for the FIFAe World Cup. Mr. Sari, all hope was on him. He didn't qualify earlier. Extra time needed here, 30 more minutes of it. But credit where it's due to One Way Crazy there. He was 2-0 down coming into that second leg, turned it on its head. He's off to extra time at 4-4.
No, that's crazy. Well, I've said this several times this weekend. I sound like a broken record, but what a mental game you must have to get yourself back in the game when you're down by 2 goals. If I'm ever down by 2 goals, I'm done. Like, it's done for me. My head's gone. But you have to give him credit where credit's due. He brought himself back, and you saw the huge sigh of relief when he's going into extra time. He was tense, I'm sure, but...
Well, there's a bit of a storyline unfolding here on the right-hand side of your screen. For a player that's been in the FIFA scene for quite some time, JRA Lion has never been at a FIFAe World Cup final. Wow. This could be his first ever FIFAe World Cup final for the Spaniard. He's had an unbelievable FIFA season. He's placed well in La Liga. He's placed well in general this year on FIFA 22. This is a deserved victory for him. He's 3 minutes away plus additional time.
Potential mistake there almost by JRA Lion. We saw a little bit of dispossession in front of goal, but he got that possession back, and he's 2 goals up in the 88th minute. I think it's done and dusted for him.
Well, he was very emotional. Sorry, Crunch, in Madrid a few weeks ago in another tournament, the La Liga Santander. He's kept his emotions back quite a lot, but surely with this result now, this qualification, he will be giving us a big old vamos. $10,000 alongside Denmark in the bag. Even if he scores now, Nathan, it won't mean much. You'd like to say it's job done. Spain will have another player in the mix in the 32 in 11 days' time. It will be Falcons' JRA Lion. And his first ever FIFAe World Cup, tears in his eyes. That's exactly what it means to him.
Let's go.
Incredible, incredible. I get goosebumps watching all the passion. It's amazing how much this means to them. This is what they worked their whole year for.
If anything, maybe the last 3 years for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you don't make one, then that practice goes on to the next year, and then that practice goes on to the next year. So who knows how many hours he has put in? Only him.
And for someone,
that's why it means so much.
For someone like JRA, he's been, you said, FIFA 17. So many years, lots of years of experience, and he's finally made it.
Well, he told me his nickname obviously is JRA Lion. He said the lion is here earlier today. The lion's roaring.
The lion is.
He's off to Denmark. 31 spots in the bag. This is the final spot for the FIFAe World Cup. And it's either going one way, to Saudi Arabia or to Denmark, the home hosting nation, who will be looking for another player.
Can you tell me what their strategy is when they sit deep and point their back with the centre back? Is it they just are inviting pressure to counterattack, or?
Well, in this moment, they're playing for last chance of the game. So just waiting for the last kick, if all, which we're going to see now from Vinicius. Ball across, Mbappe! No!
Oh.
I knew it. Left-footed Mbappe is not the way.
What a chance for One Way Crazy there to take the lead, but Crunch, we're 15 minutes away from a penalty shootout.
I knew it. I knew it. I told you.
The scenes. Penalties.
On the last game, right? These actually
the
last
game.
game.
This is the final spot of the FIFAe World Cup.
Wow. Where are they from?
Denmark and Saudi Arabia.
Denmark and Saudi. Wow. So one would be the first to qualify from
Saudi Arabia.
And then the other one will be in his home. Wow. If he qualifies.
And
Final 15.
Remarkable, too, for One Way Crazy. He, as Brandon mentioned, came back from a 2-0 deficit. So to be back in extra time, potentially in penalties, is impressive.
I always find the player's name interesting. They couldn't go with their own name.
They just come up. People just come up with just different names, don't they?
It's interesting to hear the stories about how they came up with their names or their gamer tags.
I want to know the crazy one. One Way Crazy. What came through his head? Especially mine. Mine is also funny.
Yeah, how did you get yours?
I was using this app, and then the app said,
hello, could be a chance. Mbappe can't turn around. His man will come out to that in just a lot.
Wait.
But Saudi Arabia, you'd expect, obviously, MS Dosari was on, unfortunately, for a FIFAe World Cup spot. That hasn't been the case. There's only one Saudi Arabian player that all the eyes are on. It's this man on your screen, Abu Fazi. Played in the Team of the Season Cup in the 2v2. Had a good run there, but unfortunately wasn't able to pick up any silverware. We are 5 minutes away from penalties potentially being on the cards here. We've got 31 spots already bagged. This is the last and final spot for Denmark in 11 days' time. Which way will it be going? Abu Fazi, obviously from right to left, with looking for the final chance of the game. He looking to hold on to this one, switched it from side to side. 3 minutes left. It's going to need really good defending here.
He has Cuadrado at right back. First time I see Cuadrado and Chiellini. Wow.
I'm surprised because I think they would tell you that Chiellini is probably their favorite defender in game. We've seen him a couple times, but not consistently. We've seen a lot more of Ruben Diaz, Militao, Marquinhos. Militao actually has been the favorite, in my opinion, that I've seen most consistently across all teams, which I love.
Well, here we go. Last chance of the game now. At a time of 1 minute, which way will it fall? It's going to go to the side of One Way Crazy. Mbappe, this will be absolute scenes. If CR7 was to bag a goal now, he played the 1-4. Mbappe will score the winning goal. And that will conclude spot number 32. It's going the way of a national hero, potentially, for Denmark. One Way Crazy of Brøndby FC will be in Copenhagen if he could just get the ball and kick it out of play. What a storyline. It was 2-0 down in the game.
No, incredible scenes. We were all jumping up here in the commentary booth because that's insane. To come back, to equalize, and then score in almost the last play of the game with not one pass, not two passes, not three passes, 4.
Wow, and it was Mbappe to seal the deal. Look at the emotion, man.
And there we have it. Brøndby have 2 players in the FIFAe World Cup. Klenke back again from last year. And One Way Crazy, they are doing it right in Denmark, Brøndby. Fostering, nurturing young FIFA players through the ranks. They're going to be at the World Cup. Denmark will have more than just one player there. Congratulations to One Way Crazy. That is spot 32. And let's have a look at the reaction of the goal that just went in. And just the Comnu, the bundle, just the reaction. That is what I absolutely love about FIFA esports. Right, this is the goal that went in. At first, I'm thinking CR7 shoots now. He didn't. He played the one more. Mbappe scored. That's the reaction from the players. And here's the reaction of you, Foot Crunch, coming up in a second.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can see. I think
that's a thumbnail.
Wow. Yeah, no, that was... I could have screamed more. I was a bit scared, honestly, that I will break the mic.
Well, it couldn't end any better. You wanted penalties. I think we got a 120th minute goal, which...
Oh, wow, that was... I will argue, and people can tell us, that might be even better than penalties.
I think so. One Way Crazy indeed.
Yeah, he sent us crazy.
You stole that joke. I was going to say it.
He sent you crazy, at least. From 128, Leah, 32 now have been found. What a lineup we got for Copenhagen.
Insane. We have so much action, so much excitement for Copenhagen. Again, as mentioned, some that we thought would qualify, some new qualifications. But those 32 matches are filled, done and dusted. Everyone that has been here this weekend has played, and 32 have booked their tickets.
And Crunch, thank you so much for joining us on the commentary booth. How have you found your first FIFA Pro Tour? You come at the best one, to be honest. The playoffs always deliver.
Really? Ooh. Honestly, thank you. You were great. You were great too. This is the first time I ever commented on anything, so I
hope you enjoyed it. I'd love you to come back again.
Oh, yeah. I'll be coming back if I didn't say anything wrong.
Well, if you give us more reactions like that on camera, we'll be all over it. What a few days we've had. 128 players, down to 32, all $10,000 guaranteed. They'll be travelling to Copenhagen in just 11 days' time. That's it from the commentary booth here in day 2 of the playoff. For now, it's over to Rachel and Mike to congratulate our last 4 winners.
Brandon, Leah and Foot Crunch, thank you so much for that brilliant cast of the game there. And Foot Crunch, we loved your reactions here. I mean, you have to clip that up and put it out on the socials after this event. But yeah, that was an awesome last match. I'm saying singular there because that's exactly how a playoffs to go to the World Cup should end, Mike LaBelle.
Absolute eruption. You can feel something in the air. You got to think about it. That was a 5-2 comeback in that second leg to get to that point for the winner. So it was massive.
We just said it was 121 minutes
last
there.
Kick
The
of the
last
ball.
kick of the game there for One Way Crazy to book his spot, and he went pretty crazy as well. Let's have a look at the bracket then and let's just wrap everything up on day 2 then. You can see that down the bottom there, that was One Way Crazy, the match we're talking about, up against Abu Fawzi, 5-4 in the end. I mean, some great results. We'll bring you up to speed on exactly who qualified, but this is elimination first. We have to obviously say goodbye to players as the tournament progresses. Levy Finn, Abu Fawzi, so we just saw Nathan and Dudu, runner-up in the E-Libertadores, of course, last year. Qualification, though, round of applause, Mike LaBelle.
And all of these guys had the battle as well. When you're looking at Benny, CR7 going down early, One Way Crazy, the same thing, JRA, the same thing. They all lost their opening game. And then, of course, we saw the Levy matchup. Way to finish it off on the main stage.
We're going to wrap up everybody who's qualified after this, but for now, we'll invite for the final time this weekend the 4 final qualified players who are going to the FIFAe World Cup in Copenhagen to the stage. First up, Levy David from Team Hullet, joining his teammates on that plane to the World Cup.
Way to get it done.
Did it the hard way, mate, but you're there. Right, he's with Carl. I can't wait to hear from him.
FIFAe World Cup. Had you put all the pressure on yourself to secure one of those spots?
To be honest, I didn't feel that much pressure today, but yesterday I saw all my teammates qualify, so that put a bit of pressure on me, and that makes it even more beautiful that I qualified now.
Talk to me about Team Hullet, because we've seen this season all the incredible things you've done. You've partnered with Olilito as well, Ninjas in Pyjamas. We've seen what you've managed to do as a partnership in that. Feels like you guys have made some real waves this season.
I agree on that. I think we improve each other a lot. Like, for example, we had the boot camp where Paulo Neto and Vini Leiva from Atalanta were as well. Paulo Neto qualified as well. I think we learn a lot from each other, and sometimes maybe someone is below the rest, and then he picks it up and goes to the same level.
Well, we've seen you go to a different level today, and that means you get this just here, that gold controller. Come on, open up the scarf, get it round you just now. I will grab that one for you. You are going to Copenhagen, the trademark signature celebration from yourself. You've got that round you, but I'm sure you'll want to go one step further. You're thinking about the FIFAe World Cup trophy.
Of course, my goal was to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup, but now I'm there, I'm gonna set new goals, obviously.
Well, you've got 11 days to work on them. Levy, congratulations, make your way across just there. Next up, we've got Benny, CR7. He managed to qualify in dramatic fashion. Make your way across the stage. Congratulations, you're going to the FIFAe World Cup. We've got all the Germans at the front once again. I mean, this nation, we've seen it over the years, the incredible players that have been produced from here. You're another one of them, and you're going to the World Cup.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm really happy for my friends, obviously as well. Especially Predator FIFA just came here to the event. He flew in from Germany just to support me. So yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, honestly, I'm speechless.
Over the years, I've seen that support from the German players, and they've all got together, rallied round each other. How much does that help you as a player, having Predator come in now just for you, just for today?
It helps you. It helps you to relax in the evening with a few drinks. It helps you at the event, the support back there. And yeah, it's just crazy.
It definitely is. Well, you've earned yourself this controller and the scarf. Put that around you. This is your moment. Benny, incredible stuff. What a performance from yourself as well. You're going to Copenhagen. How good does that feel?
Yeah, crazy. Especially last year, the World Cup got cancelled, and I was really devastated about that because I qualified. And the main goal was to do it back-to-back, so I worked my ass off, and yeah, now we are here, so...
And now we are here indeed, Benny. You can make your way across just there. Congratulations, that celebration just there. Now, we saw the final competitor secure his spot. I can see the smile on his face right now. One Way Crazy. Come and celebrate with us all. So you definitely lived up to your name in that performance. You secured the 32nd spot. I mean, how was that for you?
I don't know how to describe it, man. I can barely speak right now. Yeah, it's the craziest thing I've ever experienced, man. It's crazy.
Did you realise that you were the final one, that game, that everyone was watching just you in this arena? There was no other action happening. All eyes were on you.
Yeah, I noticed that everyone started gathering around and was watching the game, so... Yeah, I was just very happy that it didn't go to penalties because, yeah, that would have been too much.
It would have been too much, but it didn't. You got that last-minute winner. You get the controller. Open up that scarf for us. You can put it around you just there. This is your moment. I asked the question when I said that last-minute goal. Surely for you, you'd rather get it in last-minute fashion just like you did.
Yeah, obviously I didn't want it to be that exciting, but yeah, to get it that way, it was better than I could have ever imagined. It was just the best moment of my life, pretty much.
Well, hopefully you can recreate it in 11 days' time. Who knows? You're going to Copenhagen. You're 32nd, but you know you're just as important as everyone else. One Way Crazy, make your way across that way. Thank you so much. Now, this guy, we've seen him over the years. It's time to celebrate him. He's going to Copenhagen. It is J.R.A. Lion. Amazing, man. That's what you've just said as you've arrived just here. Talk to us about this additional piece of clothing. Come on, I want to see what it actually is for you just there. Come on, show everyone.
My esports club, and I like to thank Falcons, Esports Celta for all the support that they have given to me in all the season. And I think it's the best day of my life. I don't know what to say.
I can see the smile on your face just there. I'm going to give you these as well. You can make it work. I'll hold the controller. You put the scarf around you, and you can showcase your top right there. That is for you. You World Cup. You're going there to win.
Yes, my next goal will be to be the champion. We have 2 weeks to prepare it. It will be very difficult, but I have fight a lot for being in a World Cup since that game against Honey in 2018. I was so close, and today we have made it. I don't know what to say, but thank you to all the fans, to my family, my friends, all the Spanish players here supporting. I don't know how to say more. It's the best day of my life.
That moment in 2018, obviously you will be thinking about it. You're still thinking about it 4 years ago. Obviously still plays on your mind. Does this make up for that moment? Now you're going to the FIFAe World Cup?
Yes, my first time. That game against Honey in 2018, it was so difficult for me because I was doing a perfect tournament, 6-1 in the Swiss, and then I lost for little details, you know, and now I'm qualified, so...
I can see how excited you are. It is amazing indeed. JRA Lion, you are going to Copenhagen. You're going to the FIFAe World Cup alongside these guys just here as well. Make your way to the centre of the stage. JRA Lion, One Way Crazy, Benny CR7 and Levi David. Show us those scarves just there. Amazing stuff, as you can see. Look at them celebrating the Final Four. Rachel, Mike, just what an incredible 2 days it's been.
Well, we've got our roster completed now, and I think it's now like a level playing field again. We start again, don't we, in 11 days' time, like Kyle's been mentioning to all these players in this very spot. I feel like I've qualified now, Kyle. Oh, well, we are going to the World Cup, so we'll be there with these 32 players to witness all what's going to unfold in Copenhagen. I mean, what a couple of days we have had. We started with 128, didn't we? On Thursday in the Swiss round of things, and we whittled that down from 64 to 32. These are the players advancing to the FIFAe World Cup. I'll speak about a couple of them now. Group A, we start with Dami, Tuga, Manu Bashor, Hadji, Olalito, Dolan Mike, Emre Yilmaz, Dame Sheet. That was Group A. B went like this. Matthias Bonanno, Klenke, Oberon, Danny Pitbull, Didi Chris Lito, Peixoto, Code 99 FC and Web Nazari. And then we went to Group C, and that began today as well. I can go through, let's start off on that day. Umit, Edson, Lamps, Palonetto, Kachai, Kakerai, Pinner and Young, followed by Group D. We just saw them, didn't we? Nicholas, Tex, Stingray, Gilles Levy, Benny CR7, JRA, One Way Crazy. And it should have ended with One Way Crazy, because what a crazy end to these 2 days, boys. Kyle, I'll start with you. And just, I want you to explain what it was like out there amongst it all, in the pit, the emotions that we saw, and exactly what FIFA esports means to all these guys, and to go to Copenhagen on the biggest stage of their careers.
Yeah, we all know what it's been like for the last 2 years. We all know those celebrations, watching people through the screens. When we've been in our homes, they've been in their homes as well. This is what it feels like to be back. We've had a few tournaments where it's felt great, but when you're in the pit, when you can feel those last-minute winners, when you've got One Way Crazy securing that 32nd spot to the FIFAe World Cup with a goal in the 121st minute, and you can see him jumping over the barrier, hugging all of his friends, all of his supporters as well. That's what it's all about. And anytime I'm talking about FIFA esports to my friends, people are saying, but do people get really into it? Go and watch that clip right there, and you will see how much it means, because he might have just secured his future. This isn't about the next 2 weeks. This could be for the next few years now he's going to the FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it's been a long journey, hasn't it, since 2019, since we last had a world champion.
And Kyle built it up. I'm going to bring it back down. You've now solidified. You've got your position. Enjoy it. We saw so many different emotions. Go out for a nice dinner with your friends, your support group, your coaching staff. Celebrate this. Take a day off. And then get back to work. Because I know it is 10, 11 days away that they're all going to be competing again. But this is a huge accomplishment. And as Kyle said, it changes your career path. It changes your trajectory, contracts, partnerships, everything for you in building a brand. So congratulations to all the competitors, especially to the 32 that have qualified that are going to be going to Copenhagen.
Well said, both of you, Kyle and Mike, and thank you to everybody who joined us on this journey. It didn't just start on Thursday. It started way back in October when FIFA 22 was launched, and it's a life-changing moment which these guys are still on. 32 players are heading to Copenhagen for the FIFAe World Cup finals, the biggest stage they will ever play on, and for the chance to be crowned the champion for FIFA 22. We have loved bringing you this event over the last couple of days, and we cannot wait to see you in Copenhagen, where we will crown our champion this year. Thank you for everyone for being part of this event as well. And it doesn't end just here, because Richard Buckley, unfortunately, he wasn't here this weekend. He is going to have a post-playoff party of his own on his Twitch channel. So we're going to go and raid him right now. Richard Buckley, we love you. We'll see you in Copenhagen. We'll see all you guys there as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night. We'll see you soon. Welcome to London for the FGS playoffs, the only route to qualify to the FIFAe World Cup.
And we are kicking off now.
That will be the perfect goal into CR7! Wow!
The pit is popping off.
It's been nerve-wracking to watch.
Our first goal in day 2 here of the FGS playoffs.
Wow, 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 wow.
So much emotion here in London. A great goal to open up his account here. That is the dream start for him.
That was the group of drama.
Congratulations, that's exactly what it means.
You can hear the chants, you can hear the yells, the screams, the passion.
Cooking up the perfect finish.
A beautiful shiftiness there.
Tech up 1-0.
It's just what he does. On the big stage, he's not affected by it.
No MS Dasari at the FIFAe World Cup.